Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Demon Gene. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jat_hav0869. The monster was, of course, Russell. During his free fall through the canopy, branches whipping past his symbiote form, his magical senses had detected two human signatures: rapid heartbeats, elevated stress hormones, the distinctive bioelectric patterns of Homo sapiens in distress. Curiosity piqued, he'd adjusted his trajectory to investigate. He hadn't expected them to bolt like startled deer the moment he landed. The impact of his arrival had been more dramatic than intended. 300 kilograms of symbiote-enhanced mass hitting forest floor at terminal velocity tended to make an impression literally. The crater he'd left would probably puzzle hikers for years to come. But it was the shockwave that had really announced his presence, rattling trees in a 50-meter radius and sending every nocturnal creature fleeing in panic. No wonder the humans had run. Fortunately, their escape attempt was pitiful by his current standards. Two exhausted hikers stumbling through undergrowth they couldn't see properly, crashing through branches that announced their position with every step. In his arrogance form, catching up had been trivial. He'd bounded through the forest like some primordial nightmare, each leap covering 10 times the distance they managed in desperate scrambles. Now, standing before them in all his writhing, tentacled glory, Russell couldn't help but appreciate the tableau they made. Two grown men reduced to trembling children, that particular wide-eyed expression humans got when their brains simply refused to process what their eyes reported. He'd seen it before, would see it again, but something about finding it here in the wilderness made it funnier. The one who'd fallen to his knees, Evan, looked ready to faint. Sweat poured down his face despite the cool mountain air, and his hands shook with the particular palsy of absolute terror. His companion Steve stood frozen in a fighter's stance that would have been comical if not for the genuine courage it represented. Even terrified, even knowing it was hopeless, he'd chosen to stand between danger and his friend. Russell respected that. "Why are you running?" he asked again, letting amusement color both voices. The effect was probably more terrifying than reassuring, the human voice suggesting reason while the monster voice violence. But he couldn't help himself. After a morning of gene harvesting, finding actual humans to interact with was almost refreshing. Time to defuse the situation before someone had a heart attack. With the thought, Russell commanded arrogance to retract. The symbiote flowed back into him like water finding its level, darkness compressing and vanishing beneath his skin until only a young man in hiking clothes remained. The transformation took less than a second, but Russell made sure to do it slowly enough for human eyes to follow. No point in having them think they'd hallucinated the whole thing. Evan and Steve stared with the poleaxed expression of people whose worldview had just been thoroughly violated. One moment, death incarnate loomed over them. The next, a handsome young man who looked like he should be studying for university exams stood in the monster's place, looking vaguely embarrassed by the whole situation. "I am a registered card maker of the association," Russell said quickly, fishing his ID from a pocket that definitely hadn't existed in his symbiote form. Best to establish legitimate authority before their fear transformed into something more problematic. "Don't be afraid." He held out the card with casualness, the kind of motion that suggested he did this all the time. Which, honestly, was becoming depressingly true. How many times in the past months had he needed to flash credentials to prevent misunderstandings? Evan's hand shook like autumn leaves as he reached for the ID. Every motion screamed his internal conflict, terror at potentially offending this being who could apparently transform into nightmares, versus the human need to verify claims of authority. His face was a masterwork of barely controlled panic, eyes darting between Russell's pleasant expression and the card that might confirm safety or doom. Russell could practically read his thoughts. What kind of serious card maker would come to a place like this in the middle of the night? The mountains had no known dimensional portals, no registered monster populations worth hunting. Any legitimate card maker had better places to be. Which meant this young man was either lying about his registration or was here for deeply suspicious reasons. Probably thinks I'm some kind of serial killer who uses cards to hunt humans for sport, Russell mused. Not an unreasonable fear. Illegal card makers who turned to predation weren't common, but they made headlines when caught. Usually in pieces. Evan's examination of the ID progressed with the careful intensity. His eyes tracked across the official seals, the registration number, the photograph that somehow captured Russell looking professionally competent rather than like someone who transformed into monsters for fun. Then his gaze hit the level designation, and his entire body went rigid. Silver level. The gasp escaped involuntarily, pitched high enough to make Steve jump. Steve, who'd been maintaining his protective stance with determination, finally relaxed enough to look confused. What do you mean, silver level? He glanced between his friend and Russell with the particular incomprehension of someone who'd missed crucial context. Obviously he's a good person. He could have killed us already if he wasn't. The observation made Russell hide a smile. Steve might not understand power levels, but he grasped the essential truth: if Russell had wanted them dead, they wouldn't be having this conversation. Evan ignored his friend's confusion, practically throwing the ID back at Russell in his haste to show proper respect. This, Mr. Russell, we were blind to your greatness. The formulaic groveling of someone who'd just realized they'd been making demands of a person who could level city blocks. Russell had seen it too many times lately, that moment when people transitioned from seeing him as a young man to seeing him as a weapon wearing a young man's face. So what are you two doing out here so late? Russell asked, tucking his ID away and changing the subject. His eyes took in their equipment with assessment: decent quality but showing hard use, packs that suggested multi-day expedition, the particular dishevelment of people who'd been roughing it longer than planned. You didn't really come to a place like this to climb a mountain, did you? The sheer stupidity of it beggared belief. The Grey Ridge Mountains weren't particularly dangerous as wilderness went, but they weren't a casual day hike either. Two obviously inexperienced hikers, no guide, no satellite phone that he could see. They were lucky they'd only gotten lost. Evan's embarrassment was palpable, his face cycling through several shades of red as he scratched his head. Steve, meanwhile, puffed up with misplaced pride, apparently interpreting their near-death experience as some kind of achievement. Yes, we are here to challenge ourselves, Steve declared, as if getting lost in the woods was an accomplishment worth bragging about. Russell opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. There were so many things wrong with that statement he didn't know where to begin. The sheer, breathtaking audacity of these two idiots, wandering into wilderness that could kill them in a dozen mundane ways before even considering the magical threats. Just as Evan began what looked like a more realistic explanation. The ambient sounds of the forest, insects chirping, small mammals rustling, the ever-present whisper of wind through leaves cut off like someone had thrown a switch. The silence that descended wasn't natural quiet but the active suppression of sound. Russell's enhanced senses screamed warnings. The darkness, already deep beneath the canopy, thickened perceptibly. Not the honest darkness of night but something hungry, something that ate light and warmth and hope. The temperature dropped 5 degrees in as many seconds, their breath suddenly misting in air that had been pleasantly cool moments before. Something is wrong. Russell's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who'd learned to trust their instincts. Please don't talk for now. He swept his gaze across the surrounding forest, arrogance feeding him information faster than conscious thought could process. Thermal imaging showed the trees cooling rapidly, as if something was draining heat from the area. The electromagnetic spectrum revealed distortions that shouldn't exist in nature. And underneath it all, barely perceptible even to his enhanced senses, a presence that made every survival instinct scream. Evan and Steve watched him with the particular anxiety of civilians who'd just realized their protector was worried. If a silver-level card maker was concerned, what chance did they have? Russell's magical senses finally locked onto the source of wrongness, a void in the forest's life web, a moving absence that left frost in its wake. Bronze level. Demon type, shadow subspecies, probably subsisting on small animals and ambient fear. Not particularly dangerous to him, but more than capable of killing 2 lost hikers. "Got you," he growled, arrogance already flowing outward in response to the threat. One moment Russell stood human and alert, the next a 3-meter nightmare of biological impossibility loomed where he'd been. But even as the symbiote form solidified, he was already moving. His hands, if the appendages ending in foot-long claws could still be called hands, grabbed both hikers and hurled them aside with force. They flew 10 meters through the air, landing in a heap of bruised but unbroken limbs just as devastation erupted where they'd been standing. The demon struck with the particular viciousness of an ambush predator robbed of its kill. Shadows given mass and murderous intent slammed into the ground with force that shattered stone and pulverized earth. Trees groaned and toppled, their roots torn free by the impact. Where Evan and Steve had stood, a crater large enough to park a car in demonstrated exactly what would have happened to merely human bodies. "Holy shit," Steve wheezed, trying to process their near-death experience while his bruised ribs protested the rough landing. Evan, for once, had no words. He stared at the devastation with the glassy expression of someone whose mind had simply thrown up its hands and decided to process events later, when the world made sense again. But Russell was already responding. Cards materialized in defensive positions, Yoriichi with hand on sword hilt, ever ready. Anohana radiating that particularly unsettling serenity that preceded violence. Luffy bouncing on his heels with barely contained eagerness. Even Lily appeared, makeshift sword in hand, completing a perimeter that would shred anything approaching the 2 civilians. So, what did he discover? Steve quietly pulled Evan's sleeve, his whisper carrying clearly in the unnatural silence. Every card turned to look at him with expressions ranging from amusement to exasperation. Steve shrank back, belatedly realizing that whispering probably didn't work when surrounded by supernatural beings with enhanced senses. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask," Evan hissed, finally finding his voice. His eyes tracked the path of destruction Russell had carved through the forest, trees falling like dominoes, explosions of earth and stone marking each clash. It was simple and terrifying. Their camp had been less than a kilometer from here. If Russell hadn't intercepted them, "We would have died in our sleep," he murmured, the realization hitting like ice water. "That thing would have found us, and we'd never have known what killed us." In the distance, the battle had already reached its conclusion. These kinds of fights rarely lasted long when the power differential was this extreme. Combat became execution with extra steps. Russell stood in the center of devastation that looked like an artillery bombardment, holding his defeated opponent with casual ease. The demon was a pitiful thing up close. Shadow Fiend his experience provided, though this was a particularly undernourished specimen. 3 meters of living shadow given vague humanoid form, wisping at the edges where its essence couldn't maintain coherence. Multiple eyes opened and closed along its form without pattern or purpose, each one reflecting a different spectrum of light. Its mouth, or the primary void that served as one, worked soundlessly, trying to form pleas or curses in a language that predated human speech. "It's actually a wandering demon," Russell mused, turning the creature to examine it from different angles like a biologist with a particularly interesting specimen. "But it's so weak. Only bronze level." Made sense when he thought about it. The Grey Ridge Mountains sat in the Federation's heartland, surrounded by cities and monitoring stations. Any demon powerful enough to matter would have been detected and eliminated years ago. This pathetic creature had survived through weakness too insignificant to trigger alerts, too careful to leave bodies that would demand investigation. Until tonight, when hunger or opportunity had driven it to stalk 2 lost humans who practically broadcast their vulnerability with every stumbling step. Slurp. The wet sound cut through Russell's analysis. He looked down to find Arrogance's head manifested separately from his body because the symbiote was feeling playful, dragging its massive tongue across the demon's writhing form. Shadow stuff clung to the appendage like tar, the demon's essence recoiling from contact with something even more primordially hungry than itself. "Damn it, Arrogance, don't lick it." Russell's disgust was visceral. He knew the symbiote didn't have conventional taste buds, but the principle remained. That's unsanitary. Subconsciously, Arrogance's voice rumbled in his mind, carrying the particular tone of a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. But this thing. I think I can absorb a genetic module from it. Russell paused, curiosity overriding revulsion. He'd wondered if Arrogance's ability worked on demons, creatures that straddled the line between biological and conceptual. Only one way to find out. Then give it a try. This was why he'd left his cards guarding the hikers rather than bringing them to help. The fewer people who knew about Arrogance's gene-stealing ability, the better. His cards he trusted implicitly, but 2 random civilians? They'd gossip, and gossip had a way of reaching interested ears. The possession was different from the morning's animals. Where natural creatures had yielded to Arrogance's intrusion with confusion but no real resistance, the demon fought. Its essence writhed and twisted, trying to maintain coherence as the symbiote flowed over it like living oil. Shadow met deeper darkness, and for a moment the outcome seemed uncertain. Then Arrogance's nature asserted itself. The symbiote didn't just possess, it dominated, subsumed, made the demon's distinctness irrelevant. Black and red tendrils penetrated every aspect of the creature's being, analyzing its nature with the thoroughness of a scholar dissecting a text. 1 second. 2. The process was faster than with natural animals, as if the demon's corrupted essence was easier to read than honest biology. Arrogance flowed back into Russell's body, carrying new knowledge, leaving behind a demon that looked somehow diminished. Still dangerous to civilians, but missing something essential. Russell checked the symbiote's status immediately, curiosity burning. Currently obtained gene modules, Iron Kidney, Shadow Bloodline, can increase stealth ability. So weak, Russell frowned at the description. He'd hoped for something more dramatic from a demon, the ability to phase through matter, perhaps, or manipulate darkness as a weapon. Instead he got what amounted to magical sneaking enhancement. Though considering the source was a bronze-level creature that had survived by hiding, perhaps he shouldn't be surprised. Still, even weak abilities had applications. Combined with Arrogance's existing camouflage capabilities, Shadow Bloodline might make him genuinely undetectable. The synergy potential was worth exploring. And who knows what I missed? He reasoned. Arrogance could only extract 1 module per creature. This demon might have had other, more powerful abilities that random chance hadn't selected. No way to know without finding more demons to sample, and that presented its own challenges. Speaking of which, Russell asked internally, the thought occurring as he casually crushed the demon's head like overripe fruit, Arrogance, can you extract a gene module from a card creature? He felt the symbiote's consideration, like someone mentally reviewing a failed experiment. No, I tried it just now when I possessed Pidgeot. Oh, I see. Russell wasn't particularly disappointed. The ability was already staggeringly powerful, being able to steal from summoned creatures as well would have been game-breaking. The mysterious space had shown unusual generosity lately, but apparently it still believed in some limits. The demon's corpse dissolved into conceptual ash, leaving behind only what mattered. Russell's magical senses wrapped around the remnant, extracting its crystallized essence. Bronze-level low-level Shadow Fiend, blue. Trash material by his current standards, but it would sell for enough to cover the trip's expenses. Waste not, want not, a philosophy that had served him well since arriving in this world. With the immediate threat handled, Russell turned his attention back to his inadvertent charges. The 2 hikers still huddled where his cards protected them, wearing the expressions of people who'd exceeded their daily quota for life-threatening experiences by several orders of magnitude. Since we've met, I naturally have to send you out safely, he decided. Basic human decency aside, he couldn't leave 2 civilians to stumble around the mountains after they'd seen him in action. They'd either die from exposure or spread stories about the shape-changing monster in the Grey Ridge Mountains. Neither outcome served his interests. Besides, he added mentally, already plotting the most efficient route, it won't take long to send them out using Pidgeot. Assuming, of course, they could handle flying on a bird that looked like it had escaped from someone's nightmares. Given their evening so far, Russell suspected they'd manage. Time to play rescue service for two idiots who'd mistaken the wilderness for a playground. Then back to gene farming. The night was still young, and he had a collection to build. End of chapter 117. 300 power stones for extra chapter. White heavy check mark. Reach 500 power stones. Another extra chapter. 1000 power stones. Another extra chapter. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, The Gene Harvest. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Bonus chapter. The two hikers hadn't stopped trembling since Russell had revealed himself. Even after he'd assured them multiple times that he wasn't planning to eat them, usually probably hadn't been the most reassuring addition, they remained frozen in place like deer caught in particularly terrifying headlights. "Look," Russell said, the dual voice effect of arrogance making even casual conversation sound like a demonic business proposal, "I can either leave you here to find your own way out, or I can give you a lift to civilization. Your choice." Evan found his voice first, though it came out as more of a squeak. A lift. Unless you'd prefer to keep wandering around until something actually dangerous finds you. Russell gestured at the dark forest around them, where unseen things rustled and called in the night. "There are worse things than me out here. Things that don't bother with conversation." That seemed to break through their paralysis. Steve grabbed Evan's arm with the desperation of a drowning man finding driftwood. "We'll take the lift. Please. We've been lost for 3 days." Russell studied them for a moment. Pure terror mixed with exhaustion, but no deception. Just two idiots who'd gotten in over their heads a story as old as humanity itself. "Fine," he decided. "But if either of you screams while we're flying, I'm dropping you." "Flying." Evan's voice cracked on the word. Instead of answering, Russell dismissed most of arrogance's mass, keeping just enough to maintain enhanced strength and durability. Then he grabbed both men, one under each arm like particularly awkward luggage, and launched himself skyward. The screams started immediately. "What did I just say about screaming?" Russell growled, though he didn't actually drop them. Their terror was understandable. Few people experienced flight via being carried like a sack of potatoes by a monster jumping through treetops. The journey to the nearest town took 15 minutes of hell for the hikers and mild amusement for Russell. He bounded from peak to peak, each leap covering hundreds of meters. The two men clutched against his sides, alternating between prayers, profanity, and promises to never leave their homes again. The small county town at the foot of the Grey Ridge Mountains appeared like an oasis of electric lights against the darkness. Russell aimed for the outskirts, landing in an empty lot behind a closed shopping complex with enough force to crack the pavement. He set the two men down, where they immediately collapsed to their knees and kissed the ground. "Drama queens," Russell muttered, though only the arrogance voice carried, making it sound more amused than annoyed. After giving them a moment to recover and for Steve to finish dry heaving into a nearby bush, Russell considered his options. He could leave them here to make their own way, but they'd probably end up having to explain their condition to local authorities. Without proof of what had happened, they'd likely be dismissed as drunks or worse, bringing unwanted attention to the area's supernatural activity. "Come on," he sighed, the human voice becoming more prominent as he pulled arrogance back to a less obviously monstrous form. "There's an association base nearby. They'll get you sorted out." "Association?" Evan asked weakly, still looking green around the gills. "Cardmaker Association." Russell started walking, not bothering to check if they were following. After a moment, he heard their stumbling footsteps behind him. The town was nearly deserted at this hour. A few late-night delivery drivers, a street cleaner mechanically pushing his cart, a cat that hissed at Russell before recognizing a superior predator and fleeing. The association base was tucked between a noodle shop and a hardware store, its facade deliberately mundane except for the small bronze plaque that marked it as official. Russell pushed through the door, setting off a chime that sounded too cheerful for the pre-dawn hour. The interior was government bland beige walls, uncomfortable plastic chairs, posters about card maker safety that no one ever read. Behind a reinforced glass window, a middle-aged woman dozed at her desk, chin propped on one hand. The chime hadn't woken her, so Russell rapped his knuckles on the counter. The sharp sound made her jerk upright, eyes wide and unfocused before settling on him with professional assessment. "Young man, what do you need so late at night?" Her voice carried the particular weariness of someone who'd drawn the worst shift too many times. Russell pulled out his official ID, sliding it across the counter while gesturing at Evan and Steve, who huddled near the door like lost puppies. "Found these two wandering around the Grey Ridge Mountains. They've been lost for 3 days. Figured I'd drop them somewhere safe." The woman's expression shifted as she listened, morphing from tired indifference to disapproval. She snatched the ID and ran it through her scanner with practiced motions, barely glancing at it before turning her glare on the hikers. "You two have some nerve." Her voice could have stripped paint. "Wandering into the mountains without proper preparation or guides. If you hadn't met this young man, you would have been in great danger. Do you have any idea what lurks in those forests?" Evan and Steve seemed to shrink under her scolding, heads bowed like children caught stealing cookies. Russell almost felt bad for them almost. They had been monumentally stupid, after all. "You're lucky you only got lost," the woman continued, warming to her theme. "We get reports every month of hikers who disappear entirely. Sometimes we find bodies. Sometimes we don't find anything at all." She turned back to her computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. "Young man, although you only rescued ordinary people this time, the association will still reward you. You should still be studying, right? The association will give you some points, which you can exchange for materials." Russell blinked in surprise. Points? No one had mentioned anything about a reward system for civilian rescue. Then again, his interactions with the association had been limited to high-level meetings and dimensional access. Mundane procedures hadn't exactly come up. "Yes, it's standard protocol for." The woman's words cut off mid-sentence as her eyes fixed on her computer screen. Her mouth fell open, face cycling through several shades of pale before landing on something between awe and panic. "SS Silver Level Card Maker." Her voice climbed an octave with each word. "And you're, oh my god." Russell had a sinking feeling he knew what she'd just seen. His official ID would show more than just his card maker level, it would show his registered master. "Wait here!" the woman practically shrieked. "Don't move. I need to inform the base leader." "That's really not necessary," Russell tried, but she was already frantically typing on her phone. "It is necessary. It is absolutely necessary." Her thumbs moved in a blur. "We have protocols. Important visitor protocols." Russell could only imagine what she was texting. "Master card maker's disciple here. Silver level. Only teenager. What do I do?" Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, the base's front door burst open hard enough to rattle the frame. A bald, middle-aged man rushed in, still buttoning his uniform jacket, hair askew from what had clearly been a very rapid departure from bed. His eyes swept the room and locked onto Russell with the intensity of a targeting system. "You must be Mr. Russell, right?" He crossed the distance in 3 quick strides, hand extended. Hello, my last name is Baron. Just call me President Baron. Or just Baron. Whatever you prefer." The enthusiasm was overwhelming. Russell shook the offered hand, noting how Baron's grip was just firm enough to be respectful without challenging. "I wonder what President Baron wants to talk to me about." The question seemed to short-circuit Baron's brain. He stood there, mouth open, clearly having rushed over without actually planning what to say. The silence stretched awkwardly before his political instincts kicked in. "Our small county town doesn't usually have many people coming in and out," he said, recovering with practiced smoothness. Now that this has happened, I had to come and take a look. Make sure everything is handled properly. Can't have distinguished visitors thinking we run a sloppy operation. Russell's eyes showed helplessness at the transparent excuse. Then President Baron should be able to confirm that there is no problem now, right? No problem, of course not. Sweat beaded on Baron's forehead despite the cool night air. He produced a handkerchief and dabbed at it while maintaining his smile. How could there be any problem with you, Mr. Russell? Everything is perfectly in order. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Russell moved toward the door, noting how Baron's relief was almost palpable. The man had clearly been terrified of somehow offending Blake Whitmore's disciple, probably imagining his career evaporating if he said the wrong thing. Outside, Russell summoned Pidgeot again, the symbiote-enhanced bird materializing in a burst of black and red that made Baron gasp. Without looking back, Russell mounted and took off, leaving the small county town's drama behind. Through the window, he could hear Baron addressing the receptionist, "You did a good job this time. I'll make sure you get a bonus at the end of the month." Then, to the still shaken hikers, "You're lucky boys. I'll arrange transportation back to your registered addresses. And maybe think twice before going hiking without proper preparation next time." The eastern sky was beginning to lighten as Russell returned to the Grey Ridge Mountains, painting the peaks in shades of purple and gold. The nocturnal creatures were returning to their dens while the day shift emerged, a changing of the guard as old as life itself. Time to start working, Russell said to himself, dismissing Pidgeot and letting arrogance flow back to full coverage. He had no specific requirements for the gene modules to extract this time quantity over quality for now. He could sort through them later and identify the truly useful ones. His enhanced vision caught movement near a fallen log, a column of ants marching with military precision, carrying fragments of leaves and dead insects back to their colony. Russell smiled behind arrogance's mask. "Let's start with you." Common knowledge said ants could lift objects dozens of times their own weight, leading to myths about super strength. The reality was more interesting. They achieved these feats through incredible efficiency in their muscle usage, not raw power. Their bodies were masterpieces of biological engineering, every fiber optimized for its purpose. Russell extended arrogance toward the ant column. The symbiote flowed over dozens of insects simultaneously, analyzing their biological structures with frightening speed. The ants, for their part, seemed more confused than alarmed. Their simple nervous systems couldn't process what was happening. Information flooded Russell's consciousness. Pheromone communication, useless for his purposes. Compound eyes, inferior to what he already had. Exoskeleton structure, interesting but incompatible. Hive mind connection, definitely not leg muscle cluster, now this had potential. The last module stood out, a fundamental reimagining of how leg muscles could work, trading raw power for incredible efficiency. An ant's muscles fired in perfect sequence, wasting no energy, achieving maximum output from minimal input. Russell released the ants, who continued their march as if nothing had happened. Their simple minds had already forgotten the strange interruption. He pulled up arrogance's status and swapped iron kidney for the new module, trying not to think too hard about what he was giving up. The change was immediate. His legs felt different. Not stronger exactly, but more responsive, as if someone had upgraded his nervous system's connection to his muscles. Time to test it. Russell spotted a promising boulder nearby, roughly the size of a small car, worn smooth by centuries of weather. He cocked his leg back and kicked with what felt like moderate force. His foot sank into the stone like it was made of pudding. The forest fell silent except for the distant call of a bird that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Russell stood there, one leg extended, foot firmly embedded in solid granite, looking like the world's most embarrassing statue. "Let me do it," arrogance's voice rumbled with what might have been amusement. Russell surrendered control without argument, feeling the symbiote's consciousness slide into the driver's seat. The same kick, but executed with perfect technique. His foot withdrew from the stone, then struck again with explosive force. The boulder didn't just break, it launched like a cannonball, smashing through the treeline with a series of thunderous crashes. Trees fell like dominoes in its wake, birds erupting from the canopy in panicked clouds. Sure enough, Russell thought as arrogance returned control, physical combat is still difficult for me. The gap between having power and knowing how to use it remained vast. Fortunately, arrogance's battle master trait bridged that gap when needed. In a real fight, the symbiote could take control of combat while Russell handled strategy. Next, let's look for some birds. He gazed up at the brightening sky where early risers were already circling on morning thermals. Russell bent his legs, feeling the new muscle module engage. The efficiency was remarkable, energy that would normally dissipate concentrated perfectly, potential energy building like a compressed spring. He jumped. The ground cracked beneath him as he rocketed skyward, acceleration crushing him against arrogance's protective embrace. Trees shrank below, the forest becoming a green carpet, then a textured painting. For a moment at the apex of his leap, Russell hung suspended between earth and sky, the mountains spread beneath him like a map. Then gravity reasserted its claim. The descent was less graceful than the ascent. Russell had achieved fantastic height and speed but had no way to control his trajectory. He was a ballistic missile with eyes, able to see his landing zone but powerless to adjust it. He crashed back to Earth like a meteorite, impact crater spreading from the landing point. Arrogance absorbed the shock, but Russell still felt his teeth rattle. Note to self, he muttered, spitting out dirt, jumping is not flying. He thought of Superman's early days in Man of Steel, leaping tall buildings before learning true flight. The comparison was apt. Russell had the power but lacked control. Maybe with further advancement, arrogance could develop actual flight capabilities. For now, Russell summoned Pidgeot again, the loyal mount appearing despite its exhaustion. He really needed to find a better transportation solution, but that was tomorrow's problem. Next, he said, patting Pidgeot's enhanced neck, it's hunting time. The sky called, full of genetic potential just waiting to be harvested. Russell smiled, an expression that looked thoroughly disturbing on arrogance's alien features, and took flight. The day was young, and he had evolution to steal. End of chapter 118. Guys, I have uploaded a new FIC, it's Marvel x Final Fantasy Red. If you like it, reach 1000 power stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Harvest and Training. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. A full day of gene harvesting had passed in what felt like minutes. As darkness reclaimed the Grey Ridge Mountains, painting the forest in shades of black and deeper black, Russell stood over his latest donor, a magnificent tiger that was currently shaking like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm. The great predator, easily 300 pounds of muscle and killing instinct, pressed itself against the ground as if trying to melt into the earth. Its eyes, which should have burned with feline confidence, were wide with the kind of existential terror usually reserved for prey animals. Every few seconds, a pitiful whimper escaped its throat, a sound no self-respecting tiger should ever make. Russell, still in full arrogance form, reached down with one massive clawed hand. The tiger's shaking intensified to the point where leaves around it vibrated in sympathy. You should learn to be more tactful in the future, the overlapping voices of Russell and arrogance advised, patting the tiger's head with surprising gentleness. The symbiote's touch was careful, almost affectionate, like a person petting a particularly skittish house cat. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as I am. Meow. The sound that emerged from the tiger's throat was so incongruous that Russell had to suppress a laugh. Here was an apex predator, terror of the forest, making kitten noises because it had been so thoroughly traumatized. From the tiger's perspective, the day had started so well. A successful hunt, a full belly, a nice sunny spot for an afternoon nap. Then this thing had dropped from the sky. Before the tiger could even process the threat, it found itself pinned, helpless as a newborn cub. Then came the violation, black and red tentacles trying to invade every orifice, probing its very essence. The memory alone made it shudder harder. Russell, blissfully unaware of the psychological damage he'd inflicted, gave the tiger one final pat. "Go on, get out of here." The tiger tentatively extended one paw, muscles coiled to flee but brain still frozen with indecision. It looked back at the monster, eyes searching for any sign of pursuit. Russell made a shooing gesture with Arrogance's clawed hand. That was all the encouragement needed. The tiger exploded into motion, dignity abandoned entirely as it half ran, half rolled away from the clearing. Leaves and small branches went flying in its wake, the sound of its panicked flight echoing through the forest long after it vanished from sight. "Poor thing will probably need therapy," Russell mused, watching the destruction left in the tiger's wake. If tiger therapists existed. The thought amused him as he checked the time through Arrogance's enhanced senses. The position of stars barely visible through the canopy told him it was past midnight, time to head home. Tomorrow's practical training in a pocket dimension demanded proper rest, and he'd been running on adrenaline and excitement for too long. "And the modules have been collected almost completely," he said to himself, pulling up Arrogance's status display in his mind. The day's harvest had been eclectic. From the smallest insects to apex predators, he'd sampled the Grey Ridge Mountains' entire ecosystem. Now for the fun part, choosing what to actually use. Russell swapped out leg muscle cluster for his newest acquisition, pointed wings. The change was immediate and somewhat disturbing to watch. Arrogance's form shifted, biomass redistributing as two appendages burst from his back with wet, organic sounds. The wings unfurled, not the feathered beauty of birds or the membrane elegance of bats, but something between the two. Flesh stretched over modified bone structures, surfaces covered in tiny scales that could adjust angle for optimal aerodynamics. "Let's see what these can do," Russell said, flexing muscles he'd never had before. The wings responded instantly, spreading to their full impressive span, nearly 5 meters tip to tip. He took a running start, powerful legs launching him skyward as the wings caught air. The sensation was nothing like riding Pidgeot. This was true flight, every adjustment instantly translated through his nervous system. Banking left, diving, climbing, all as natural as walking despite being completely new experiences. "This is much faster than Pidgeot," Russell laughed into the night wind, which howled past at speeds that would have deafened unprotected human ears. But wrapped in Arrogance's protection, he felt only exhilaration. The symbiote's form cut through air resistance like it was nothing, wings pumping with mechanical efficiency. Below, the Grey Ridge Mountains shrank away, becoming a dark mass punctuated by the occasional light from ranger stations or late-night hikers. Russell pushed harder, feeling the edge of his current limits approaching. "It's a pity I still can't break the speed of sound," he noted, sensing the air resistance building exponentially as he approached that barrier. "If I encounter any powerful bird-like monsters in the future, maybe I can extract the corresponding modules." The pointed wings were good, excellent even, but they were still based on a mundane eagle's biology. He needed something designed for true speed, perhaps from a monster that treated sonic booms as mild inconveniences. The flight to North Gate took less than an hour, a journey that would have taken 3 times as long on enhanced Pidgeot. The city appeared ahead, a constellation of lights against the darkness. Russell deliberately slowed as he approached the city limits, mindful of regulations and not wanting to trigger defensive responses. His caution proved insufficient. The moment he crossed into official North Gate airspace, several figures converged on his position with practiced precision. Russell's enhanced senses counted 6, all mounted on various flying cards, forming a containment pattern around him. Their approach was professional, maintaining safe distances while cutting off escape routes. "Cardmaker ahead, please slow down and follow our instructions to land for an inspection." The leader's voice carried clearly despite the wind, probably enhanced by some minor wind magic. Russell immediately complied, killing forward momentum and dropping toward the indicated landing zone, a reinforced platform specifically designed for such inspections. As his clawed feet touched down, he noted the subtle defensive arrays built into the surface. One wrong move and he'd be wrapped in binding formations before he could blink. The patrol team landed in a circle around him, maintaining formation even on the ground. Their leader, a middle-aged man with the kind of solid build that suggested Earth-type cards, approached with professional caution. His eyes swept over Arrogance's form with the assessment of someone who'd seen plenty of strange things but still found new surprises. "Where's your card maker?" he asked, hand resting casually near his card holster. Behind him, his team maintained ready stances, not quite hostile but prepared to become so instantly. Russell couldn't resist a bit of theatricality. The front of Arrogance's face split open like a horror movie effect, peeling back in sections to reveal his human head within. The symbiote thoughtfully provided dramatic backlighting, making his reveal look like something from a B-movie poster. The patrol leader's expression went through several interesting variations before settling on professional confusion. His mental categories were clearly misfiring. Was this armor? A biocolonial suit? Some kind of possession-type card? "I am the card maker," Russell said, his voice carrying both his normal tones and Arrogance's reverb. "I wonder what you need, comrade." The formal address seemed to snap the man back to procedure. He produced his ID with practiced motion. "Northgate Air Security, badge number clearly visible. You were speeding near Northgate just now. We were ordered to come and check on you. Please show me your ID." I deliberately slowed down, Russell sighed internally. How could I still be checked? But arguing with security was never productive. He had Arrogance retract fully, the symbiote flowing back into his body like water running in reverse. The patrol team watched with poorly hidden fascination as 3 meters of monster compressed into a normal-sized teenager. Russell handed over his ID, noting how the patrol leader compared the photo to his face with extra care, probably making sure he hadn't been eaten and replaced by his own card. After a moment, the man handed it back with a slight nod. "No problem, but I have to remind you that any speed exceeding 200 km per hour is considered speeding in Northgate airspace." His tone had shifted from suspicion to mild reproof, like a traffic cop giving a warning to a teenager with a too-fast car. "Understood," Russell nodded. "Then I can leave. Thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now." The patrol leader stepped back, waving his team to stand down. Russell summoned Arrogance again, this time keeping to a more human-sized flying form, and took off at a carefully measured 190 km per hour. Behind him, he could hear the patrol team's discussion carrying on the wind. "Collect the report. A student from Northgate University," the leader instructed. As expected of a top student from Northgate. "His cards are so unique," one member commented. "Your aesthetic sense is flawed," another retorted. "I thought it was a demon invasion. Nearly wet myself when that thing landed." The leader's voice carried a note of puzzlement. "I've lived for so many years and have never seen a card like this." Russell smiled as their voices faded. Back in his apartment, Russell finally allowed exhaustion to hit. 24 hours of non-stop hunting, fighting, and flying had pushed even his enhanced stamina to its limits. But before rest came organization. "It's time to open the exciting blind boxes," he announced to his empty workshop, laying out mental displays of every genetic module he'd collected. The variety was staggering. Over the day, he'd sampled everything from ants to eagles, mice to tigers. Each creature had offered its own genetic gift, though gift was perhaps too generous a term for some of them. Musk glands from a skunk. Hard pass. Compound eyes from various insects. Interesting but nauseating to actually use. Hibernation capability from a bear. Useful if he ever wanted to sleep for 3 months straight. Infrared vision from a snake. Potentially useful but redundant with Arrogance's existing sensory suite. Decorative plumage from a peacock. Arrogance had actually seemed offended by this one. The list went on. Biological curiosities that evolution had produced for specific niches but offered little to a combat-focused symbiote. Still, among the dross were gems. Leg muscle cluster, already tested, excellent for explosive movement, pointed wings, currently in use, true flight capability, streamlined muscles, extracted from the tiger, improving overall explosive power, keen sense of smell, from a bear, turning scent into a precise tracking tool. Not a bad haul, Russell decided, filing away the useful modules and discarding the rest. Arrogance could only use one at a time currently, but having options meant tactical flexibility. Phew, next we have to look at tomorrow's practical training class. He set an alarm and collapsed into bed, asleep before his head hit the pillow. You have to act alone today, Russell, Heath said the next morning, not looking up from his phone where he was apparently engaged in a heated card trading negotiation. Russell propped his chin with one hand, suppressing another yawn. The classroom's fluorescent lights felt unnecessarily bright after yesterday's exertions. Because I'm a silver level. There's nothing to be done about it. Keith glanced over from his meticulous note-taking, eyebrows raised. Why do you seem so listless? You're usually more energetic. Played too late yesterday and didn't get enough rest, Russell said nonchalantly, which was technically true if playing included traumatizing most of a mountain's ecosystem. The twins exchanged glances, the kind of wordless communication that came from years of shared experiences. They were clearly building up to more probing questions when salvation arrived in the form of their counselor. Hazel approached with her characteristic silence, moving through the crowded classroom like a ghost. She stopped at their table and knocked gently 2 soft raps that somehow carried more authority than shouting would have. Her eyes found Russell's with unusual directness. He immediately understood. Is it about the practical training? She nodded, a small motion that sent her braids swaying. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper, but in the noisy classroom it somehow reached him clearly. I'll take you there now. There are special arrangements for students above the silver level. Russell rose, noting the immediate attention from nearby students. Being singled out by Hazel was noteworthy. She rarely interacted directly with anyone if she could avoid it. He followed her from the classroom, aware of the eyes tracking their departure and the whispers that bloomed in their wake. The walk through Northgate University's halls was silent but not uncomfortable. Hazel moved with purpose, leading him through sections of the building he'd never explored. They passed the regular lecture halls, the administrative offices, even the specialized training rooms. Finally, she stopped at a set of double doors marked only with a number, 317. A teacher will be here soon, she said gently, gesturing toward the door. You can sit here for a while. A pause, then softer, I'll go back first. The speed of her retreat might have been insulting if Russell didn't understand her condition. Social interaction, even with someone she considered a junior brother, was draining for her. He pushed through the doors to find a lecture hall sized for perhaps 50 students, intimate by university standards. About 20 students were already present, scattered across the tiered seating in the universal pattern of people avoiding proximity to strangers. Russell's entrance caused a ripple of recognition. Whispers spread like wildfire. That's the new main member of the Battle Club, right? Yeah, the freshman who took down Grant. Is this true? So outrageous. Why would I lie to you? There were so many people watching. They say he carved a new canyon in the mountain. Bullshit. A freshman with that kind of power. My roommate was there. Says the girl he summoned was scarier than any demon he's seen. Russell kept his expression neutral as he found an empty section near the middle, not so far back as to seem aloof, not so far forward as to seem eager. The whispers continued, but he'd learned to treat background gossip as white noise. His gaze found Grant sitting in the front row, and he had to suppress a wince. The sophomore's expression could have curdled fresh milk. Being defeated was bad enough, but becoming a footnote in someone else's legend clearly stung worse. Grant stared straight ahead with the kind of intense focus that suggested he was imagining Russell's painful demise in vivid detail. After another 10 minutes of awkward waiting, the door opened to admit a middle-aged man who moved with the economy of someone who'd given this speech too many times. He took position at the front without preamble, sweeping the room with eyes that catalogued and dismissed in the same glance. "Okay, students, be quiet for a moment." His voice carried the kind of authority that came from experience rather than volume. The whispers died instantly. "This isn't the first time for everyone to attend a practical training class, so I won't waste any more time with nonsense." Russell appreciated the directness. Too many teachers loved the sound of their own voices. "If you want to form a team, please report to me first," the teacher continued. "If you don't, I will treat you as a lone ranger. Teams have advantages: shared resources, covering weaknesses, distributed risk. Solo operators have flexibility and don't have to share rewards. Choose based on your capabilities, not your ego." Most of the students immediately stood, gravitating toward pre-established groups or nervously approaching potential teammates. Russell remained seated, watching the social dynamics play out. Grant had 3 others with him, a balanced team from what he could sense. Other groups formed along friendship lines or complementary card types. Russell stayed put. First, he knew nobody here except Grant, who would rather eat glass than team with him. Second, and more importantly, he had confidence in his abilities. Arrogance alone was worth a full team, and his other cards provided excellent support. Adding teammates would just mean protecting liabilities. After 5 minutes of organization, the teacher looked at those remaining seated: Russell and 3 others who had the look of either extreme confidence or social anxiety. "Solo operators then," he said, making notes on his tablet. "Your choice, but remember the association takes no responsibility for your safety." His expression grew serious, the kind of look that suggested he was about to share something important. "Although this is just the final finishing work, please do not take it lightly. Last year, a gold-level demon had been seriously injured and hidden underground. When the students went in for routine cleanup, it recovered enough to attack. 3 dead, 7 seriously injured. The demon was eventually killed, but those students are still dead." The room's atmosphere shifted, excitement curdling into apprehension. Russell noticed several students unconsciously moving closer to their teammates. "The dimension you're entering has been cleared by association strike teams," the teacher continued. "But cleared doesn't mean safe. It means the major threats are gone. Emphasis on major. Wounded demons hide. Trap formations remain active. Environmental hazards don't care about your card level." He paused, ensuring his words sank in. "If something happens in the secret realm, no one will be responsible for you. You signed the relevant agreement when you applied for the card-making department. That wasn't academic boilerplate, it was a legal acknowledgement that this profession kills people." "Finally," he said, tone shifting back to professional, "pay attention to your safety. Public transportation is waiting outside. Move out." The students stood with noticeably less enthusiasm than they'd entered with. Reality had a way of dampening spirits. Russell joined the exodus, following the crowd through the university's gates to where a fleet of buses waited like steel beasts. The vehicles were clearly marked silver level, and one ominous black bus marked simply gold plus. Russell boarded the silver bus, finding it half empty. Most students were still bronze, with only a handful having broken through during their first year. He chose a window seat near the middle, settling in for what promised to be a long journey. The bus pulled away from campus with a diesel growl, joining a convoy of similar vehicles all heading for the same destination. Hours later, the landscape had transformed completely. The urban sprawl of Northgate gave way to farmland, then wilderness, then something altogether more ominous. Rain had started 2 hours into the journey, not a gentle shower but a persistent downpour that turned the world into an impressionist painting. Through the water-streaked window, Russell caught glimpses of their destination. Mountains loomed through the mist, their peaks lost in low-hanging clouds. Scattered across the visible slopes were structures or what remained of them. Houses, perhaps temples, built in architectural styles that seemed subtly wrong to modern eyes. Most had partially collapsed, victims of either battle or time. The bus's interior had grown quiet as they approached. Even the most boisterous students felt the weight of the atmosphere. This wasn't a training ground or controlled environment, this was a wound in reality that had been forcibly held open, its native defenders crushed but not eliminated. Inside one of the crumbling houses, water dripped through gaps in the roof, creating a steady rhythm that had long since faded into background noise. The room might once have been grand, traces of faded murals were still visible on the walls, depicting scenes of a world that no longer existed. On a bed that had seen better centuries, an old man lay propped against moldy cushions. His breathing was labored, each inhalation a conscious effort. Beside him knelt a younger man, perhaps 30, with the kind of nervous energy that suggested bad news barely contained. "Ancestor," the young man said, his voice carefully respectful despite the urgency burning in his eyes. "The offensive of the card makers seems to have weakened a lot recently." The old man's cough was wet, bringing up something dark that he discreetly wiped away. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of ages and the bitter knowledge of defeat. "We are just one secret realm." The words came slowly, each one considered. "The people outside are a whole world. How can we possibly win with a war of attrition?" His cloudy eyes found the younger man's face, seeing not just him but all the dead they represented. "The major forces in our world have all been crippled. The remaining ones are old, weak, and sick like me. We are not defenders anymore, we are remnants, waiting for the end." Bitterness flashed across the young man's features, his hands clenching into fists. "Ancestor, what should we do next? Surely there must be something." The old man struggled to sit up straighter, brittle bones protesting the movement. "The underground secret room we prepared before the invasion, it should not have been discovered yet. The wards were set to hide from their detection methods. Notify the remaining people in the tribe," he continued, each word an effort. "Move all important items inside. Sacred texts, bloodline stones, anything that carries our history. Then hide. Not for days or weeks, prepare for years if necessary." The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken truths. They both knew hiding was just delaying the inevitable, but what else remained? "It's hateful," the young man finally burst out, voice cracking with suppressed rage. "If we hadn't been captured, pulled into this cursed existence, how could our tribe be so humiliated? We were kings in our world." The old man's gaze sharpened, cloudy eyes suddenly focused with alarming intensity. "Be careful with your words." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Shadows that had been still suddenly writhed, and for a moment, something vast and terrible seemed to press against the boundaries of reality. "Don't think that he can't control you after he has descended," the old man continued, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "We are all just his pawns. Every one of us who survived the translation, from the mightiest lord to the smallest child. Pawns don't get to complain about the game." The young man shuddered, face paling as he remembered truths better left forgotten. "I am sorry for what I said, ancestor. I will make the arrangements right away." He fled the room with undisguised haste, leaving the old man alone with the dripping water and the weight of secrets that would die with him. Outside, thunder rolled across the mountains, and something that wasn't quite laughter echoed from the depths of the realm. The bus's brakes hissed as they finally arrived at their destination. Through the rain-lashed windows, Russell got his first clear look at what the association considered a secured entry point. The base was a fortress in all but name. Concrete walls 5 meters thick formed the outer perimeter, topped with crystalline formations that hummed with lethal energy. Guard towers rose at regular intervals, each manned by figures that didn't move like bronze-level card makers. The very air felt heavy with overlapping defensive fields. As they disembarked, Russell's enhanced senses immediately catalogued the security. Dozens of silver-level signatures at the checkpoints alone, their presence a constant pressure against his awareness. But deeper in the base, behind multiple layers of shielding, he sensed something else. Presences that his silver-level perception couldn't properly quantify. They registered as absences rather than sources, holes in reality where power had grown too dense to comprehend. Gold level at minimum, Russell thought. Maybe stronger. His tentative probe in that direction was immediately met with warning pressure, not hostile, but firmly discouraging. Like a hand on his shoulder suggesting he look elsewhere. Russell withdrew his senses quickly. Message received. Some things weren't meant to be investigated by students. A man in association combat gear stood before their group, rain running off his enchanted coat without seeming to touch him. His bearing suggested military experience adapted for supernatural threats, straight-backed but ready to move, eyes that never quite stopped scanning for danger. The mission and map should have been sent to your mobile phones, he announced without preamble. Russell pulled out his device, finding the message waiting. Mission: clear out the silver-level monsters in the designated area. Attachment: topographical map with marked zones. The map showed a section of the mountain ruins, their assigned area highlighted in red. It looked deceptively small until Russell noted the scale. Their small section covered about 5 square kilometers of hostile territory. Seeing that the students had absorbed their assignments, the man's expression grew deadly serious. Now, start the mission. The gates ground open with a sound like grinding bones, revealing the rain-shrouded realm beyond. Russell took a deep breath. Time to work. End of chapter 119. Guys, I have uploaded a new FIC. It's Marvel x Final Fantasy. Please give it a try. Reach 1000 power stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, Enter. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The rain drummed against Russell's phone screen as he opened the mission attachment, water droplets distorting the display before the device's protective enchantments kicked in. What loaded wasn't the crude sketch he'd expected from a military operation, but something that made him whistle softly in appreciation. The map floated above his phone in full holographic glory, every contour and elevation rendered in exquisite detail. Mountains rose from the display in miniature, complete with wisps of fog clinging to their peaks. Forests showed individual tree types, streams carved realistic paths through valleys, and structures those crumbling remnants of another world stood out in weathered detail. I wonder what kind of card was used to make this, Russell thought, rotating the projection with careful finger movements. The level of accuracy suggested either aerial reconnaissance by a specialized flying card or, more likely, a card maker with unique surveying abilities. He could make out individual boulders, fallen trees, even what appeared to be game trails threading through the undergrowth. His assigned section pulsed with a soft red glow, drawing his attention to the northwestern quadrant. The area covered roughly 5 square kilometers of mixed terrain, primarily dense forest interspersed with rocky outcroppings and a few clearings. Not the worst draw, but far from ideal. Forests, hey! Russell murmured, zooming in for a closer look. The trees appeared to be a mix of deciduous and evergreen, creating a canopy so thick that the map couldn't penetrate to show the forest floor in some areas. Perfect for ambushes, difficult for aerial reconnaissance, and absolutely crawling with places for monsters to hide. Luckily I went to ask my animal friends for some gene modules, he said with a grin that would have looked disturbingly predatory to any observer. The keen sense of smell module from the bear would be invaluable in the dense undergrowth, where sight lines were measured in meters rather than kilometers. He tapped the red zone, causing an information panel to materialize. The data that scrolled past made his eyebrows rise with interest. Zone 7B, Forest/Mountain. Primary terrain, 70% dense forest, 20% rocky slopes, 10% clearings. Elevation range, 800 to 1,400 meters. Known threats, silver-level monsters, variety pack. Environmental hazards, steep drops, unstable footing, limited visibility. Special notes, high biodiversity. Creatures exhibit characteristics similar to Blue Star mythology. Expect familiar forms with unfamiliar capabilities. The monsters here are like the monsters from the legends of Blue Star. Russell read aloud, intrigued. And there are all kinds of animals. Okay. This was actually better than he'd hoped. Unlike the monotonous welfare realms where you might find only one or two species endlessly repeated, this promised variety. Different monsters meant different materials, different challenges, and most importantly for his current needs different gene modules for arrogance to sample. The map showed several points of interest within his zone, a waterfall that could mask sound, providing cover for approach or ambush, a series of caves that the survey hadn't fully penetrated, marked with warning symbols, and what appeared to be the ruins of a small shrine or watchtower at the highest elevation. He was memorizing the terrain. Always know your battlefield when his phone buzzed with an incoming message. The notification showed it was from a loving family, the group chat for his master's disciples that had been silent since his introduction. Russell almost ignored it, but curiosity won out. He opened the chat to find it suddenly exploding with activity. Felix, I finally came out of the secret realm. Long time no see, everyone. Felix, have my senior brother and second senior sister come out yet? Felix, junior sister, why don't you speak? You really need to change your temper. Learn more from me. Felix, teacher, have you accepted a new disciple? Felix, welcome, junior brother. Throwing_flowers.jpg. The messages came so fast the screen could barely keep up, each one appearing before anyone could possibly have responded to the previous one. Russell's eye twitched as he watched the cascade of text. This senior brother was the complete opposite of Hazel's painful shyness. Where she could barely manage a word in person, Felix seemed incapable of stopping. A complete social terrorist, Russell diagnosed, watching more messages pile up. Based on the casual way Felix addressed everyone and the order of his questions, this had to be the third disciple. The energetic middle child of their strange little family. Russell, hello, third senior brother. Please take care of me in the future. His response was immediately buried under another wave. Felix, hey, you're too polite. We are all family from now on. If you have any trouble, just tell me directly. Felix, let me tell you, my exploration of the secret realm this time was really something else. Felix, I feel that the recent secret realms are much more dangerous than before. The diversity and complexity of the monsters' abilities have greatly increased. Felix, I heard that several of the emerald level card makers who went in with me were killed. Felix, fortunately, that secret realm has been completely cleared now. Russell's eyes sharpened as he processed the information hidden in Felix's rambling. Emerald level card makers dying meant this was a high-tier realm, probably emerald or even diamond level. And completely cleared rather than controlled suggested total extermination, something only done for realms too dangerous to leave active. He must be stationed on the coast or in the north, Russell deduced. Those were the hot zones where new high-level realms appeared most frequently, requiring immediate and decisive response. His cheerful senior brother was on the true front lines, where one mistake meant death. Felix, why is no one speaking? Felix, is anyone else watching? Hazel, I'm here. The simple two-word response from Hazel probably represented enormous effort on her part. Russell could imagine her agonizing over even that much interaction. Russell, I'm about to enter the secret realm for training, so I won't talk for now, third senior brother. Felix, okay, little junior brother, be careful. But after all, my junior sister is not the youngest anymore. Russell closed the app before the conversation could continue, suddenly aware that he was the only student still standing at the entrance. While he'd been absorbed in maps and messages, everyone else had already entered the realm. The rain had cleared the staging area of all but essential personnel. The man in charge, the same one who'd briefed them, approached with measured steps. His expression was carefully neutral, but Russell caught the assessment in his eyes. Testing for weakness, for second thoughts. Are you scared? The question came with surprising gentleness. If you are, it's not too late to quit now. I won't hold you responsible, but you won't be able to participate in any more practical training classes. It was a genuine offer, Russell realized. Not mockery but actual concern. How many students had frozen at this threshold, suddenly understanding the difference between classroom theory and stepping into hostile territory. Russell offered an apologetic smile, holding up his phone. I was just replying to a message. Sorry for the delay. The man's expression shifted surprise, perhaps a touch of amusement. Texting before entering a potentially lethal situation. Very Generation Z of you. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the portal. Try to keep your priorities straighter inside. With a final nod, Russell stepped through the dimensional boundary. The transition hit like diving into cold water. One moment he stood in the secured staging area with its clean concrete and humming defensive arrays. The next, he was in another world entirely, where the very air tasted different. The rain here wasn't the same rain that fell on Earth. It was heavier somehow, each drop carrying a weight beyond mere water. It hammered down from clouds so dark they seemed to swallow light, turning day into perpetual twilight. The sound was overwhelming, not just the impact of water on leaves and stone, but an underlying resonance that suggested this rain had been falling for a very long time. Russell stood still for a moment, letting his senses adjust. The forest pressed in on all sides, ancient trees whose species he couldn't immediately identify. Their bark was darker than it should be, shot through with veins of something that might have been metal or crystallized sap. The leaves, barely visible in the dimness, seemed to move independently of the wind. I thought there was something special about this rain, he mused, extending his senses carefully. In a realm born from another world's death throes, even weather could be weaponized. But after careful examination, he found it was just rain, albeit rain that had perhaps absorbed some essential wrongness from its environment. Around him, other students were making their own adjustments to the hostile environment. Through the trees, he could see groups huddling together, checking equipment, psyching themselves up for what lay ahead. Solo operators stood apart, already planning their routes. Not far away, Grant stood with his 3 teammates under what minimal shelter a large tree provided. Water still found them, running in rivulets down their rain gear, but it was better than standing in the open. What do you mean, we wait here until the rain stops? Malik, his second in command, asked with barely concealed frustration. Water had somehow found its way inside his collar, creating a miserable trickle down his spine. Grant studied the downpour, professional assessment overriding personal comfort. Visibility was down to maybe 30 meters, less in the deeper forest. The rain would mask sound, making it nearly impossible to hear approaching threats. Every surface would be slick, turning simple movement into a hazard. We don't know how long we'll have to wait here, Grant decided, shaking his head. Water flew from his hair in a spray that made his teammates step back. If we delay, something bad could happen. The longer we stay in one place, the more likely something notices us. Let's head to the target area as soon as possible. His teammates nodded, though not without reluctance. They trusted Grant's experience. He'd successfully completed 3 practical training missions already, more than most sophomores. Speaking of which, Chen, their scout specialist, said while peering through the rain, "Where is the freshman who replaced you on the main team? I can't see him. Did he get scared and quit?" The question hung in the air. Grant's expression remained carefully neutral, though his jaw tightened slightly. The defeat still stung, not just losing, but how easily he'd been overwhelmed. Anohana's transformation from healer to killer had shattered his worldview about card categories. If you want to become a powerful card maker, you have to take this step, Grant said, voice steady despite the turmoil beneath. I don't think someone who is afraid of a simple silver-level secret realm could have defeated me. It was a mature response, giving credit where due even though it burned to do so. Character growth through adversity: either it forged you stronger or broke you entirely. Movement at the edge of the clearing caught his eye. Through the rain, he spotted a familiar figure: Russell, standing alone, apparently studying something on his phone with intense concentration. Chen whistled low. It seems that he's traveling alone. I heard this is his first practical training class, right? Is that too dangerous? Grant couldn't help but fall silent. The question touched on something he'd been trying not to think about. Arena combat and realm survival were completely different beasts. In the arena, defeat meant humiliation. In a realm, it meant death. Even he had found his first training terrifying, and he'd had an experienced team guiding him. The seemingly endless forests, the constant paranoia about what lurked in shadows, the way exhaustion crept up until mistakes became inevitable. It was a crucible that broke many promising card makers. Let's do our own thing first, Grant finally said, motioning his team to move out. Geniuses like him will definitely have no problem staying alive. Completing the mission, however, he added silently, is another matter entirely. As they departed, Grant caught one last glimpse of Russell through the trees. Whatever happened next, it would be educational for everyone involved. Russell stood in the rain, feeling the water run off Arrogance's protective layer like oil. He'd extended his mental senses in a careful grid pattern, mapping the immediate area and checking for threats. The rain was mundane, if oppressive. The trees were just trees, if unnaturally dark. No immediate monsters registered within his detection range. Satisfied with his preliminary reconnaissance, he pulled out his phone one more time. The GPS function still worked. Apparently dimensional boundaries didn't block satellite signals, though how that worked hurt to think about. His position showed clearly, 2 kilometers from his assigned zone, with difficult terrain between here and there. Time to move. Russell took a deep breath, tasting rain and alien air, then let arrogance flow outward. The effect on nearby students was immediate and dramatic. What the fuck? Is that a monster? Here? Already? No, wait, I think that's oh shit, that's a student. That's Russell. The freshman who? Holy mother of. Russell ignored the gasps, curses, and at least one scream. He had more important things to focus on. Reaching into Arrogance's genetic memory, he switched to the pointed wings module. The transformation was still disturbing to watch his back split open with wet, organic sounds as wings emerged. Not the feathered beauty of angels or even the membrane elegance of bats, but something altogether more alien. Flesh stretched over modified bone structures, surfaces that could shift texture for optimal aerodynamics. The wings spread wide, showering nearby students with rain and less identifiable fluids. Someone definitely threw up. Without warning or farewell, Russell launched himself skyward. The takeoff cracked the ground beneath him, sending mud spraying in all directions. One moment he was there, the next he was a shrinking figure against the storm clouds, leaving behind only shocked faces and a perfectly foot-shaped crater. His departure left a white trail through the rainwater, vaporizing from the speed of his passage. In seconds, he was gone, swallowed by the storm and the endless forest beyond. Behind him, the entrance area buzzed with excited conversation. Did you see that thing? Is that even legal? Can we transform like that? I'm rethinking my card choices. We're supposed to hunt monsters, not become them. Anyone else feeling really inadequate right now? End of chapter 120. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, It Disappeared. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. The black and red silhouette passed through the air, dragging a long wake of vaporized rain behind it. Each stroke carrying him hundreds of meters through the storm-darkened sky. The pocket dimension below blurred into an impressionist painting of greens and greys, details lost to speed and distance. The rain is starting to get lighter, Russell observed, feeling the change in impact against Arrogance's protective shell. What had been a hammering assault when he'd first entered the dimension had gradually diminished to a persistent drizzle. His internal clock had given up trying to track time in this place where noon looked like dusk and the sky never changed. Minutes? Hours? The flight blended together into a single extended moment of motion. The only constants were the rhythmic beat of his wings and the gradually shifting terrain below. We're almost there. The confirmation came as much from instinct as from navigation. He'd passed over several interesting sights during the journey: a crystalline lake that glowed with its own inner light, a forest where the trees grew in perfect spirals, ruins that looked almost Roman except for the disturbing number of skull motifs. But none had interfered with his passage. At first, Russell had tensed each time he flew over a demon encampment, expecting aerial pursuit or at least some form of challenge. Instead, he'd been ignored completely. Some creatures had looked up as his shadow passed over, but none had done more than watch. Do they think I'm one of them? He wondered, glancing down at Arrogance's monstrous form. The symbiote's appearance, all writhing darkness and predatory angles, certainly fit the local aesthetic. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. He was flying at nearly 300 km per hour, by the time most ground-bound demons registered his presence, he was already a distant memory. The terrain below began its transformation from the relatively flat entry zones to something more dramatic. Plains gave way to foothills, foothills to proper mountains. Geology thrust skyward, clothed in forests that looked black even in daylight. This was his assigned territory, a vertical maze of stone and wood. Russell spread his wings wide, catching an updraft to hover stationary. The maneuver looked effortless but required precise control: too much angle and he'd shoot upward, too little and he'd stall. Arrogance had learned the physics of flight remarkably quickly, turning instinct into expertise. Pulling out his phone with one massive clawed hand required delicate movements. The device looked absurdly small in Arrogance's grip, like a toy phone made for dolls. But the protective case held, and the screen responded to his careful taps. The 3D map materialized above the device, showing his position as a pulsing red dot. He was right on the edge of his assigned zone, the boundary marked by a ridge line that ran north-south like a natural wall. Time to get specific about his targets. Let me see where the nearest demon gathering place is, Russell muttered, zooming in on the marked locations. The association's intelligence had identified several probable strongholds based on aerial reconnaissance and previous missions. He expected to see 3 or 4 red markers indicating enemy positions. Instead, he found one. Hey! There is only one demon force in this entire area. Russell scratched his head, a gesture that looked disturbingly alien when performed by Arrogance's clawed appendage. He'd been mentally preparing for a marathon of battles, systematically clearing nest after nest of monsters. His assigned area was large enough to support multiple demon groups, especially with the diverse terrain providing natural boundaries. But the map showed a single concentration of enemies, marked at the highest elevation in his zone. Everything else was tagged as wildlife, non-threatening, or simply unmarked wilderness. It must be because of me, he reasoned after a moment's thought. They didn't assign me to an area with more monsters. It made sense from a safety perspective. He was operating solo, without backup or support. One strong demon group was a manageable challenge. Multiple groups meant the risk of being caught between forces, of exhaustion making him vulnerable. The association might push students, but they weren't trying to get them killed. Or at least, not obviously. Having identified his target, Russell angled his wings and accelerated again. The mountain peaks ahead grew rapidly, transforming from distant shadows to looming monoliths. As he drew closer, distinctive features became visible, and one in particular made him slow his approach. Several peaks had been edited. Where there should have been normal mountain tops were instead perfectly flat platforms, as if God had taken a cosmic sword and simply removed the upper portions. The cuts were too clean to be natural, too uniform to be old. This was recent work, geologically speaking. Russell glanced at the unfortunate, decapitated hills with interest. The scale of destruction was impressive. Each platform was hundreds of meters across, the missing material simply gone rather than scattered as debris. Lily's Caliban could probably do that, he mused, thinking of Artoria's devastating light attack. One full power release could carve through stone like butter, leaving similar geometric devastation. But to do this to multiple peaks suggested either repeated attacks or the card maker who worked here before must have been above the gold level. The thought sobered him immediately. If gold level card makers had been required for the initial clearing, what did that say about the demons that had lived here? Even weakened, even reduced to remnants, a gold level threat was still exactly that, a threat that could kill him without effort if he got careless. I still have to be careful, Russell decided, beginning his descent toward the central peak. Rather than announcing his presence with a direct assault on the summit, he chose a landing spot halfway up the mountain. A small clearing, probably created by a landslide, provided just enough space. His landing with soft arrogance had become quite skilled at controlling their combined mass. The wings folded and retracted, disappearing into his back with wet sounds that would have been disturbing if he hadn't grown used to them. In their place, arrogance shifted its external appearance, adding textures and patterns that would help break up his outline among the trees. Not true invisibility, but excellent camouflage for someone paying attention. The climb began carefully. Despite his power, Russell moved like a hunter stalking prey or prey avoiding hunters. Each footstep was placed with deliberation, avoiding loose rocks that might tumble and give away his position. His enhanced senses swept the area constantly, tasting the air for demon scent, listening for heartbeats or breathing. The forest here was wrong in ways that went beyond the obvious. The trees grew too straight, too uniform, like soldiers at attention. Their bark was the color of dried blood, and their leaves whispered without any wind to move them. Occasionally, he passed clearings where nothing grew at all, perfect circles of dead earth that radiated lingering malevolence. His magical energy extended outward like invisible tentacles, probing carefully for any sign of life. Demons had their own magical signatures, usually a wrongness that registered to properly trained senses. But as he climbed higher, approaching what the map indicated should be a major settlement, he found nothing. No guards. No patrols. No ambient life signs that would indicate a population going about its daily business. Finally, the trees thinned and structures became visible. Russell paused at the forest edge, using a massive trunk for cover while he observed. What he saw made him frown behind arrogance's protection. How come half of it has collapsed? The demon settlement, for that's clearly what it had been, showed signs of recent catastrophe. Buildings that might once have been elegant in an alien way were now broken ruins. Walls had fallen inward or outward with equal violence. Roofs had caved in or been blown entirely away. The architecture that remained suggested a style unlike anything from Earth. Too many angles, doorways shaped for bodies that weren't quite human, windows placed seemingly at random. But it wasn't old damage. The exposed breaks in stone and wood looked fresh, without the weathering that time would have brought. Whatever had happened here had happened recently, weeks or months, not years. And why are there no living creatures? That was the truly disturbing part. Ruins should have life, scavengers picking through debris, small creatures making nests in abandoned structures, plants beginning to reclaim what civilization had abandoned. Instead, the settlement felt sterile. Dead in a way that went beyond mere abandonment. Russell made a decision. Moving with increased caution, he approached the nearest intact structure. The door, a weirdly curved thing that hurt to look at directly, stood slightly ajar. He pushed it open with one clawed hand, ready to leap back at the first sign of danger. Inside was chaos. Furniture, or what he assumed was furniture given the alien aesthetics, lay overturned. Storage containers had been opened and their contents scattered. Personal items littered the floor in patterns that suggested hurried packing rather than looting. "There's no dust," Russell noted, kneeling to examine the scene more closely. His enhanced vision could pick out minute details, and what he saw confirmed his growing suspicions. No dust accumulation meant recent activity. Scratches on the floor were sharp-edged, not worn smooth. Liquid stains he didn't want to know what hadn't fully dried. That means there were demons living here not long ago. Days, perhaps. A week at the outside. But where had they gone? He conducted a thorough search of the building, checking every room, every container that might hold clues. The architecture became more disturbing the deeper he went. Rooms with no purpose he could understand, corridors that seemed to loop back on themselves, a basement that somehow had windows looking out onto vistas that didn't match the outside terrain. But no demons. No bodies. No signs of violence beyond the structural damage. Let's go to the center, Russell decided after emerging from the building. Whatever had happened here, the answers would most likely be found at the heart of the settlement. But first, precautions. This whole situation screamed trap in letters large enough to be seen from orbit. Russell summoned his full roster, cards materializing in flashes of light. Nami appeared with her Clipchamp already extended, eyes scanning for threats. Luffy bounced on his heels, ready for action. Yoriaki's hand rested on his sword hilt with casual readiness. Anohana surveyed the ruins with the clinical interest of someone who'd seen worse. If we're going to be discovered, it would be better to be prepared, Russell explained to his cards. They couldn't respond verbally, but he felt their understanding through their bonds. If you can beat them, fight. If you can't, run away. The thought came with gallows humor. 24 hours later, another hero is born. But even with his full team deployed, the journey to the settlement's center encountered no resistance. They passed through what might have been a market square, stalls overturned but no goods remaining. A building that could have been a temple or courthouse stood with its doors wide open, revealing an interior stripped of everything portable. The central plaza, when they finally reached it, was the largest open space in the settlement. Paved with stones that formed a disturbing pattern when viewed as a whole, it could have held hundreds of demons for gatherings or ceremonies. Now it held only silence. That's strange. Where have all the demons gone? Did they run? It seemed the only logical explanation, but it raised more questions than it answered. Why flee from a fortified position? What could have scared an entire population into abandoning their homes? And most importantly, where could they have gone? Russell switched Arrogance's modules, replacing pointed wings with keen sense of smell. The change was internal but significant. Suddenly the world exploded with scent information. Every surface told a story through the molecules clinging to it. Or it would have, under normal circumstances. Damn, Russell muttered as the enhanced nose delivered disappointing news. The heavy rain that had been falling when he entered the realm had done its work too well. Scent trails that might have revealed the demon's escape route had been washed away, leaving only the petroleum smell of wet stone and the green scent of rain-soaked vegetation. This is going to be difficult. Standing in the empty plaza with his cards arrayed around him, Russell considered his options. He could return to the entrance and report the situation, the safe, sensible choice that would fulfill his basic obligation. Or he could investigate further, try to solve the mystery of the vanishing demons. The safe choice had never been his style. I don't believe that a large-scale evacuation would leave no trace at all, he declared to the empty settlement. First, eliminate the impossible. The demons hadn't fled toward the realm entrance. That would have been suicide, running straight into association forces. That left 3 cardinal directions, each with its own terrain challenges and possibilities. Russell launched himself skyward again, this time flying a search pattern rather than a direct route. He started with an expanding spiral centered on the settlement, eyes scanning for any sign of mass movement, trampled vegetation, improvised paths, discarded items from hurried flight. Miles away, Grant and his team had their own mysteries to solve. The village they'd discovered squatted in a valley like a toad made of wood and stone. It should have been picturesque traditional architecture that suggested the realm's inhabitants had once had culture, art, things beyond mere survival. Instead, it radiated wrongness like heat from a fever patient. "Be careful," Grant warned, raising a closed fist to halt his team's advance. "This place doesn't feel right to me." They'd been moving through the forest for 2 hours, following game trails and demon paths marked on their maps. The village wasn't on any official survey. They'd stumbled across it while teetering around a ravine. That alone made it suspicious. The association's aerial reconnaissance was thorough. Missing an entire village suggested either very recent construction or active concealment. "Grant, what did you find?" Malik asked, tension creeping into his voice. His water-type cards were already half-manifested, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Grant studied the 2 quiet buildings, the empty windows that looked like dead eyes, the complete absence of movement in what should have been a living community. Even abandoned places had birds, insects, some sign of life carrying on. This felt like a held breath, like the moment before ambush. "I just feel that the atmosphere here is not right," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. Intuition was hard to explain, but his team had learned to trust his instincts. It's always better to be careful. His teammates naturally would not blame him for excessive caution. In a place like this, paranoia was a survival trait. The association lost more card makers to overconfidence than to any specific threat. "Let's go into the village and take a look," Grant decided. "But stay in formation. Chen, keep those detection cards ready. Malik, I want water barriers on standby. Lisa, watch our backs. I don't want anything sneaking up while we're focused forward." They moved into the village like professionals, which they were rapidly becoming. Each practical training session added experience, burned away amateur mistakes. Those who survived learned. Those who didn't became cautionary tales. The first building they checked had been a home. Grant could tell from the layout sleeping areas, food preparation, personal touches that suggested lives lived rather than mere existence. But like Russell's discovery miles away, everything portable was gone. Only furniture too large to move easily remained. "They packed," Chen reported, crouched near what might have been a storage area. "Look at these marks. Something heavy was dragged out recently." Grant nodded, pieces of a puzzle forming in his mind. Mass evacuation. Planned rather than panicked. But why? Back in his assigned area, Russell's aerial search had produced frustrating results. He'd covered every square meter of his zone, flying low enough to spot individual footprints had any existed. The rain had been thorough in its erasure. 3 hours of systematic searching had revealed exactly nothing. How can so many monsters run so fast? The question bothered him more the longer he thought about it. He'd seen the scattered debris in buildings, evidence of hasty packing. This hadn't been a planned, orderly withdrawal. Something had triggered rapid evacuation, but apparently not so rapid they couldn't take everything valuable. And logistics mattered. Moving dozens or hundreds of individuals, especially with possessions, should have left traces even rain couldn't completely erase. Broken branches from off-path travel. Discarded items from those who packed too much. Latrine sites from necessary stops. Unless... Russell turned his gaze back toward the settlement, now a distant cluster of shapes on the mountain. Something nagged at him, a detail his conscious mind hadn't quite processed. "Give it a try, Captain Anohana." His cards had remained manifested, following his aerial search from the ground with impressive endurance. At his words, Anohana stepped forward, already understanding what he needed. Her voice rose in the measured cadence of spell incantation, each word precisely pronounced: "The heart of the south, the eye of the north, the fingertip of the west, the heel of the east, gather with the wind, and disperse with the rain." Power gathered around her, invisible to normal sight but clear to Russell's enhanced senses. The very air seemed to thicken, reality bending to accommodate the spell's demands. Bakud number 58, Kakushitsujaku. The seeking spell burst outward in an expanding sphere, racing through air and stone with equal ease. It was a detection technique, designed to locate magical signatures at distance. Within moments, information flooded back. Anohana's serene expression shifted minutely what passed for surprise on her carefully controlled features. She turned to Russell, delivering her findings in the same calm tone. Underground. I sense a lot of magical pressure reactions. It's just a little far from us. The revelation hit Russell like a physical blow. Of course. Of course. Sure enough, he breathed, pieces falling into place with almost audible clicks. His extensive search had noticed one crucial detail: the complete absence of valuable items in any building. No food stores. No weapons. No ritual objects or whatever demons considered precious. A panicked flight should have meant abandonment of heavy goods. An orderly withdrawal would have left obvious trails. But what if they'd never left at all? They're still here, Russell said, grinning behind arrogance's protection. They just went down instead of out. It explained everything. The hasty packing not for travel but for underground survival. The lack of trails because they'd only moved vertically. The stripped buildings because they'd taken everything below. This group of demons had hidden themselves underground, probably in prepared shelters. Whether from Russell specifically or from association forces in general didn't matter. What mattered was that his targets were still in his zone, just playing the world's most dangerous game of hide-and-seek. So now, Russell said, already moving back toward the settlement with renewed purpose, what I need to do is find the entrance to this underground hideout. The hunt had just become far more interesting. End of chapter 121. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, at their most vulnerable. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Let's look for it first. Russell stood in the abandoned settlement's central plaza, turning in a slow circle as he considered the problem. Somewhere beneath his feet, dozens perhaps hundreds of demons huddled in what they thought was safety. The entrance to their refuge had to be nearby, but where? For the next hour, he and his summoned cards conducted a systematic search that would have made professional archaeologists proud. They checked every building, examined every suspicious pile of rubble, investigated every shadow that might conceal a hidden passage. Nami used her weather sensitivity to detect unusual air currents that might indicate ventilation shafts. Luffy's rubber body squeezed into spaces too small for normal exploration. Yoriaki's blade probed suspicious sections of walls and floors. Nothing. The demons had hidden their escape route too well for conventional searching methods to uncover. Russell's frustration grew with each fruitless minute. The entrance could be anywhere, concealed by illusion, hidden beneath a perfectly fitted stone, or even sealed behind a wall they'd built after entering. This really isn't working. Russell recalled his cards with a gesture, their forms dissolving into motes of light that returned to him. He needed a different approach, and fortunately, arrogance had options. The symbiote shifted at his mental command, accessing a gene module he'd acquired during yesterday's harvesting expedition in the Grey Ridge Mountains. The Master Digger module came from a creature that had resembled a mole crossed with a badger, ugly as sin but supremely adapted for underground life. Russell watched with mixed fascination and disgust as arrogance transformed his hands. Fingers elongated and thickened, nails becoming curved claws designed to tear through earth and stone with equal ease. The muscles in his arms reconfigured for digging leverage. Even his shoulders broadened to provide better anchoring for the excavation motion. I had originally thought it was a funny, useless module, Russell mused, flexing his new claws. They scraped against stone with a sound like fingernails on chalkboard, leaving shallow grooves. But I hadn't expected it might actually be used here. The irony wasn't lost on him. Of all the combat-focused modules he'd collected, enhanced strength, improved reflexes, natural weapons, it was the utility option that proved most valuable. There was probably a lesson in that, but Russell was too focused on the immediate problem to philosophize. In the end, he sighed, the sound strange coming from Arrogance's altered vocal cords. If there's no other choice, we can only see if we can just dig a hole to get in. But not just any hole. Russell might be frustrated, but he wasn't stupid. Digging straight down would deposit him directly in the middle of the demon population, not exactly conducive to stealth or survival. He needed intelligence on their layout, numbers, and disposition before making any dramatic entrances. He recalled most of his cards, keeping only Anohana manifested. Her serene presence was a calming influence on his frayed patience. "Anohana," he said, "I have to trouble you again." She inclined her head slightly, already understanding what he needed. Her hands moved through the precise gestures of spell preparation, magical energy gathering around her like invisible silk. Bakud number 58, Kakushitsujaku. The detection spell pulsed outward for the second time, but now with more specific parameters. Rather than just confirming presence, Anohana was mapping the underground space, determining depth, layout, and concentration of magical signatures. The process took several minutes of intense concentration. Russell watched her face for any sign of what she was discovering, but Anohana's expression remained as placid as a mountain lake. Finally, she opened her eyes and turned to him. "I have roughly determined their location," she reported in her soft voice. "They should be halfway up the mountain. The space is extensive, multiple chambers connected by passages. The greatest concentration of signatures is toward the center, with smaller groups scattered throughout." Russell nodded, mental gears already turning. A distributed population made sense for underground living. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. It also meant he could potentially infiltrate a less populated area without immediately alerting the entire colony. "Show me," he requested. Anohana gestured, and he followed her down the mountain slope. They moved carefully, avoiding loose stones that might tumble and announce their presence. The forest grew denser as they descended, the twisted trees pressing close enough that their branches formed a canopy blocking what little light filtered through the dimension's perpetual clouds. Finally, Anohana stopped at an unremarkable section of the mountainside. To Russell's eyes, it looked identical to every other moss-covered rock face they'd passed. But he trusted her judgment implicitly. "Here," she said, placing one delicate hand against the stone. "Beyond this point, approximately 30 meters horizontal distance, the signatures begin. This is as far from their center as we can start while still accessing their space." "Perfect." Russell dismissed her with a grateful nod. "Thank you for your help." Alone now except for Arrogance, Russell examined his chosen entry point more carefully. The rock here was granite hard but not impossibly so. Natural fissures in the stone would help guide his excavation. Most importantly, they were on the opposite side of the mountain from the abandoned settlement, meaning any noise he made would be directed away from demon ears. "Ready, partner?" he asked the symbiote. Arrogance's response was to sharpen their claws further, adding a serrated edge that would help break apart stone more efficiently. "Let's do it." Rather than maintain direct control during the laborious digging process, Russell made a tactical decision. He handed over their body's operation to Arrogance, then settled his consciousness into a meditative state. This was one of the great advantages of having a symbiote partner. He could rest and recover while Arrogance handled the physical labor. The excavation began with careful precision. Despite their enhanced strength, digging through solid rock was no simple matter. Each claw strike had to be placed perfectly to exploit natural weaknesses in the stone. Too much force risked creating vibrations that might alert their quarry. Too little meant wasted effort. Arrogance worked with patience, carving out a tunnel just large enough for their enhanced form to move through comfortably. The excavated stone was packed into the tunnel walls rather than removed, no point leaving an obvious pile of debris outside their entrance. Time lost meaning in the darkness of their growing tunnel. Russell floated in meditation, occasionally surfacing to check progress before sinking back into restful trance. He trusted Arrogance completely for this task. Hours passed. or perhaps minutes time moved strangely in the belly of a mountain. Russell existed in a pleasant twilight state, aware but not actively thinking, present but not engaged. Then Arrogance's voice echoed through their shared consciousness, rough as sandpaper but tinged with satisfaction, "Russell. We should be almost through." Russell opened his eyes when had he closed them? And resumed active control. The transition was seamless, like stepping back into a well-worn coat. He found himself at the end of a tunnel that stretched back into darkness, their enhanced vision showing every chisel mark and stress fracture in the walls. Before him, the rock had thinned to a mere hand's breadth. Hairline cracks let through the faintest illumination, not daylight, which didn't exist in this dimension, but something artificial. Torchlight, perhaps, or some form of magical illumination. Russell glanced back down the tunnel they'd created. It curved slightly, following the mountain's natural contours. At least 50 meters of solid rock separated them from the outside world. They'd literally carved their way into the enemy's stronghold. "Thank you for your hard work, Arrogance," he said softly, meaning every word. The symbiote had labored for hours without complaint, turning an impossible task into merely difficult. Russell extended his magical senses with extreme care, trying to get a read on what awaited beyond that thin barrier of stone. He expected to feel the hollow space of a cavern, perhaps the movement of bodies, the flicker of demon auras. Nothing. He frowned, pushing his senses harder while still maintaining stealth. Still nothing. According to his magical perception, there was nothing but solid mountain on the other side of that wall. Yet his eyes could see light seeping through cracks, and Anohana's spell had confirmed presence beyond. It seems this is a trick played by those demons, Russell realized. Some kind of perception shield, probably. It would explain why previous card makers hadn't discovered this underground refuge. Standard magical sensing would pass right over it, registering only natural stone. No wonder the previous card makers didn't find this underground space, he thought with grudging admiration. Their magical power must have been deceived or blocked. It was clever, really. Most card makers relied heavily on their magical senses for reconnaissance. Why waste card slots on specialized detection when your own abilities usually sufficed? But that over-reliance created a blind spot these demons had exploited beautifully. If not for Anohana's specialized spell, something specifically designed to detect magical signatures rather than physical spaces, he would have passed right by as well. The demons probably didn't even know such detection methods existed. Their perfect hiding spot had one fatal flaw. Now, Russell whispered to himself, placing his clawed hands against the final barrier, let's see the true face of these demons. He applied pressure gradually, feeling the stone crack and crumble. No point in a dramatic entrance that would alert everyone. Better to slip in quietly and assess the situation before. The wall gave way more suddenly than expected. Light flooded in, momentarily dazzling after hours in darkness. Russell blinked, vision adjusting rapidly, and found himself staring at a demon. Squatting. With its pants down. The creature was humanoid in basic shape but decidedly not human. Pointed ears, not elegant elf-like points but ragged, fur-covered things like a wild dog sprouted from its head. Its skin was mottled grey-green, texture somewhere between leather and scales. Yellow eyes with horizontal pupils went wide with shock. Russell was equally stunned. Of all the possible scenarios he'd imagined for first contact, interrupting a demon's bathroom break hadn't made the list. For a heartbeat that stretched like eternity, predator and prey stared at each other in mutual disbelief. The demon's mouth opened, throat working to produce what would undoubtedly be an alarm cry. Its hands scrambled for its fallen pants in a gesture so absurdly human that Russell almost laughed. Almost. Instead, he moved with the speed that Arrogance's enhancements provided. One massive black and red hand clamped over the demon's mouth before it could make a sound. The other grabbed its throat, not crushing, not yet, but making the threat clear. The demon's expression transformed instantly. Shock became terror as it realized its situation. Its hands abandoned the quest for dignity, instead clawing ineffectively at Russell's grip. Then, as sometimes happened in moments of extreme fear, biology took over. The smell was unfortunate. "Now I speak, you answer," Russell whispered directly into one of those ragged ears, his voice carrying the dual-tone resonance of human and symbiote. "Blink if you understand." The demon's eyes blinked so rapidly it looked like it was having a seizure. Yellow tears leaked from the corners, whether from fear or the effort of suppressed screaming, Russell couldn't tell. He gradually loosened his grip on its mouth, ready to clamp down again at the first sign of alarm. The demon gasped, drawing in a desperate breath. And in that moment, Russell saw its expression change. Fear transformed to rage. Helplessness became hatred. The demon's mouth opened wider, throat expanding for what would be a scream to wake the dead. Arrogance moved before Russell could even form the thought. Dark red tendrils flowed from their hand like liquid, forcing themselves between the demon's lips and down its throat. The creature's eyes bulged impossibly wide, hands scrabbling at its neck as the symbiote invaded its body. MMMPH. The strangled sound was barely audible. The demon's struggles grew frantic, then weak, then ceased entirely. It stared at Russell with eyes that held disbelief. Information flooded Russell's consciousness as arrogance analyzed their victim. Gene module extracted, scent gland production. Special organs, called scent glands, can be condensed in the body. With these, an organism can emit gases with toxins and confusing abilities through its own excretion outlets. Note, this gas has no effect on organisms with the same organs. "Hey," Russell murmured as the demon's body went limp. "That's actually useful." The ability explained several things: how the demons might mark territory, communicate through scent, or even wage chemical warfare. The immunity factor was particularly interesting. If he used this module, he'd be protected from similar attacks. "Hey, why couldn't you just be obedient?" Russell asked the corpse rhetorically. The black and red giant hand adjusted its grip, now cradling the demon's head almost gently. One blink for yes would have made this so much simpler. But the failed alarm attempt had given him an idea. A terrible, wonderful idea. "Arrogance, how was your observation just now?" he asked. "Did you get enough detail?" "No problem," the symbiote responded with confidence. "Excellent." Russell's expression went cold as he made a practical decision. With casual strength, he crushed the demon's skull between his palms. The wet crunch echoed in the small space, but no louder than breaking kindling. Bone and brain matter oozed between his fingers before being absorbed by arrogance. "Waste not, want not." He'd just been handed the perfect infiltration opportunity. This demon had been alone, indisposed, and now very dead. No one would miss it immediately. And thanks to arrogance's shape change ability, Russell's body began to shift with wet, organic sounds that would have horrified any observer. Bones cracked and reformed. Muscles stretched and contracted into new configurations. Skin color shifted from pink to mottled gray-green. The transformation was thorough, not just external appearance but matching the demon's height, build, even its slightly hunched posture. The torn, dirty clothes the demon had worn were next. Russell stripped them from the corpse with efficiency, trying not to think too hard about the various stains and smells. The rough fabric scratched against his transformed skin as he dressed, completing the disguise. He paused to collect the one useful thing from the corpse, a black iron-level biological material that registered as half-human weasel, blue. Not impressive, but every material had potential value. Waste not, want not. The corpse itself needed disposal. Russell dragged it back through his tunnel, leaving a faint trail of various fluids he tried not to identify. Once back in the darkness of his excavation, he arranged the body carefully. Finally, he sealed the tunnel entrance with rubble and dirt, packing it tight enough to look like natural cave-in. A few artfully placed larger stones completed the illusion. Anyone finding this would assume poor demon had been relieving himself when the wall collapsed, crushing him. Unfortunate, but hardly suspicious in an underground environment. Russell took a moment to study his reflection in a puddle of something. The transformation was perfect. Arrogance had captured every detail: the pattern of scales, the exact angle of the ears, even the way Demon's left eye drooped slightly. He practiced the demon's hunched walk, the way it had moved its hands, the nervous twitch in its jaw. Time to see if this acting practice pays off. He emerged from the small side cave where Demon had sought privacy, immediately dampening his magical senses to the absolute minimum. These demons knew about card maker abilities they'd hidden from magical detection successfully. Any probe, any extended aura, might mark him as an intruder. The underground space was more extensive than he'd imagined. Rough-hewn tunnels branched in multiple directions, lit by some kind of phosphorescent moss that grew in patches on the walls. The air was thick with unfamiliar scents: demon musk, cooking food, waste, and something else his new scent glands identified as fear pheromones. The entire colony was scared. Good. Scared people make mistakes. Russell had barely taken 3 steps when a rough voice boomed from around a corner. Grak! Why are you taking so long to take a shit? The patrol leader's looking for you, and I'm not covering your ass again. Russell's mind raced. He had no idea what Grak sounded like, how he moved beyond those few moments of terror, or what his relationship was with the approaching demon. One wrong word, one out-of-character gesture, and his infiltration would end before it began. Time to improvise. End of chapter 122. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 124, Accident. So my little accident happened when I was coming back from college. I was in big. There was a turn. I was driving from middle instead from one side. I was paying attention. It was my fault, and I am new to bike as I started driving this month, so I crashed with the car by door side as I turned the bike, but got slammed on ground, got hurt on my toes. It was bleeding, got little scratches on leg. I am fine as there are no fractures. Doc give me some painkiller and told the nurse to do dressing and injection. After the nurse dressed by injury, I run away with my friend as the next on the list was a injection. Yet there is little bit pain, but I am fine, just not in mood to open the damn laptop and do anything. Will upload all the things that should be uploaded tomorrow. Chapter 125, Chapter 123, Mixing in. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. I actually have companions, Russell thought to himself, his mind racing through the implications of that shouted demand. The voice had been rough, irritated, and definitely expecting a response from Grak. But then again, what normal demon would go to the bathroom in such a remote place? The question answered itself as he considered the real demon's final moments. The creature's desperate attempt to cry out, that throat-expanding scream that arrogance had cut short, it clearly showed that he had wanted to inform his companions of the intruder. Perhaps Grak had chosen that isolated spot not for privacy, but as a planned lookout position. A sentry who doubled as waste disposal, keeping watch while handling biological necessities. The irony wasn't lost on him. If the demon had been more cooperative, if it had simply nodded instead of trying to raise an alarm, Russell might have learned valuable intelligence through interrogation. Instead, he was walking blind into a social situation with no script, no background knowledge, and no safety net except his acting skills and arrogance's adaptability. After tidying up his now filthy clothes as much as possible, the fabric reeked of fierce wet waste. Russell adjusted the rough woven pants around his transformed waist. The material scratched against his disguised skin, a constant reminder of his precarious situation. He arranged his features into an expression of pained relief, the kind of look someone might wear after finally finishing some urgent and uncomfortable business. "Why do you have to run so far to go to the bathroom?" he muttered under his breath, practicing the complaint he'd deliver. The words felt strange in his mouth. Arrogance had altered his vocal cords to match Grak's, giving him a slightly nasal tone with an underlying rasp. Then he hurried toward the source of that demanding voice, his borrowed gait carrying him through the phosphorescent lit tunnels. His footsteps echoed softly off the rough stone walls, joining a symphony of distant sounds, dripping water, murmured conversations, the scrape of movement through connecting passages. But it was a good thing the demon had run so far, Russell reflected as he navigated a bend in the tunnel. Otherwise, I would have been exposed the moment I broke into this underground space. If Grak had been relieving himself near the main population centers, Russell's violent entry would have been immediately detected. Sometimes luck was just preparation meeting opportunity, and sometimes it was pure, random chance. The tunnel opened into a wider cavern after several minutes of hurried walking. Russell's enhanced vision adjusted automatically to the changing light levels, picking out details that would have been invisible to normal sight. Rough support beams, actual wood, somehow preserved in this environment, braced sections of the ceiling. Tool marks in the walls suggested this space had been deliberately expanded rather than naturally formed. Then he saw them, 4 humanoid creatures clustered around what could generously be called an outpost. All bore the same weasel-like ears as the demon he'd killed, those ragged, fur-covered appendages that twitched at every sound. Their skin shared that mottled gray-green coloration, though with individual variations. One had more pronounced scaling, another showed patches of what looked like old scar tissue. The outpost itself was barely worthy of the name, a collection of roughly hewn stone blocks arranged to provide some shelter, with a few wooden crates serving as seats and surfaces. Crude but functional, like everything else he'd observed in this underground refuge. Fortunately, the small cave where Grak had met his end was concealed behind a large mound of excavated earth and loose rock. This outpost couldn't see the situation behind that natural screen clearly, which had protected Russell during his messy infiltration. And besides, the demons in front of him were openly slacking off. One was sprawled across a crate in a way that suggested he'd been napping, another was idly carving something into the stone wall with a bone knife. His previous actions had gone completely unnoticed. Just as Russell was about to approach with his rehearsed excuse, one of the demons, a sturdy male with broader shoulders than the others, held up a clawed hand in the universal gesture for stop. "Stop," the demon commanded, his yellow eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Did you take a shit and throw away all the rules?" Russell froze in his tracks, his thoughts racing like startled rabbits. Rules? What rules? The real Grak hadn't mentioned any protocols, procedures, or behavioral expectations. Due to his victim's complete lack of cooperation, understandable, given the circumstances he was operating completely blind. The silence stretched uncomfortably. Russell could feel the other demons' attention focusing on him. Their expressions were gradually shifting from casual interest to something far less friendly. Suspicion crept into their postures, shoulders tensing, hands moving closer to the crude weapons at their belts. Hidden behind his back, Russell's right hand began its familiar transformation. Black and red spread across his fingers like living ink, arrogance preparing for violence. If this deception failed, he'd have to kill them all quickly and quietly before they could raise an alarm. 4 against 1 wasn't terrible odds, especially with the element of surprise, but it would complicate his infiltration significantly. "What's that smell?" The question came from one of the other demons, whose nose was wrinkling in obvious distaste. Just as Russell was calculating attack vectors and wondering how much noise 4 dying demons would make, the comment triggered a memory. The genetic module Arrogance had extracted from Grak moments before his death, scent gland production. The symbiote had noted that organisms with these special organs could emit gases with toxins and confusing abilities through their excretion outlets. More importantly, the gas had no effect on organisms with the same organs, meaning it was some form of chemical communication or identification system. "Let's give it a try," Russell thought, desperation breeding innovation. "If it doesn't work, I'll just kill them all." He looked at the demons in front of him, allowing no emotion to show in his borrowed eyes. The transformation from nervous infiltrator to cold killer took less than a heartbeat. While maintaining his uncertain expression, he mentally switched to the scent gland production module. The change was immediate and profoundly uncomfortable. New organs activated in parts of his anatomy he preferred not to think about. A stream of yellow gas gushed out with barely audible sound, and a fishy stench instantly filled the air around him. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The tension drained from the demon's postures. The sturdy male's suspicious expression transformed into something approaching relief, though tinged with mild disgust. "Why were you so slow?" he demanded, but his tone had shifted from accusatory to merely annoyed. "That's not like you." "I bet right," Russell thought, barely containing his delight at the successful gambit. The scent glands weren't just communication, they were identification. A biological password system that confirmed membership in the group. Grak's bathroom break had been taking so long that his companions were starting to wonder if something was wrong, but the familiar scent signature reassured them that he was, indeed, just dealing with digestive issues. Russell arranged his features into an embarrassed smile, the kind of expression universally understood across species. "My stomach is still a little uncomfortable," he said, letting a note of genuine discomfort creep into his voice. It wasn't hard to fake the scent glands felt distinctly unpleasant to use. "I'm afraid there was something mixed in with what I ate." When the four demons heard this explanation, their faces underwent a synchronized transformation. Mild disgust became active revulsion as they processed the implications of something mixed in. They held their breath with the efficiency of people who dealt with gastrointestinal emergencies before, quietly shuffling several steps away from Russell while trying to maintain some semblance of dignity. The leading sturdy male, apparently the squad's informal leader, developed a noticeable eye twitch. "Just bear with it for a while," he said through gritted teeth, clearly fighting his gag reflex. "It's our clan's turn to be on duty today. It's time to change shifts soon. It's just our bad luck that Lord Huang sent us to this remote place." Russell filed away several pieces of crucial intelligence. They were organized into clans. The Huang clan was currently responsible for this duty rotation. There was a hierarchy with someone called Lord Huang giving orders. Most importantly, they were stationed in what they considered a remote, undesirable posting, which meant there were more central, important areas he hadn't seen yet. The sturdy demon continued his complaint, frustration evident in every word. "If you ask me, I'd just guard the entrance. They're just some creatures from the outside world. Why are they so scared? Outside world. So they knew about the broader reality beyond this pocket dimension. And something about creatures from the outside world had them frightened enough to post guards in remote locations rather than simply watching main access points." At that moment, another demon, smaller, more nervous-looking, quietly tugged at the corner of the sturdy man's clothes. The gesture was subtle but urgent, a clear warning that carried enough weight to make the larger demon pause mid-round. Understanding dawned in the sturdy demon's eyes. He glanced at Russell with what might have been genuine regret before continuing in a more subdued tone. "Oh, I forgot. Grak, your parents died at the hands of those creatures." Sorry. The other demons suddenly found the cave walls intensely interesting, their gazes skittering away from Russell with ease. The kind of avoidance that spoke to long experience with awkward social situations involving grief and loss. Russell felt a flicker of something, not quite sympathy, but appreciation. The real Grak had been shaped by tragedy, made into an orphan by conflict with outsiders. It explained his isolated posting, his apparently solitary nature, even his choice to handle personal business in such a remote location. Grief could make people seek solitude. More practically, this background gave Russell perfect cover for any behavioral inconsistencies. Traumatized orphans were expected to be a bit different, a bit withdrawn, a bit unpredictable. If Grak seemed changed after his extended bathroom break, well, grief did strange things to people. Russell looked at the sincere-seeming sturdy demon with careful consideration. He couldn't tell whether the comment about his parents had been deliberately malicious, a casual cruelty designed to remind him of his loss, or if the demon was genuinely thick-skinned enough to make such statements without thinking. In his experience, both types existed in roughly equal proportions in any population. But it didn't matter now. His purpose was infiltration, not justice or revenge for a demon he'd never known. The sturdy demon's words had provided him with invaluable intelligence. His current identity was an unlucky orphan whose parents had both died in conflict with outsiders. The perfect background for someone who might act strangely or ask obvious questions. He immediately arranged his expression into something approaching magnanimous forgiveness. "It's okay," he said with exactly the right note of quiet sadness. "You didn't mean it." The sturdy demon opened his mouth probably to offer further apologies or explanations but was interrupted by the arrival of new voices echoing through the tunnel system. 5 demons whose appearance was completely different from the weasel-eared group approached the outpost with the purposeful stride of people on official business. These newcomers had round, furry ears instead of pointed ones, and their skin tone leaned more toward brown than gray-green. Different subspecies, Russell realized, or possibly different clans with distinct genetic markers. The underground society was more complex than he'd initially assumed. "It's shift change," announced the leader of the new arrivals, a demon with intricate scarification covering his arms. "You can go now." The sturdy demon Huangde, Russell had learned, didn't waste any time with pleasantries. He gathered Russell and the other 2 members of their patrol with efficient gestures, leading them away from the outpost through passages that branched and diverged like the arteries of some vast underground organism. The cave system was far more extensive than Russell had imagined. They passed several other outposts along their route, some occupied by more weasel-eared demons, others staffed by the round-eared variety, and one manned by creatures with no visible ears at all. Each position was strategically placed to monitor different approaches or tunnel intersections. The organization was impressive. Multiple clans, coordinated shifts, overlapping fields of observation. This wasn't a desperate band of refugees huddling in caves, it was a functioning underground society with military-level discipline and planning. The atmosphere among his patrol remained dead silent as they walked. Russell caught glimpses of tension in their postures, the way they avoided looking directly at each other, the careful distance they maintained. Whether this was normal behavior or a result of recent stress, he couldn't tell. Seeing this dynamic, Russell naturally chose not to speak rashly. In his experience, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Better to observe, gather intelligence, and let others reveal information through their own conversations. He was still learning the social dynamics of this group, the relationships between individuals, the underlying currents of conflict or cooperation. Silence was his safest strategy until he understood more. Just as he was cataloging these observations, Huangde stopped abruptly. What appeared before Russell made him reassess everything he thought he knew about this underground refuge. A massive metal door dominated the end of the tunnel, its surface gleaming despite the poor lighting. The thing was enormous, easily 3 meters tall and twice as wide, made from some kind of steel alloy that looked distinctly artificial. Intricate magical circles had been etched directly into the metal, their lines filled with what looked like silver inlay that pulsed with barely visible energy. Fortunately, I didn't try to enter through the main entrance, Russell thought with a mixture of relief and renewed respect for the demon's security measures. With such a large metal door, I would have been exposed as soon as I tried to push it open. The magical circles weren't just decorative, they were functional. Ward systems, probably, designed to detect intruders or unauthorized access attempts. If he'd tried to force entry through the main entrance, alarms would have sounded throughout the entire underground complex. His infiltration would have ended before it began, probably with him facing the entire demon population in open combat. But it wasn't just the door that caught his attention. Dozens of simple tents had been erected in the area around the entrance, creating what looked like a temporary encampment. Demons of various subspecies moved between the shelters with purpose, some carrying supplies, others engaged in quiet conversations. Many demons who looked exactly like his current form, weasel-eared, gray-green skinned, with Grak's general build and posture, were standing in loose formation in front of the great door. They had the disciplined stance of soldiers awaiting orders, though Russell noticed the subtle signs of fatigue and stress in their bearing. Then he saw the source of their tension. A middle-aged male demon stood on a raised platform of stacked stone blocks, his presence commanding immediate attention. This one was different from all the others Russell had observed, larger, more powerfully built, with an aura of authority that needed no external symbols. When he glanced indifferently at their newly arrived patrol, Russell felt the weight of that gaze like a physical pressure. "Everyone is here," the middle-aged demon announced, his voice carrying clearly through the cavern space. "Go back to your quarters." Seeing this commanding figure, Russell's pupils contracted involuntarily. His magical senses, kept at their absolute minimum to avoid detection, still couldn't miss the distinctive energy signature radiating from the platform. Silver level. The realization hit him like cold water. He hadn't expected to encounter a silver-level demon so soon after beginning his infiltration. Based on the deference shown by all the other demons, and considering Huang Da's earlier reference to Lord Huang, this had to be the clan leader himself. Is this the true strength of this secret realm? Russell wondered, his mind racing through the implications. This was supposedly a pocket dimension where the high-end combat power had been completely destroyed according to official Academy records. Yet here stood clear evidence that significant magical strength remained hidden beneath the surface. No wonder senior brother Felix told me to be careful. The danger level of high-tier secret realms was proving somewhat beyond his original expectations. What other surprises might be waiting deeper in this underground complex? As his patrol dispersed with the rest of the assembled demons, Russell got his first clear view of the broader underground settlement. Gradually, large areas of simple but well-constructed houses appeared in his field of vision, stretching away into the phosphorescent-lit distance. This wasn't a temporary hiding place, it was a permanent community, complete with residential areas, common spaces, and what looked like workshop areas where demons were engaged in various crafts. The scale was breathtaking. Hundreds of demons called this place home, maybe more. Multiple species, organized into clans, with a functioning government and military structure. They'd created an entire hidden civilization beneath the mountain. Russell was still processing the scope of what he'd discovered when movement on the main thoroughfare caught his attention. A young male demon and an elderly figure were standing together, engaged in what appeared to be serious conversation. The younger demon had the bearing of a scout or messenger alert, recently traveled, with mud on his boots and tension in his posture. The elderly demon was harder to read. Old even by demon standards, with deeply lined skin and eyes that held the accumulated wisdom of many years. But there was something else about him, a quality that made Russell's instincts prickle with warning. Lord Huang hurried over upon seeing these two, his previous commanding demeanor shifting to something approaching deference as he approached the elderly figure. The clan leader's body language suggested he was reporting to a superior or at least seeking guidance from someone whose counsel he valued highly. Russell watched with growing unease as the old demon leaned close to Lord Huang, whispering something directly into his ear. The conversation was brief but intense, lasting only a few seconds before the elderly figure stepped back with what might have been satisfaction. Then Lord Huang turned, his eyes scanning the dispersing crowd with newfound purpose, until his gaze settled directly on Russell's location. "Huangde, come here for a moment." The words carried clearly across the distance, spoken with the casual authority of someone accustomed to instant obedience. Huangde, the sturdy demon who'd been leading their patrol, was visibly stunned by the summons. His entire body went rigid with surprise and what looked like barely controlled fear. After a moment of apparent paralysis, Huangde walked toward the platform with the measured pace of someone approaching their own execution. Only then did Russell fully understand the significance of what he was witnessing. His patrol leader wasn't just another soldier, he was apparently related to the clan leadership, bearing the same family name as Lord Huang himself. Huangde. The name suggested either a direct family relationship or member in the primary family line. Which meant his casual comments about guard duty assignments and his complaints about their remote posting took on entirely new significance. He'd been speaking with the familiarity of someone who expected to be heard, even if he disagreed with leadership decisions. In front of the assembled crowd, Huangde now stood ramrod straight, every muscle tense with nervous energy. Russell could see sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool underground air. The elderly demon smiled, an expression that somehow managed to be both grandfatherly and deeply unsettling. "Don't be nervous," he said in a voice like rustling leaves. "I just called you here to ask if there was anything unusual in the area you were stationed in today." Russell's blood turned to ice water in his veins. His infiltration, which had seemed so successful just moments before, was suddenly balanced on a knife's edge. Someone knew something was wrong. The question was how much they knew, and whether Hwangda would provide information that would expose him. Hwangda considered the question for what felt like an eternity, his throat working as he swallowed nervously. Russell could practically hear the gears turning in his head as he reviewed the day's events. Had he noticed anything suspicious? Any details that didn't quite fit? Russell's late arrival, his unusual bathroom location, his apparent digestive distress? "No," Hwangda finally said, his voice carefully controlled. "We didn't find anything unusual today." Relief flooded through Russell's system like warm honey. Hwangda was either genuinely unaware of any problems, or he was protecting his patrol from potential consequences. Either way, Russell's cover remained intact. However, the next moment shattered that relief like glass hitting stone. The old demon's smile widened, revealing teeth that were far too sharp for comfort. "Really?" he asked with the tone of someone who already knew the answer to their question. "Then how come the barrier was triggered?" Russell's world tilted sideways. "Barrier? What barrier? When had it been triggered? And more importantly, how much did they actually know about his infiltration?" Hwangda's face went through a progression of expressions that would have been comical in any other circumstance. Confusion gave way to dawning horror as he realized that his patrol area had, indeed, experienced some kind of security breach. His carefully constructed report of nothing unusual was now revealed as either incompetence or deliberate misdirection. The elderly demon waited patiently for a response, his old eyes fixed on Hwangda with the intensity of a predator studying prey. Around them, the assembled demons had gone completely silent, sensing the dangerous undercurrents of the conversation. Russell forced his expression to remain neutral, just another grunt soldier waiting for orders. Inside, his mind was racing through possibilities and contingencies. How much did they know? Had his tunnel excavation triggered some kind of perimeter warning? Was this a fishing expedition, or did they have concrete evidence of infiltration? If they knew exactly what happened, he reasoned, they would have acted already. The fact that they were asking questions suggested incomplete information. They knew something was wrong, but not necessarily what or who was responsible. Which meant his cover might still be salvageable if he played this correctly. The silence stretched like a taut wire. Everyone waited for Hwangda's response, knowing that the wrong words could have consequences far beyond a simple disciplinary action. Russell prepared himself for whatever came next, arrogance shifting subtly beneath his borrowed skin. If this situation deteriorated, he'd need to act fast and decisively. The elderly demon radiated power that suggested silver-level capabilities at minimum, possibly higher. Lord Hwang was confirmed silver level. Fighting his way out would be challenging, but not impossible. But first, he wanted to see how much they actually knew. Information was worth the risk, especially if he could learn more about their security systems and capabilities. The next few moments would determine whether his infiltration continued or whether he'd be fighting for his life against an entire underground city. The old demon's smile never wavered as he waited for an answer that everyone knew was coming. End of chapter 123. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 126, Chapter 124, The Ancestors Test. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Hwangda's mind went completely blank, all rational thought evaporating like water on hot stone. His heart hammered against his ribs with such violence that he could feel his pulse in his temples, filled with a single, panicked thought that repeated endlessly, how could the barrier have been triggered? The question circled in his skull like a trapped bird, offering no answers, only mounting dread. He stammered, his voice cracking like an adolescent's, "Ancestor, we really didn't find anything unusual." The words felt hollow even as they left his mouth, carrying the desperate edge of someone who knew their explanation was inadequate but had nothing better to offer. The old man's eyes narrowed to thin slits, old and calculating. The weight of his stare pressed down on Huangda like a physical force, making the younger demon's knees weak. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. "Tell me everything that happened during your watch." Huangda swallowed hard, his throat clicking audibly in the sudden silence. "If he finds out I was slacking off, I'm in big trouble." The thought sent ice through his veins. It was an open secret that most of the guard teams treated their remote postings as opportunities for rest and relaxation. After all, who would actually try to infiltrate through such isolated positions? But if something went wrong on your watch, if your negligence could be blamed for a security breach. He shuddered involuntarily, thinking of the clan's bloody disciplinary rules. He'd seen what happened to demons who failed in their duties. The Huang clan didn't believe in second chances when it came to matters of security. "The ancestor asked you to speak. Did you not hear him?" Lord Wang's voice cut through the air like a blade, cold enough to freeze blood. The clan leader's tone carried undertones of barely controlled anger, not just at Huang Da's hesitation, but at the potential embarrassment this situation represented. Huang Da's body went rigid, every muscle locking in place as if he'd been struck by lightning. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably as he forced himself to speak, recounting the events of their shift with the desperate precision of someone whose life hung in the balance. He embellished his own diligence as much as possible, describing vigilant patrols and careful observation that had never actually occurred. But as he reached the part about Grak's extended bathroom break, describing how his teammate had wandered off alone to handle personal business in that remote area, the old man suddenly held up one gnarled hand. "Which one is Grak?" The question fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of tension through the assembled crowd. Huangda felt his stomach drop as he realized the ancestor's attention was now focused on his patrol member. Stunned, he turned and pointed directly at Russell with a finger that shook despite his efforts to control it. He's fine, though," Huangda added quickly, desperation creeping into his voice. "I tested him using a method unique to our race." He was referring to the scent gland identification, the biological password system that had confirmed Grak's identity when he'd returned from his extended absence. Lord Huang, hearing this explanation, opened his mouth to declare that there was no problem with the identification procedures. His clan had developed those biological markers specifically to prevent infiltration attempts. But before he could speak, he caught sight of the old man's expression, a quiet, unblinking stare that carried layers of meaning. The ancestor's eyes held patient wisdom and underlying suspicion that couldn't be dismissed with simple explanations. Lord Huang understood immediately. Whatever confidence he might have in their security measures, the elderly demon wanted personal verification. "Grak," Lord Huang commanded, his voice carrying clearly across the cavern space, "come here." Russell, who had been maintaining his position at the back of the crowd, felt shock lance through his system like an electric current when he heard his alias called. Throughout the interrogation, he'd watched Huangda shaking like a leaf caught in a hurricane, mumbling responses to the old man's questions. The patrol leader's obvious terror had been both reassuring and concerning. Reassuring because it suggested genuine ignorance of Russell's true nature, concerning because it indicated just how serious the consequences of discovery would be. "Have I been discovered?" The thought blazed through his mind as he considered his options. His magical senses, kept at their absolute minimum to avoid detection, still couldn't get a clear read on the elderly demon's capabilities. But the deference shown by Lord Huang suggested someone of significant power. Russell arranged his features into an expression of confusion tinged with appropriate panic, the look of a grunt soldier suddenly called before high command for unknown reasons. He pushed through the crowd with hurried steps, his borrowed gait carrying him to the front of the assembled demons. "Lord Huang," he said, allowing his voice to carry just the right note of nervous uncertainty, "you called for me." Lord Huang nodded slightly, his attention divided between Russell and the ancestor's continued scrutiny. "The ancestor has something to ask you." Russell allowed his gaze to shift between the two authority figures, noting how Lord Huang had subtly positioned himself to block the most direct path of retreat. The movement was casual, almost unconscious, but it spoke to ingrained tactical thinking. They weren't just asking questions, they were prepared to prevent escape if necessary. He turned to face the elderly demon directly, arranging his expression into a mixture of confusion and appropriate fear. "Ancestor." The old man raised one weathered hand in a gesture that commanded immediate silence, then began to examine Russell with the methodical intensity of a jeweler studying a potentially flawed gemstone. His old eyes moved systematically, taking in posture, facial expressions, the way Russell held his hands, the subtle signs of stress or deception that most people couldn't consciously control. Russell forced himself to maintain the appearance of calm while his mind raced through contingency plans. What went wrong? The scent glands had worked perfectly, convincing Huangda and the others of his identity. His transformation was flawless, arrogance had captured every detail of Grak's appearance. His behavior had been appropriately sullen and withdrawn, matching what little he knew of the real demon's personality. Fortunately, there aren't many silver-level demons here right now, he thought, taking a quick mental inventory of the magical signatures he could detect. Lord Huang was definitely silver-level, and the ancestor radiated power that suggested similar or greater capabilities. But the crowd around them was mostly bronze-level or lower. "If I'm really exposed, I'll just have to summon Lily and Retsu to cover my retreat." The silence stretched to what felt like a freezing point, tension ratcheting higher with each passing second. Russell could feel sweat beginning to form under his disguised skin despite the cool underground air. Just as he was preparing to call forth his cards and fight his way out of the situation, the old man finally spoke. "How is your family doing recently?" The question came with deceptive casualness, but Russell caught the underlying sharpness. "Are you dissatisfied with the arrangements of the clan?" Russell felt a moment of cold satisfaction as he recognized the nature of the test. This wasn't about specific security breaches or infiltration techniques, it was a psychological probe designed to catch an imposter off guard. Someone pretending to be Grak might not know about his family's situation, might give an answer that revealed their deception. But Russell had been handed this information on a silver platter earlier, when Huangda had made his thoughtless comment about creatures from the outside world. He sneered internally at the obvious trap while arranging his features into an expression of profound sadness. "Ancestor," he said, allowing genuine emotion to creep into his voice, though not the emotion the listeners might assume, "my parents died at the hands of those scum." His choice of words was very particular. Those scum rather than outsiders or invaders, the kind of bitter, personal language someone might use when referring to the killers of their family. The phrase carried years of accumulated hatred and grief, exactly what would be expected from an orphaned young demon. A trace of surprise and doubt flashed in the old man's eyes, quickly suppressed but not quickly enough to escape Russell's notice. The question had been a test, a carefully crafted attempt to deceive the person in front of him into revealing their true nature. But Russell had handled it perfectly, providing exactly the kind of response that would come from the real Grak. Moreover, Russell realized, the ancestor had been conducting his own subtle examination during this entire conversation. His old eyes had been cataloging physical details, looking for signs of deception or transformation. But from his perspective, the Grak in front of him was indeed a half-human weasel, complete with the correct genetic markers and biological signatures. After a moment of heavy silence, during which Russell could practically hear the gears turning in the old demon's head, the ancestor waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Take all the members of their team away first," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Keep them under good care. Russell caught the euphemistic nature of that final instruction. Good care in this context almost certainly meant careful imprisonment, possibly followed by quiet execution once the current crisis had passed. The ancestor's expression suggested a man caught between competing pressures. Russell could read the frustration in those old features in the past. This elderly demon would likely have simply killed anyone who was even slightly suspicious. The direct approach, brutal but effective. But circumstances had changed. Having just taken refuge in this underground space, the demon population was already in a state of barely controlled panic. Their world had been turned upside down, their previous lives destroyed, their future uncertain. The ancestors' position, while respected, was not as unshakable as it might once have been. Russell could sense the political undercurrents. There were still many in the clan who were watching the leadership, waiting for signs of weakness or poor judgment. The barrier detection system could only determine the rough area that had been disturbed. It provided no more specific information about the nature or identity of the intruder. But there was also some good news from the ancestors' perspective. The fact that this unknown entity had needed to sneak in rather than assault the main entrance suggested they weren't overwhelmingly powerful. "Someone, take them away," Lord Huang commanded, his voice carrying clear finality. Russell remained outwardly calm, recognizing that he had managed to navigate this immediate hurdle without major danger. The test had been psychological rather than magical, and his preparation had proven adequate. However, he maintained his performance, pretending to share Huang Da's confusion and mounting panic. "This is unfair, ancestor," he shouted, allowing his voice to crack with genuine-sounding distress. The protest was exactly what would be expected from a confused subordinate who didn't understand why his patrol was being singled out for punishment. Lord Huang simply waved at the demons who were moving forward to escort them away, his expression suggesting weary patience with subordinates who couldn't grasp the larger picture. "Take them away quickly," he said with obvious irritation. "Don't let them embarrass themselves here." "It's good enough to be alive," Russell caught the unspoken subtext in the clan leader's tone. "These little demons really can't see the situation clearly." From Lord Huang's perspective, his kinsmen and the patrol were lucky to be facing imprisonment rather than immediate execution. The prison cell was exactly what Russell had expected, a rough-hewn chamber carved directly from the mountain stone, with iron bars that had seen better days and a floor covered in straw that hadn't been changed in far too long. Since there were no windows in the dark space, natural or artificial, Russell had no way to track the passage of time. Hours could have passed, or perhaps only minutes. The underground environment played tricks with temporal perception. The five of them, including Russell, were all displaying varying degrees of listlessness and despair. After all, no one would be happy to encounter such a dramatic reversal of fortune. What had started as a routine patrol shift had somehow become imprisonment under suspicion of security violations. Huang Da sighed heavily, the sound echoing off the stone walls with depressing finality. "I don't know when we can get out," he muttered, his previous bluster completely deflated. Being related to the clan leadership clearly provided no protection once you'd fallen under official suspicion. Then he turned his gaze toward Russell, and his expression shifted to something approaching anger. The look carried all the frustrated helplessness of someone looking for someone to blame for their predicament. "If it weren't for you, with your lazy bathroom habits, we wouldn't be locked up here." The accusation came out in a bitter rush, months of small irritations suddenly crystallizing into focused resentment. Russell felt genuinely helpless at the unfairness of the complaint. From Huang Da's perspective, Grak's extended absence had been the catalyst for their current troubles. If he'd stayed close to the patrol, if he'd been present when the barrier was triggered, they might have been able to provide better answers to the ancestors' questions. "Then you can install a valve on my behind," Russell replied with deadpan practicality. "I can't control that kind of thing." The response was so matter-of-fact, so completely reasonable, that Huang Da found himself suddenly speechless. He snorted heavily in frustration and turned away, clearly unable to argue with the basic realities of demon biology. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the prison corridors. Someone was coming, carrying what sounded like a metal container that clinked with each step. "It's time to eat." The voice belonged to a demon Russell hadn't seen before, neatly dressed in clean clothing that stood out sharply against the rough prison environment. He placed a bucket of thick, grey paste in front of their cell, the contents of which defied easy identification. Huang Da's entire demeanor changed at the sight of food. He swallowed audibly, his previous despair momentarily forgotten in the face of basic hunger. Finally, he said with genuine enthusiasm, "I love this stuff." Russell looked at him with barely concealed surprise. "You guys eat this normally?" The paste looked like something between gruel and clay, with a consistency that suggested it might have been nutritious but definitely wasn't appetizing. He accepted the dirty wooden bowl that was passed through the bars and received his portion of the mysterious substance. Looking down at the unknown food with carefully neutral expression, he prepared to have Arrogance handle the consumption process safely. "Arrogance," he thought, establishing mental contact with his symbiote partner, "cover my mouth when I put this in. Don't let this stuff actually enter my stomach." But even as he made these preparations, Russell's instincts were screaming warnings. The demon who had brought their food was too suspicious in too many ways. His clothes were far too neat and clean for someone working in a prison environment. More importantly, Russell hadn't seen him among the guards when they'd been brought in, and he made a point of memorizing faces and details of everyone he encountered. He would rather be cautious than fall into a trap, Russell thought, his mind already working through the implications. After ruling out all other reasonable possibilities, only one explanation remained: the other party was here to kill them. The logic was coldly practical. "If I were in power," Russell mused, "I would do the same thing." The ancestor knew clearly that something was wrong with their patrol, even if he couldn't identify the specific problem. How could such a paranoid leader really allow potential security risks to remain alive in prison, consuming resources and potentially planning escapes? Much better to eliminate the problem quietly and completely. Russell watched as his cellmates eagerly consumed their portions of the grey paste, their hunger overcoming any suspicion they might have felt. Huangda and the others seemed genuinely pleased to receive the meal, suggesting this was indeed their normal prison fare. After everyone had finished their food, the delivery demon showed a look of obvious satisfaction on his face. His expression carried the pleased anticipation of someone whose task was nearly complete. "Go well," he said, the meaningless words echoing strangely in the silent prison space. "What do you mean?" Huangda and his companions looked up with blank confusion, not understanding the seemingly random farewell. But soon, understanding began to dawn. Huang Da's face changed drastically as he realized something was terribly wrong. He began frantically pinching his throat with his index finger, trying to induce vomiting. The other demons around him quickly realized what was happening and began doing the same thing, their movements growing increasingly desperate as they felt the poison beginning to work. "It's useless," the food delivery demon said with a malicious grin that transformed his previously neutral features into something genuinely horrifying. "This is a deadly poison specially prepared for you. Once it enters your stomach, it will spread throughout your body within minutes." His gaze then shifted to Russell, who remained huddled motionless in the corner of the cell. The lack of panic or frantic activity seemed to puzzle him. "Strange. Is he dead already?" The delivery demon's voice carried genuine curiosity mixed with professional concern. Out of what might have been caution or simple thoroughness, he decided to enter the cell and observe the silent figure more closely. However, when he approached Russell's seemingly unconscious form, he received a shock that would be his last. In the darkness of the prison cell, Russell's eyes were open and looking directly at him, calm, emotionless, and very much alive. The demon felt a spike of anger at what he perceived as an attempt to frighten him. "Who dares to try such childish tricks?" he thought contemptuously, and moved to kick the apparently motionless prisoner. But his right foot was suddenly caught and held in an iron grip. A massive hand, black and red, clearly not entirely human, had emerged from Russell's seemingly helpless form to grasp his ankle with crushing force. The demon's panicked cry was cut short before it could properly begin as Russell's other hand clamped over his face, cutting off both sound and breath. The struggle was brief and decisive. Russell's enhanced strength, combined with the element of complete surprise, made the outcome inevitable. After a few moments of muffled thrashing, the delivery demon went limp. "Solved, Russell," Arrogance's voice echoed through their shared consciousness with satisfaction. During the brief struggle, the symbiote had efficiently transferred the uneaten poisoned food directly into the stomach of the would-be assassin. A fitting end, Russell thought, for someone who'd tried to use such methods. Seeing that the immediate threat was neutralized, Russell turned his attention to Hwangda and the others, who had collapsed to the dirty prison floor in obvious agony. They were clearly not far from death, the poison working its way through their systems with brutal efficiency. Despite their suffering, they had witnessed everything Russell had done. Their eyes, wide with pain and disbelief, stared at him with the dawning realization that their assumptions about Grak had been completely wrong. "Woo, woo." Hwangda tried to speak through the paralysis creeping through his system, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and bitter regret. He never could have expected that there really was something fundamentally wrong with this patrol member he'd known for months. Seeing that the dying demons had fallen silent, Russell felt a mixture of relief and professional regret. He'd actually grown somewhat fond of Hwangda's straightforward personality, despite the challenging circumstances of their relationship. But sentiment was a luxury he couldn't afford in his current position. Russell dragged the unconscious assassin closer, preparing for the next phase of his infiltration. "I'm almost dead anyway," he thought pragmatically. "Arrogance, you can begin the process now." Under the delivery demon's horrified gaze, consciousness returning just in time to witness his fate, black and red liquid began seeping into his body through every pore. The transformation process was thorough and irreversible. He could feel his muscles and bones shifting, rearranging themselves into new configurations. His very identity was being overwritten at the cellular level. By the end of the process, his appearance was completely different, matching Russell's current needs exactly. Just like the previous transformation that had turned him into Grak, this change was flawless and complete. "In order not to be exposed, I can only let you die for me," Russell whispered in a hoarse, low voice beside the man's ear. The consciousness of the former food delivery demon gradually sank into permanent darkness. Gene module extracted, Boar Rush. Boar Rush, when you sprint at full speed, you will become faster and stronger, and your defense will be improved. However, in contrast, your flexibility will be greatly reduced during the rush. This module is pretty useful, Russell thought with satisfaction as he reviewed the new capability. Enhanced charging attacks could be valuable in the right circumstances, though the flexibility trade-off would require careful tactical consideration. After releasing his connection to Arrogance's combat form, Russell quickly swapped clothes with the dead assassin. The clean, neat garments felt strange after wearing Grak's rough prison clothes, but they completed his new disguise perfectly. Under Arrogance's influence, his appearance shifted once again to match that of the delivery demon, another seamless transformation that left no trace of his previous identity. He methodically collected the biological materials from the deceased demons: iron level half-human weasel, blue, X4, bronze level humanoid weasel, blue, and bronze level humanoid boar spirit, blue. Each sample was carefully stored for future use in card creation. After securing the materials, Russell couldn't help but mutter to himself, "After this is over, it's definitely time to create a storage-type card." Carrying multiple biological samples was becoming logistically challenging, and he needed better organizational tools for his collection activities. Then he straightened his new clothes, arranged his features into the delivery demon's typically neutral expression, and allowed himself a moment of dark satisfaction. "I didn't expect that I would become the protagonist of the horror stories I used to read in my previous life," he thought with grim amusement. The difference was that he was the protagonist from the horror side, the monster infiltrating human society rather than the hero fighting against supernatural threats. After tidying up the evidence and arranging the scene to suggest the prisoners had all succumbed to the poison, Russell picked up the iron bucket from the ground and walked toward the dungeon exit with confident strides. "Is the matter finished?" a cold voice spoke from beside him as he emerged from the prison complex. Russell nodded without changing his expression, maintaining the delivery demon's typically businesslike demeanor as he studied the speaker. This new demon was dressed exactly as Russell was now. Apparently the assassination team worked in matching uniforms for easy identification. "Then you stay outside and keep watch, Zeke," the unknown demon continued with the casual authority of someone giving routine orders. "I'll go in and verify the results." After delivering these instructions, the demon turned and headed into the dungeon to personally confirm that their mission had been completed successfully. Russell found himself facing a moment of decision. Should I just escape now? The temptation was significant. He could disappear into the underground complex's tunnel system, find another identity to assume, continue his infiltration from a different angle. Forget it, he decided after a moment's consideration. Let's see what this demon discovers. Changing identities wasn't easy, especially when it required killing specific individuals and assuming their exact roles. The Zeke identity had potential value, and he wasn't particularly worried about discovery. After all, the cause of death for the food delivery demon had been consumption of the same poison used to kill the prisoners. His physical appearance was now identical to what Zeke had seen before entering the prison. As long as the bodies weren't subjected to detailed magical analysis, and why would they be, when the deaths appeared so straightforward, no one would notice anything suspicious. A few minutes later, the investigating demon emerged from the dungeon with a satisfied expression. His brief inspection had apparently confirmed that all the prisoners were dead, the mission completed according to plan. "No problems," he reported with professional efficiency. "Everything went according to schedule. Let's go. My lord is still waiting for our report." End of chapter 124. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 125, I'm about to become the boss. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell followed the demon in front of him through the winding underground passages, maintaining the careful silence that had kept him alive this long. The pig spirit demon moved with the confident stride of someone familiar with these tunnels, navigating turns and intersections without hesitation. The dim light sources mounted at regular intervals along the ceiling cast pools of wan illumination that did little to dispel the oppressive darkness between them. These weren't torches or magical flames, Russell noted, but some kind of phosphorescent crystal formations that had been carefully made to provide steady, low-level lighting. The engineering required for such a system suggested this underground refuge had been planned and constructed over years, not hastily excavated in response to immediate crisis. The two figures moved quietly through what could generously be called an alley, a narrow passage carved between larger structural elements, lined with doors and openings that suggested a complex network of interconnected spaces. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by accumulated dust and debris, creating an almost ghostly quality to their movement through the subterranean environment. After what felt like an eternity of walking but was probably only 15 minutes, the pig spirit demon finally stopped in front of an unremarkable wooden door. The portal was small, barely wide enough for one person to pass through comfortably, and bore none of the elaborate decorations or magical wards Russell had observed elsewhere in the complex. Knock, knock, knock. The pig demon's knuckles against the wood produced a crisp, rhythmic sound that echoed briefly in the narrow space. The pattern was clearly some form of coded identification. 3 quick, sharp raps followed by a brief pause. "Who is it?" The response came immediately from behind the door, spoken in a voice that carried the wariness of someone accustomed to unexpected visitors bearing bad news. "Mission complete," the pig demon replied with professional brevity. After this brief question and answer exchange, Russell heard the distinctive sounds of multiple locks being disengaged from the other side. Heavy bolts sliding back, chains being lifted, the click of what sounded like at least 3 separate locking mechanisms. When the door finally swung open, it revealed a narrow-faced demon whose eyes darted nervously between the 2 arrivals. "Come in quickly," the doorkeeper urged, gesturing them through with obvious anxiety. "The adults are waiting for you, and they don't like to be kept waiting." Russell followed the pig demon through the doorway and found himself momentarily stunned by what lay beyond. Instead of another cramped tunnel or rough-hewn chamber, he was looking at an immaculately maintained back garden that wouldn't have been out of place in the finest noble estates. Carefully tended flower beds lined gravel pathways that curved through the space with artistic precision. Exotic plants some Russell recognized, others completely foreign to his experience grew in planned arrangements that spoke to both wealth and sophisticated taste. A small fountain bubbled peacefully in the center of the garden, its water catching and reflecting the light from strategically placed magical illumination sources. "What a rich guy!" Russell thought with a mixture of admiration and contempt. "He's living so extravagantly even while supposedly taking refuge underground." The contrast between this private paradise and the rough conditions he'd observed elsewhere in the complex was jarring. Whoever owned this space clearly commanded significant resources and wasn't shy about displaying their wealth. The pig demon showed no signs of stopping to admire the scenery, moving through the garden with the purposeful efficiency of someone making a routine visit. Russell hurried to keep pace, taking mental notes of the layout and security arrangements as they walked. Multiple exit routes, he observed, and at least 2 positions where guards could be concealed without being immediately obvious. After navigating the garden's winding paths for several minutes, they arrived at what was clearly their destination, a substantial building that managed to combine underground practicality with surface world luxury. The structure was built directly into the cavern wall, but its facade featured carved stonework and architectural details that spoke to considerable expense and effort. They stopped outside what appeared to be a study, identifiable by the warm light seeping from beneath a heavy wooden door and the faint sounds of paper rustling within. "Sir, we have returned," the pig demon announced, pitching his voice to carry clearly through the door without being so loud as to seem disrespectful. "Come in," came the immediate response. The pig demon pushed open the door, revealing a space that reinforced Russell's growing understanding of their host's resources and priorities. The study was a masterwork of comfortable luxury floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined 3 walls, filled with leather-bound volumes that looked both expensive and well-used. A massive desk dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with papers, maps, and writing implements that suggested active intellectual work rather than mere decoration. But what caught Russell's attention most forcefully was the room's occupant. Instead of the elderly demon he'd expected, or perhaps a mature adult flanked by advisors, he found himself looking at a demon who had barely shed the soft features of adolescence. The creature behind the desk couldn't have been more than 18 in human terms, with the kind of narrow, calculating eyes that suggested intelligence coupled with dangerous inexperience. Russell frowned slightly, his instincts prickling with warning. Something about this situation felt fundamentally wrong, though he couldn't immediately identify the source of his unease. The young demon carefully closed the book he'd been reading and placed it precisely on the desk before looking up at his visitors. When those narrow eyes focused on Russell and his companion, there was an indefinable light flickering in their depths, something that might have been amusement, or anticipation, or something far less pleasant. "How did the matter proceed?" the young demon asked, his voice carrying the kind of casual authority that suggested he was accustomed to receiving detailed reports on violent activities. The pig demon immediately dropped to one knee in a display of formal deference that spoke to long-established protocol. "It was handled very cleanly, young master," he reported with obvious satisfaction. "No one can trace the deaths back to our Hogren clan. The prisoners appeared to die from the poison, exactly as planned." Russell, lacking specific knowledge of the expected reporting procedures, chose to remain standing with his head lowered in what he hoped was an appropriately respectful posture. He focused on listening to the conversation, gathering intelligence about the power structures and relationships within this underground society. The Hagren clan, he noted mentally. Another piece of the organizational puzzle. This wasn't just a random collection of refugees, it was multiple clans with distinct identities, competing interests, and apparently secret agendas that involved assassination and political maneuvering. The young demon nodded with evident satisfaction at the report, but then his expression shifted to something approaching concern. "I still have one remaining worry," he said with the kind of theatrical distress that suggested he'd already formulated a solution. "Hagren 5 and Hagren 6. What do you think I should do about potential loose ends?" Russell felt his danger senses sharpen to razor focus. The young demon's tone carried undertones that spoke to premeditated betrayal, and the way those calculating eyes fixed on him and his companion suggested they were about to become the solution to this worry. The pig demon, apparently designated as Hagren 5, responded with immediate enthusiasm that was either genuine loyalty or carefully performed devotion. "As long as the master gives orders, Hagren 5 will not dare to disobey." Russell, recognizing his cue and the probable direction this conversation was heading, replied with equal fervor, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, sir." "Excellent." The young demon's voice suddenly increased in volume, taking on a note of barely contained excitement. The sound that followed was distinctive and ominous, ding-ling-dang. 2 daggers, their blades flashing with cold steel light, were thrown with casual precision to land directly in front of Russell and Hagren 5. The weapons struck the wooden floor with crisp, metallic notes that seemed to hang in the suddenly silent study. "Then please die for me," the young demon said with the same casual tone someone might use to request a glass of water. The study fell into absolute silence. Russell's mind immediately began calculating attack vectors and escape routes, his hand positioning to summon combat cards if necessary. The young demon's request was obviously intended to eliminate the only witnesses to the prison assassination, but Russell had no intention of accommodating such a request. But before he could move, Hagren 5 beside him hesitated for only a moment before decisively picking up one of the daggers. Without ceremony, without protest, without any sign of self-preservation instinct, he drove the blade directly into his own heart. "No, buddy, are you really going to commit suicide?" Russell stared at the pig demon in absolute shock, his carefully maintained cover nearly cracking under the weight of his disbelief. He genuinely hadn't expected such fanatical loyalty or perhaps such complete indoctrination. Hagren 5 coughed up a substantial quantity of blood, staining the front of his neat clothing as his life poured out of the self-inflicted wound. Despite his obvious agony, his final words carried nothing but devotion. "It is my honor to die for you, sir." Then his breathing ceased entirely, and he collapsed forward onto the expensive carpet. The demonstration of absolute loyalty left Russell momentarily stunned, his worldview adjusting to accommodate the reality of such fanatical devotion. This wasn't just clan organization, it was something approaching a cult of personality, with levels of control that bordered on the supernatural. After processing this shocking display, Russell fell into rapid tactical thinking. His cover identity required him to demonstrate the same loyalty that Hagren 5 had just displayed. Refusing would immediately expose him as an infiltrator, likely leading to combat against an unknown number of opponents in an unfamiliar environment. But actually committing suicide would obviously end his mission permanently. "What's wrong, Hagren 6?" The young demon's voice carried a note of dangerous curiosity as he studied Russell's hesitation. "You don't want to die for your master?" Looking up, Russell met the young demon's gaze and saw naked malice in those narrow features. The creature was clearly enjoying this exercise of absolute power, taking pleasure in commanding loyal subordinates to destroy themselves for his convenience. After a moment of carefully calculated silence, Russell reached down and picked up the remaining dagger. The blade was well balanced, sharp enough to penetrate flesh easily, and obviously intended to ensure quick death rather than prolonged suffering. With movements that appeared decisive but were actually carefully controlled, he drove the weapon into his chest. But appearances, as Russell well knew, could be profoundly deceiving. What the young demon observed was Hogren 6 dutifully following orders and dying for his master's convenience. What actually occurred was arrogance immediately isolating the blade's impact, preventing it from reaching any vital organs while creating the visual appearance of a fatal wound. The symbiotes' control over their shared physiology was precise enough to simulate death convincingly, including cessation of visible breathing and the slack posture of genuine unconsciousness. Seeing that both Hogren 5 and Hogren 6 had apparently committed suicide on command, the young demon felt obvious relief wash over his features. The potential witnesses to his unauthorized assassination plot had been permanently silenced, and his secret activities could continue without fear of exposure. "Someone," he called toward the window, his voice carrying clearly through the glass. "Go and fetch Butler Burris immediately." The summoned butler arrived within minutes, a middle-aged demon whose bearing suggested both competence and long experience in handling his young master's various schemes. After taking a single, comprehensive look at the two bodies sprawled on the study floor, his expression remained completely neutral. "Young patriarch," he said with formal politeness, "you asked for me." The young demon, apparently the heir to significant clan authority, gestured casually at the corpses as if they were misplaced furniture. "Butler, dispose of these two bodies. Be careful that no one notices their absence or asks inconvenient questions." The middle-aged demon's eyebrows drew together in what might have been disapproval or simple professional concern. "I hope the young master can explain what circumstances led to this situation." The response was immediate and hostile. The young demon fixed his butler with a cold stare that promised unpleasant consequences for continued questioning. "Don't ask about matters that don't concern you," he said with the kind of casual authority that suggested he expected instant obedience to even unreasonable commands. But Butler Burris possessed the kind of backbone that came from years of dealing with spoiled nobility. He straightened slightly and met his young master's gaze without flinching. "I apologize, but I cannot comply with that request," he said with quiet firmness. "If you want my assistance with body disposal, I need to understand the circumstances that created these bodies." Anger flashed across the young demon's features. His voice rose to something approaching a shout as he pointed accusingly at the uncooperative butler. "Burris, you are nothing but a dog that my father keeps around for convenience. What gives you the right to interfere in my personal affairs?" Despite being subjected to such verbal abuse, the middle-aged demon stood his ground without any visible change in expression. His composure in the face of aristocratic fury spoke to either exceptional self-control or complete confidence in his position within the household hierarchy. Seeing that his intimidation tactics were proving ineffective, the young demon took several deep breaths to regain some measure of self-control. When he spoke again, his voice was stern but more controlled as he recounted the entire sequence of events: the barrier detection, the suspicious patrol, the decision to eliminate potential witnesses before they could reveal inconvenient information. Butler Burris's expression underwent several subtle changes as he listened to this account. By the end of the explanation, he seemed to want to speak but kept stopping himself, clearly struggling with conflicting impulses. Finally, he released a heavy sigh that spoke to deep frustration with the situation and leaned down to personally verify the condition of both bodies. His examination was brief but thorough, checking for breathing, pulse, and other vital signs to confirm that the two assassins were indeed deceased and beyond any possibility of testimony. "Pig slop! Pig swill!" he called toward the door, summoning additional assistants with names that suggested the household servants weren't particularly valued for their dignity. "Get in here immediately." As two obviously terrified servants entered the study and took in the scene of violence, Burris turned back to his young master with evident resignation. "Don't worry, young master," he said with the tone of someone accepting an unpleasant but necessary task. "I will handle the disposal properly." To the servants, who were clearly struggling not to panic at the sight of two corpses in their master's study, he issued brisk instructions: "You two, carry these bodies. Move carefully and quietly." The servants, despite their obvious terror, managed to function under the combined pressure of their young master's presence and the butler's authority. Together, they lifted Russell's apparently lifeless form and that of the genuinely dead Hogren 5, carrying them from the study with the kind of careful efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first experience with such tasks. "I'll handle the rest of the arrangements, young master," Burris informed the young demon with formal politeness before leaving the study without looking back. As the door closed behind the disposal party, the young demon stared after them with an expression of barely controlled hostility. His narrow eyes fixed on the space where Burris had been standing, and his voice carried murderous intent when he spoke to the empty room. "That old pig," he muttered with vicious satisfaction. "One day, my father and I will find a reason to eliminate him permanently." The forest location Burris had chosen for body disposal was several hundred meters from the main underground complex, accessible through a concealed exit that led to the surface world. Ancient trees created a natural canopy that would shield their activities from aerial observation, while the thick undergrowth provided concealment from ground-level surveillance. "Thank you for your assistance," Burris said to the two servants as they completed the transport of both bodies to the selected site. His tone carried genuine appreciation for their help with such an unpleasant task. "It's nothing, sir, really nothing at all," the servants replied with the kind of nervous energy that came from participating in activities they'd rather forget as quickly as possible. But their relief at completing the assignment was short-lived. In one fluid motion that spoke to considerable physical capability, Burris reached out and snapped both their necks with quick, efficient twists. The servants dropped to the forest floor without even having time to register surprise. "Unfortunately, no one can know about any of this," Burris said to the suddenly silent forest, his voice carrying genuine regret for the necessity. "So I have no choice but to ask you to die as well." Alone now except for the 4 corpses, Burris allowed his carefully maintained composure to crack slightly. Frustration and anger leaked through as he continued speaking, apparently addressing his complaints to the uncaring trees. "These idiotic father and son," he said with bitter resignation. "Will they only be satisfied when they've completely ruined the Hogren family's reputation and power? If the old patriarch and his experienced advisors hadn't died in the recent battles, it never would have been the turn of these incompetent branch family members to take control." As if to vent some of the depressed frustration weighing on his spirit, Burris lifted one foot and brought it down with tremendous force. The impact created a deep pit in the forest floor, demonstrating physical strength that suggested magical enhancement or natural demonic capabilities far above normal levels. He turned toward the bodies, preparing to kick them into the improvised grave and complete the burial process. But just as he was positioning himself for the task, something extraordinary happened. "Can you tell me more about it?" A hoarse voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell itself spoke directly behind him. "About the management of the family. Who's there?" Burris spun around instantly, his body moving with the reflexes of someone accustomed to danger and violence. The sight that greeted him defied rational explanation. The body of Hogren 6, which had been lying motionless on the ground just moments before, had completely disappeared. In its place stood a massive creature of black and red, its form suggesting something between demon and nightmare made manifest. Before Burris could react further, the creature moved with inhuman speed. One moment it had been several meters away, the next it was directly in front of him with one enormous hand wrapped around his head in an inescapable grip. Seeing the shock and dawning terror in Burris's eyes, Russell allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. His voice, filtered through arrogance's altered vocal cords, carried both amusement and menace. "Finally," he said with genuine pleasure, "I have an identity that can actually facilitate my activities in this place." Understanding blazed in Burris's eyes as he remembered the young demon's account of the barrier detection and the suspicious circumstances surrounding the patrol. His expression shifted rapidly from shock to fear as he realized exactly what kind of creature he was facing. "Arrogance, thank you for your excellent work," Russell said, speaking both to his symbiote partner and to the terrified butler. As he spoke, black and red liquid flowed from his transformed body like a living tide, completely submerging Burris before he could cry out or attempt escape. The absorption process was thorough and efficient. Within moments, Russell had gained access to another genetic template and the knowledge that came with it. Gene module extracted, Sharp Fangs. Sharp Fangs. Equipping this module allows the generation of indestructible large fangs capable of piercing virtually any material. As Russell's muscles writhed and reconfigured under Arrogance's influence, his form gradually shifted to match that of the former butler Boris. The transformation was complete in every detail, not just physical appearance, but posture, mannerisms, and the subtle energy signature that identified him as a specific individual. Standing in the forest clearing, surrounded by the evidence of multiple deaths, Russell, now wearing the face and identity of the most trusted servant in the Hogren household, allowed himself a moment of cold satisfaction. The infiltration was proceeding better than he'd dared to hope. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 126, Explosion. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Bonus chapter. Some changes in names are made. Russell collected the valuable materials from the fallen demons scattered around the forest clearing. The harvest was substantial: 2 blue quality half-transformed boar spirit essences that pulsed with residual magical energy, 1 blue quality transformed boar spirit that carried the distinctive aura of a fully realized demonic form, and most significantly, 1 gold quality transformed boar spirit that radiated power even in its crystallized state. Each material represented not just monetary value but strategic resources for future card creation projects. The gold quality specimen alone was worth more than most card makers earned in months of routine operations. With practiced efficiency, Russell gathered the corpses of the deceased demons and deposited them into the pit that Winston had excavated with his final, frustrated stomp. The improvised grave was deep enough to conceal the evidence. After ensuring the burial was complete and undetectable, Russell turned his attention to the practical matters of maintaining his new identity. He carefully straightened Winston's formal clothing, brushing away traces of dirt and blood that might raise questions about his recent activities. The butler's attire was well-tailored and conservative, speaking to his important position within the Boar clan hierarchy while maintaining the understated dignity appropriate to a trusted servant. Satisfied with his appearance, Russell began the journey back toward the Boar clan settlement, retracing the route through increasingly familiar underground passages. His movements now carried Winston's characteristic measured gait and professional bearing, small details that would be crucial for maintaining his infiltration in close quarters with demons who had known the butler for years. The successful deception in the study had been a crucial test of Arrogance's capabilities. Russell had managed to fool both the young patriarch and the genuine Winston himself through flawless physical mimicry combined with strategic manipulation of their expectations. The dagger wound that should have been fatal had been nothing more than elaborate theater, easily controlled and negated by his symbiotic partner's precise intervention. From what the original butler revealed before his death, Russell mused as he navigated the tunnels, the current father and son leadership of this clan are not the legitimate rulers. The revelation had been somewhat unexpected, but it actually presented excellent opportunities rather than complications. Internal power struggles and questions of legitimacy would make it much easier to exploit existing tensions and manipulate the political dynamics to his advantage. The return journey proceeded without incident, allowing Russell time to process the intelligence he had gathered and plan his next moves. When he encountered Boar clan servants along the way, they greeted him with the same deferential respect they had always shown to Winston, their easy acceptance confirming that Arrogance's transformation was flawless in every observable detail. Upon reaching the study where this phase of his infiltration had begun, Russell composed himself fully into Winston's persona before entering. He arranged his features into the butler's typical expression of dutiful competence mixed with barely concealed irritation at his master's reckless behavior. Looking at the elegant study where he had nearly been exposed just hours earlier, Russell allowed himself a moment of cold satisfaction before assuming his role completely. He pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside with Winston's measured authority. "Young master," he said with the right combination of formality and subtle reproach, "the matter has been resolved completely, and I have disposed of the individuals as requested." The young patriarch looked up from papers he had been pretending to read, his narrow eyes studying Russell's appearance with the casual indifference of someone accustomed to having their orders carried out without question or complication. Finding nothing suspicious in the butler's demeanor or clothing, he dismissed the report with characteristic arrogance. "Understood," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "You may go about your other duties." Russell had barely turned toward the door when it burst open to admit a breathless, obviously agitated demon whose formal clothing marked him as senior household staff. The messenger's urgent arrival and panicked expression immediately shifted the atmosphere in the study from casual dismissal to sharp concern. "Young master," the newcomer gasped, struggling to catch his breath after what had clearly been a desperate sprint through the settlement's corridors. "Something terrible has happened. The patriarch demands your immediate presence in the main reception hall, you and the butler both." The young patriarch's expression transformed from casual superiority to genuine alarm at this unexpected summons. His father rarely called for emergency meetings, and when he did, the consequences were usually severe for someone involved. The inclusion of the butler in the summons was particularly ominous, suggesting the situation involved matters that required Winston's particular skills or knowledge. "Very well," the young patriarch replied after a moment of visible calculation, his voice carefully controlled despite the obvious stress. "I understand the urgency." Without another word or glance at Russell, the young demon strode from the study with the quick, nervous energy of someone who knew they might be walking into serious trouble. His agitation was evident in every line of his posture as he moved through the settlement's corridors. Russell couldn't help but release a quiet breath of relief as he followed at an appropriate distance. His greatest concern had been navigating the settlement's layout without revealing his ignorance of the building's organization. Fortunately, his role was to accompany rather than lead, and the young patriarch's current distraction meant he wasn't paying attention to Russell's movements or positioning. The main reception hall proved to be exactly the kind of space Russell had expected from his observations of Boer clan wealth and status. High ceilings supported by carved stone pillars created an atmosphere of grandeur and authority, while expensive tapestries depicting clan history lined the walls. Comfortable seating arrangements suggested this space served both formal meetings and important social gatherings. But the atmosphere in the room was anything but comfortable or social. The moment the young patriarch crossed the threshold, his father's voice cut through the air like a blade charged with barely controlled fury. "You worthless creature! Come here and kneel down immediately." The speaker was a middle-aged demon whose hair and beard bristled like steel spikes, radiating the kind of volcanic anger that suggested someone was about to face severe consequences for their actions. This was clearly the patriarch of the Boer clan, the young patriarch's father and the ultimate authority within the family structure, at least nominally. The young patriarch's face cycled through expressions of confusion and growing alarm as he processed both the command and the hostile tone. "Father, what has happened to cause such?" "I said come here and kneel down," the patriarch interrupted with explosive rage, his voice echoing off the reception hall's high ceiling with enough force to make the tapestries flutter. Only then did Russell have the opportunity to properly survey the room's other occupants, and what he observed made his assessment shift dramatically. About a dozen demons occupied the elegant seating, and he immediately recognized several faces from his previous intelligence gathering. The elderly demon and younger companion he had encountered during his earlier observations were both present, along with Lord Marcus from the Sorrow clan, the silver-level clan leader Russell had observed during his interrogation. But these familiar faces were joined by others he hadn't seen before, all carrying themselves with the unmistakable bearing of significant authority within the underground society. All of them are silver level, Russell realized as he extended his magical senses to their absolute minimum, just enough to gauge the power levels represented in the room. His pulse quickened with a mixture of opportunity and concern at this concentration of magical strength. Though I get the distinct impression that most of them are strong on the surface but weak underneath. The observation was crucial for his tactical planning. Apart from the elderly demon whose true capabilities remained somewhat uncertain to Russell's perception, the other silver-level entities projected the telltale signatures of power that had been achieved through enhancement or political position rather than genuine magical development. Their auras carried the hollow quality of authority backed by external support rather than personal strength. In that case, I might want to reconsider my approach entirely, Russell thought as he watched the family drama unfold. Let me observe the dynamics before making any decisive moves. While Russell conducted his covert analysis, the young patriarch had obediently approached his father and dropped to his knees with the practiced submission of someone who had experienced this kind of public humiliation before. His posture spoke to years of conditioning under an authoritarian parent who used shame as a tool of control. The middle-aged patriarch's demeanor immediately shifted from volcanic fury to formal deference as he turned toward the elderly demon who clearly held ultimate authority in this gathering. "Ancestor," he said with carefully measured politeness, bowing respectfully toward the ancient figure. "My foolish son has acted without wisdom and caused you considerable trouble. I take full responsibility for his unauthorized actions and their consequences." The elderly demon, apparently the ultimate authority even above the various clan patriarchs, lifted his teacup with deliberate precision and took a calculated sip before responding. His movements were unhurried and theatrical, suggesting someone who understood the psychological impact of making others wait for judgment while demonstrating his own unshakable composure. "Are you telling me," the ancestor said with a half-smile that contained no warmth whatsoever, "that your son orchestrated all of these recent incidents entirely on his own initiative? You claim to have had no knowledge of his activities or objectives." A flash of genuine surprise crossed the young patriarch's features for just an instant, so brief that most observers would have missed it entirely before he concealed his reaction behind an elaborate display of self-recrimination. Tears began flowing down his cheeks as he launched into what was clearly a well-rehearsed performance. "Ancestor, everything is entirely my fault," he wailed with theatrical anguish, striking his own face repeatedly in apparent punishment. "I allowed evil spirits to possess my judgment. I deserve death for my crimes against the clan and our sacred traditions." Each self-accusation was punctuated by another slap to his own cheek, creating a performance that would have been worthy of professional theater. The combination of physical self-punishment and emotional breakdown was calculated to evoke sympathy while deflecting responsibility away from any broader conspiracy. Russell, observing this display from his position near the back of the room, found himself genuinely impressed by the young demon's acting abilities. "His performance skills are remarkable," he thought with appreciation. He could win awards for this level of theatrical conviction. But beyond the entertainment value, the exchange was providing Russell with crucial intelligence about the political dynamics governing this underground society. The death of the patrol team from the Sorrow clan hadn't been arranged by the ancestor as Russell had initially assumed. Instead, it had been a private initiative by the Boar clan leadership, motivated by nothing more sophisticated than internal power struggles and territorial ambitions. Meanwhile, external threats are supposedly mounting against their entire civilization, Russell reflected with dark amusement, yet here they are still fighting among themselves for scraps of authority and influence. "How touching," the ancestor commented with sardonic appreciation as he watched the young patriarch's continued self-flagellation. "But if I hadn't arranged for discreet surveillance of your recent activities, I suspect you would have succeeded in your little scheme completely. I must commend you for the thoroughness of your planning and execution." The statement hit both father and son like a physical blow. The young patriarch's performance faltered as genuine terror replaced theatrical remorse, and cold sweat broke out across his forehead as the implications became clear. Not only had their assassination plot been discovered, but it had been under observation from the beginning. "Ancestor, I beg for your mercy," the young patriarch pleaded with desperate sincerity, his kowtows becoming more frantic as the reality of his situation sank in. "Please spare my worthless life." But the ancestor ignored these pleas entirely, instead turning his attention to address the assembled clan leaders with the practiced authority of someone accustomed to managing complex political situations. "All the patriarchs present have now witnessed the truth of this matter," he announced with satisfaction. This incident was not orchestrated by me, as some of you may have suspected. You can discontinue your concerns about my potential involvement in unauthorized violence." The various demons responded with the kind of elaborate protestations that Russell recognized as diplomatic theater designed to maintain face while acknowledging underlying suspicions. "What are you suggesting, honored ancestor? We would never question your integrity. Such thoughts never crossed our minds. We trust your judgment completely." The ancestor accepted these declarations with a knowing smile that suggested he wasn't fooled by their diplomatic protests. Political survival in this environment clearly required careful management of multiple competing interests and suspicious factions. But Russell's attention had shifted from the political theater to more immediate considerations. His eyes brightened as a significant realization struck him with the force of revelation. "All the family heads are present in this room," he thought, his mind racing through the implications and possibilities. "Doesn't that mean if I eliminate them all right now, half of my mission objectives would be completed instantly?" He began mentally calculating the feasibility of summoning Lily and launching an immediate assault on the assembled leadership. Such a concentration of targets in a confined space, with him positioned perfectly within their security perimeter, represented an almost unprecedented tactical opportunity. Originally, his infiltration had been motivated by limited goals: gathering intelligence about the underground society's organization and identifying key vulnerabilities for future exploitation. But now that he had a clear assessment of their actual strength levels and a perfect setup for decisive action, Russell was beginning to think that subtlety and prolonged deception might be unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, the ancestor was conducting his own internal calculations about how to resolve the situation while maintaining the delicate political balance that kept the various clans from open warfare. "A moderate punishment should be sufficient," he mused silently. "After all, they accomplished something I wanted to do but couldn't justify doing myself. This way, there should be fewer dissenting voices among the clan leadership going forward." The elderly demon took great care to maintain the complex relationships required to manage this collection of fractious subordinates. In his private opinion, the elimination of several demons from the Sorrow clan patrol had actually been a beneficial development. He'd been searching for an acceptable excuse to remove those particular individuals from the political equation, but hadn't expected the Boar clan to solve the problem so conveniently. "Very well," the ancestor concluded with the tone of someone rendering final judgment. "I won't belabor the current challenges facing our society, as we all understand the pressures we're confronting. However, punishment for unauthorized action is inevitable. You and your son need to designate someone to bear responsibility for this incident." Although the ancestor couldn't completely eliminate the Boar clan without risking the stability of their coalition, he could certainly use this opportunity to weaken their position and reduce their capacity for future independent action. Upon hearing this verdict, the patriarch and his son exchanged a quick look that communicated volumes about their relationship and survival strategies. Without extensive deliberation, they reached a decision that would have been predictable to anyone familiar with their character and priorities. The butler participated in the planning and execution as well, they declared in unison, immediately pointing accusatory fingers at Russell. Russell stared at them in momentary disbelief, his carefully maintained composure nearly cracking under the weight of sheer incredulity. He genuinely hadn't expected to find himself thrust into the center of this political drama while attempting to observe from what he had thought was a safe position on the sidelines. Seeing every demon in the reception hall turning their attention toward him with expressions ranging from curiosity to anticipation, Russell felt a surge of speechless irritation at the unfairness of his situation. But he was nothing if not adaptable to rapidly changing circumstances. Drawing on his understanding of the real Winston's personality and the household's political dynamics, Russell immediately went on the offensive with righteous indignation. "You two incompetent fools are obviously trying to create internal division," he declared with the kind of outraged dignity that would be expected from a loyal servant being used as a scapegoat. "Your transparent attempt to eliminate me is clearly motivated by your desire to seize complete control of the Boar clan hierarchy without interference from experienced counsel." The assembled demons perked up with obvious interest at this development. Political infighting with personal accusations was apparently considered prime entertainment in their current circumstances, and Russell's counterattack had elevated the drama to new levels of interpersonal conflict. "Now this is getting truly interesting," he could practically hear them thinking as they settled back to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. However, the ancestor wasn't particularly interested in extended dramatic confrontations or complex political maneuvering. He rose from his seat with the decisive movement of someone ready to bring the matter to a swift and practical conclusion. "Since you have made your decision about responsibility and consequences," he declared with finality, his ancient voice carrying absolute authority, "I will personally take the life of this butler to satisfy the demands of justice." In the ancestor's perception, Russell appeared to be merely a somewhat capable bronze-level demon useful enough to merit employment but not powerful enough to be worth preserving when political necessity demanded a sacrifice. If Winston had been silver-level, the ancient demon might have found reasons to spare his life and seek alternative solutions. Seeing Russell standing motionless in apparent shock at this development, the young patriarch couldn't conceal his satisfaction at having successfully deflected blame onto a convenient target. His expression brightened with barely contained glee as he anticipated the elimination of a witness who knew too much about his recent activities. "What are you waiting for?" he called out with malicious enthusiasm that revealed his true character. "Come over here and accept your punishment like a proper servant should." Russell looked at the spoiled young demon with a mixture of exasperation and contempt. The whining, entitled tone was exactly what he had come to expect from someone who had never faced genuine consequences for their actions. As the demons stared at him with various degrees of confusion and anticipation, servants weren't supposed to hesitate when receiving direct orders from their masters. Russell released a heavy sigh that seemed to carry the weight of resigned acceptance. He felt a moment of genuine regret that his careful infiltration had been derailed by circumstances beyond his control, but adaptation was the key to survival in hostile environments. Sometimes the best-laid plans required dramatic revision when faced with unexpected developments. His current identity as Winston the Butler was indeed just that of a bronze-level demon from the perspective of everyone present. Being sacrificed as a political scapegoat was probably inevitable given the power dynamics at play and the need for someone to bear responsibility for recent unauthorized violence. But as Russell prepared himself for the next phase of this encounter, his voice underwent a dramatic and unsettling transformation. When he spoke again, the sound that emerged was no longer Winston's measured, professional tone. Instead, a hoarse and ferocious voice that seemed to emerge from some primordial darkness rang out through the elegant reception hall, carrying undertones that made the air itself seem to thicken with malevolent energy. "Since you all want to die so badly, I'll be happy to grant your wish." End of chapter 126. 300 power stones for extra chapter. 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 127, This is your hell. All the demons in the reception room stared at Russell with expressions ranging from confusion to growing alarm. The voice that had emerged from the supposed butler carried undertones that seemed to resonate from some darkness, making the elegant chamber's air feel thick and oppressive with barely contained malevolence. All except the ancient ancestor, whose shrewd eyes had sharpened with sudden, terrible understanding. "You are not Winston, the butler of the Boar clan," the elderly demon stated in a voice that had dropped to a low, dangerous growl. The words carried the weight of absolute certainty and dawning recognition of the magnitude of deception that had been perpetrated within their most secure sanctuary. Russell's body began to writhe and shift with wet, organic sounds that filled the reception hall with an atmosphere of creeping horror. The careful disguise of Winston the Butler melted away like wax under flame, revealing the tall, imposing figure that was Russell's true form. Bones cracked and reformed, muscles stretched into new configurations, and the familiar features of the trusted servant dissolved to expose something far more alien and dangerous. Beside him, his full retinue of cards materialized from thin air with crisp efficiency, each summoned form taking shape with deadly precision. Lily appeared in her pristine white dress and gleaming armor, the legendary sword already beginning to pulse with contained radiance. Anohana manifested in her captain's Haori, serene composure intact despite the hostile environment. Others took form around Russell like a constellation of barely contained power. All the demons present fell into stunned, absolute silence as they processed the scope of infiltration that had been achieved right under their noses. "You've been operating within our territory since the Grak incident, haven't you?" Although the ancestor phrased his words as a question, his tone carried the iron certainty of someone who had already connected the dots. Without waiting for Russell's confirmation, the ancient demon turned his burning gaze toward the cowering father and son of the Boar clan. "If it weren't for you two imbeciles and your pathological need for internal power struggles, I doubt he would ever have been exposed." The revelation hit the elderly demon with the force of a physical blow. He had originally believed that the matter of the eliminated patrol guards had been cleanly resolved through the Boar clan's unauthorized execution. But now it became crystal clear that his opponent's infiltration and disguise capabilities were far beyond anything he had imagined possible. In what couldn't have been more than a few days, this outside creature had successfully assumed at least 3 completely different identities: patrol member, butler, and probably others they hadn't even discovered yet. He had moved through their society with such skill that even their most paranoid security measures had been completely bypassed. The Boar clan patriarch and his son exchanged horrified glances, their minds struggling to comprehend how their petty scheming had led to such a catastrophic security breach. The young master's face had gone deathly pale as a particularly terrifying realization struck him like lightning. He now understood with crystal clarity that either of the 2 subordinates who had reported back to his study had been replaced by this creature standing before them. Given the overwhelming aura of menace and power that Russell was now radiating, energy that seemed to press against the chamber walls like a living thing, it was obvious that if the infiltrator had chosen to eliminate him during their private meeting, resistance would have been utterly impossible. The thought sent ice through his veins. He had been alone in a room with death incarnate and had been completely oblivious to the danger. The ancestor's ancient eyes narrowed to thin slits as he studied Russell's transformed appearance, his strategic mind already calculating possibilities and countermeasures despite the overwhelming disadvantage he now faced. "So it is you and your kind," he said with barely controlled fury that had been building over decades of frustration. "A group of those accursed outsider creatures we've heard so much about." His voice carried generations of accumulated hatred and bitter experience. "But tell me." His tone shifted to something approaching mockery despite the danger. "Are you truly arrogant enough to believe you can face all of us alone?" As his final words rang through the reception hall with the force of a battle cry, every demon present launched themselves into coordinated assault. The air itself seemed to catch fire as magical energies erupted from multiple sources simultaneously, devastating flame spells, crushing lightning bolts, force projectiles capable of shattering mountains, and exotic magical effects that defied easy categorization. A terrifying wave of destructive power exploded from within the Boar clan's underground mansion, shaking the very foundations of the mountain itself and sending tremors through hundreds of meters of solid rock. Unfortunately for the attacking demons, they had severely underestimated both their opponent's capabilities and his preparation for exactly this scenario. Bakud number 81, Dank. Anohana's voice carried clearly through the chaos. The spell she cast was among the most powerful defensive techniques in her extensive arsenal. A transparent, shimmering barrier materialized instantly in front of Russell and his summoned cards. Its surface gleamed like polished crystal shot through with veins of pure energy, and despite its ethereal appearance, it possessed defensive capabilities that bordered on the absolute. The concentrated magical assault struck the barrier with tremendous force, enough raw power to obliterate entire military formations, but the translucent wall remained completely motionless. Every spell, every projected attack, every manifestation of demonic fury broke against its surface like ocean waves against an immovable cliff. The barrier stood firm as divine protection, earning its reputation as an impenetrable ward that had never been breached by conventional magical assault. The ancestor's pupils contracted with shock and rapidly mounting dread as he witnessed the effortless negation of their coordinated attack. This kind of defense. The sight brought back memories he had tried desperately to forget, dark days when their people had first encountered these outside creatures and learned the true meaning of helplessness. Before their current exile to this underground refuge, their civilization hadn't been reduced to the scattered remnants it was now. They had been a proud and powerful race with established territories, significant magical capabilities, and military forces that had dominated their region for millennia. But these creatures from the outside world had proven to be completely unlike anything they had faced in previous conflicts. Their abilities were strange and comprehensive, often requiring several of the tribe's strongest warriors working in perfect coordination just to match a single outside invader. The disparity in capabilities was so vast that it often seemed like they were fighting beings from an entirely different category of existence. "Attack with everything you possess," the ancestor shouted with desperate urgency, his voice cracking under the strain of commanding what he knew might be their final battle. "We must contain him here at all costs, no matter the sacrifice required." But even as he issued these commands, Russell's expression had shifted to something far more predatory and anticipatory. A malicious smile spread across his features as he looked at the assembled demons with the satisfied anticipation of someone about to reveal their trump card. "I've been patiently waiting for you to exhaust your opening moves," he said with dark amusement that made several demons flinch involuntarily. "What exactly are you waiting for now?" Before the ancestor could process the ominous implications of that statement, the petite figure beside Russell had already raised the beautiful sword in her small hands. The blade seemed to pulse with internal starlight, its surface reflecting illumination that came from no external source but rather from the legendary power contained within its very essence. All present could feel the air itself begin to vibrate with potential energy as Lily prepared to unleash one of the most devastating attacks known to exist in any realm. "Caliban!" Her voice rang out with crystalline clarity that somehow carried across dimensions, the name of the legendary sword resonating with power that made reality itself seem to bend in acknowledgement. A massive golden beam of light suddenly erupted from the sword with the concentrated fury of a dying star. The radiance was so intense that it temporarily blinded every demon in the reception hall, their enhanced vision unable to process the sheer luminosity of an attack that channeled the essence of solar fire itself. The beam pierced straight upward with unstoppable force, punching through the ceiling of the underground space as if the tons of solid rock above were no more substantial than morning mist. The terrifying destructive power carved through layer after layer of stone and earth with casual ease, creating a perfectly circular tunnel that reached toward the surface world far above their heads. The entire mountain began to shake and tremble as structural supports that had stood for centuries simply ceased to exist. Load-bearing elements were vaporized by the golden radiance, causing chain reactions of collapse throughout the underground complex. The sound was indescribable, part earthquake, part explosion, part something else entirely that human language had no words to capture. "Quick! Stop her before she brings down the entire mountain." The words that emerged from the ancestor's mouth were so distorted by panic and desperation that they barely resembled normal speech. His voice cracked under the strain of issuing commands while witnessing the systematic destruction of everything his people had built. The demons around him weren't fools. They understood immediately that allowing this devastation to continue would mean the complete collapse of their hidden sanctuary and the burial of everyone within under millions of tons of rubble. Unfortunately for them, understanding the problem and being capable of solving it were entirely different matters. How could a collection of demons whose silver-level status was more political than practical hope to stop the golden sword of the victorious when it was wielded by someone of Lily's legendary capabilities? Even demon lords who had ruled for millennia had been completely annihilated by the terrifying power of this mythical weapon. The golden beam continued its devastating arc, carving downward through the reception hall with methodical precision that spoke to perfect control despite the weapon's overwhelming destructive potential. It left a horrific, molten scar across the ceiling of the underground space, the edges of the cut glowing with residual energy that spoke to temperatures capable of vaporizing steel instantly. The demons could only watch in helpless horror as their sanctuary was systematically destroyed before their eyes. They were powerless to intervene against such overwhelming force, reduced to the role of witnesses to their own civilization's destruction. The blazing heat that accompanied the sword's passage instantly annihilated everything in the beam's direct path. Expensive furniture became ash in milliseconds. Decorative elements carved from precious stone simply ceased to exist. Even the air itself seemed to burn in the wake of Lily's attack, creating a column of superheated atmosphere that would remain lethally hot for hours after the weapon's energy dissipated. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds of sustained destruction, the golden radiance finally began to fade. As the blinding afterimages cleared from everyone's vision and the ringing in their ears subsided enough to allow coherent thought, the true scope of the devastation became apparent. Where moments before there had been an elegant reception hall filled with the most powerful leaders of the underground society, now there was only destruction and death on an almost incomprehensible scale. Dozens of charred demon corpses lay scattered across the ruined floor, their forms barely recognizable as having once been living beings. The lucky ones had been killed instantly by the initial blast of heat, their deaths too quick for suffering. Others showed signs of having survived just long enough to experience the full horror of their situation before succumbing to injuries that no healing magic could address. Only one figure remained alive amid the carnage: the ancient ancestor who had orchestrated this final confrontation. His clothes were torn and smoking, revealing severe burns across most of his body. Blood seeped from multiple wounds, creating dark stains on the scorched stone floor as his life slowly leaked away. "You're still breathing," Russell observed with genuine surprise tinged by professional admiration as he studied the elderly demon's battered form. "That's actually quite impressive, considering what you just survived." The ancestor opened his mouth and released a substantial quantity of blood before managing to speak. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it still carried traces of the authority he had wielded for so many centuries. Russell's mind immediately began analyzing the situation with cold precision. It must be some form of special life-saving ability, he concluded after a moment of consideration. There was absolutely no way the ancient demon could have survived Lily's concentrated assault through natural resilience alone, not when beings significantly more powerful than him had been reduced to charcoal by similar strikes. The ability was probably some form of damage transference or death substitution, allowing the user to sacrifice valuable resources or prepared contingencies to survive otherwise lethal attacks. Such techniques were rare and expensive to maintain, but they could turn the tide of battles that would otherwise end in certain death. Perfect opportunity to finish what we started, Russell decided with cold pragmatism. He was preparing to have Anohana deliver a finishing black coffin spell when his expression suddenly shifted to one of alert concern. After revealing himself and engaging in open magical combat, he had extended his mental perception to its maximum range to monitor for additional threats or reinforcements. Now, at the very edge of his enhanced awareness, he detected several powerful magical signatures moving rapidly toward their current location. The approaching auras were strong enough to register clearly despite the distance, suggesting silver-level entities or possibly something even more dangerous. Russell's thoughts flashed through calculations. After directing Lily to collect the valuable materials that could be extracted from the deceased demon's remains, a process that took only moments thanks to her supernatural efficiency, he made the strategic decision to withdraw rather than risk a prolonged engagement against unknown opponents. Who knows what other special abilities the ancestor might have hidden away? Russell reasoned as he weighed his options. Now that Lily has temporarily expended Caliban's ultimate attack, my available combat assets are reduced to myself and Anohana. I'm not prepared to gamble everything on the assumption that our enemies don't have additional trump cards. Besides, Lily's legendary sword would be restored to full functionality within 24 hours. Much better to retreat now, allow his forces to recover completely, and return to deliver another devastating attack when circumstances were more favorable. I make calculated decisions, and I make consistent profits, he reminded himself with satisfaction at his own thinking. Having settled on this course of action, Russell accepted the 13 portions of silver-grade materials that Lily had efficiently gathered from the fallen demons. The magical extraction process left behind only harmless ash while preserving the valuable essence that could be used for future card creation projects. Then Russell extended the flesh wings that emerged from his transformed back, the membranous appendages unfurling with organic grace that spoke to Arrogance's perfect integration with his physiology. With powerful wing beats that sent debris flying and created small whirlwinds in the ruined reception hall, he lifted himself and his summoned cards into the air. Not long after Russell's departure, several new demons descended upon the site of devastation with the sharp whistle of high-speed aerial movement. Their expressions shifted from grim determination to absolute horror as they took in the scene of unprecedented destruction. "Ancestor!" one cried out in dismay upon spotting the elderly demon's battered form among the carnage. "What happened here?" demanded another, his voice carrying the kind of shock that comes from witnessing something beyond normal comprehension. "Who could have done such a thing?" The questions overlapped in a chorus of disbelief and mounting panic. Various inquiries and exclamations rang out simultaneously through what had once been the Boer clan's elegant reception hall but was now nothing more than a smoking crater filled with evidence of supernatural violence. The ancestor was breathing heavily, each inhalation a visible struggle as his damaged lungs worked to process air that still carried traces of superheated energy. His pale hair hung in disheveled strands around his shoulders, and his eyes were bloodshot from the strain of surviving an attack that should have been instantly fatal. "Creatures from the outside world," he managed to say in a voice made hoarse by smoke inhalation and internal injuries. "They infiltrated our sanctuary completely. This destruction was all their work." He gestured weakly toward the charred remains scattered across the floor. "Apart from myself, all the remaining family heads in our settlement are here." As he spoke these words, the full implications began to sink in for the newly arrived demons. The leadership structure of their entire underground society had been effectively decapitated in a single, devastating assault. Generations of political balance and careful alliance building had been wiped out in moments. The reinforcement demons couldn't help but display visible horror as they processed the magnitude of their losses. They had witnessed the golden beam of light from distant locations, but seeing its effects up close was an entirely different experience that challenged their understanding of what individual combatants could achieve. Several of the demons felt profound gratitude that they hadn't been present in the settlement when the attack occurred. Otherwise, their fate would have been no different from the carbonized corpses scattered around them like gruesome decorations. "Perhaps the enemy can't launch that type of attack multiple times in succession," one demon suggested with desperate hope that spoke to the psychological need to find some reason for optimism in their dire circumstances. "If they could strike continuously with such power, wouldn't they have pursued us and finished everyone off?" The ancestor's bitter smile ruthlessly shattered their wishful thinking before it could take root. "While it's true that they probably can't use that specific attack continuously, the opponents haven't expended much of their overall energy reserves." As an elder who had lived through the initial conflicts with outside creatures, he possessed knowledge that these younger silver-level demons lacked. The reason why the beings from the outside world are so terrifyingly effective is that their unique ability system allows them to repeatedly deploy what we would consider ultimate techniques, attacks that we can only use once before completely exhausting ourselves. One of the demons absorbed this information with visible despair creeping across his features. "Then, ancestor, what should we do now? How do we survive this?" Blood continued to drip steadily from the elderly demon's temples as he stared at the hideous crack that Lily's sword had carved across the ceiling of their underground refuge. His voice carried the weight of final defeat when he replied. "Wait for death. We had expected this day would eventually come, hadn't we?" The words fell into the ruined chamber like stones into still water, creating ripples of despair that touched every demon present. After becoming servants to their mysterious patron, everyone should have been mentally prepared to sacrifice their lives when circumstances demanded it. But intellectual preparation and emotional acceptance were entirely different challenges. "Our tribe's final struggle seems so pathetically inadequate in the face of attacks like that," the ancestor continued, speaking more to himself than to his audience. "Although the outsider creature retreated out of apparent caution this time, I have no doubt they'll return very soon to finish what they started. They're simply being thorough rather than merciful." All the demons fell into stunned silence as they absorbed their leader's hopeless assessment. They had never expected to hear such complete resignation from their most senior authority, the figure they had looked to for guidance and salvation in their darkest hours. One demon gritted his teeth and spoke with desperate defiance that cut through the oppressive atmosphere. I refuse to wait here to die like some sacrificial offering. I'm going to attempt an escape right now. There's always some small chance of survival if you keep moving and fighting. Without waiting for permission or arguments from his companions, the demon launched himself into the air and flew rapidly in the direction he had come from, abandoning the settlement and his fellow survivors without a backward glance. His departure left a silence that somehow felt even heavier than before. Meanwhile, Russell had traveled a considerable distance from the devastated settlement, taking a circuitous route through the underground cavern system that would prevent easy tracking of his movements. His destination was the massive metal gate he had observed during his initial reconnaissance, the main entrance to the underground complex that served as both the primary defensive choke point and the most obvious escape route for any surviving demons. What Russell planned to implement now was a classic tactical approach that military strategists called catching turtles in a jar. By positioning himself at the main exit point, he could engage enemies with maximum advantage while maintaining the option to retreat if circumstances became unfavorable. Given his current capabilities and the demon's demonstrated weaknesses, controlling the metal gate represented the optimal approach for completing his remaining mission objectives. The flight through the vast underground spaces gave Russell time to appreciate the true scope of what the demons had accomplished. These caverns stretched for kilometers in multiple directions, connected by a network of natural and artificial passages that spoke to decades or possibly centuries of careful engineering. It was less a simple refuge and more a complete underground civilization. It didn't take long before Russell spotted his target from the air, the enormous metal portal with its intricate magical ward systems, still guarded by a contingent of demon troops who apparently hadn't yet received news of the catastrophe at the main settlement. The guards were maintaining their posts with professional discipline, unaware that their entire command structure had just been eliminated. Russell's arrogance-enhanced form twisted into a predatory smile as he prepared for the next phase of his assault. These defenders would provide an excellent opportunity to test some of his other capabilities while ensuring that no organized resistance could escape to warn potential allies in other locations. Boom! The sound of Russell's landing carried across the gate area like thunder, his enhanced mass and velocity creating a significant crater in the stone floor directly in front of the metal portal. The impact sent shock waves rippling through the immediate area and caused several of the magical ward systems to flicker momentarily as their stability was disrupted. "What's happening?" shouted one of the guards as alarm bells began ringing throughout the defensive position. "Enemy attack!" cried another as the reality of their situation became clear. Chaotic voices erupted among the demon army as they scrambled to respond to this sudden and overwhelming threat. Within minutes, numerous bronze-level and iron-level demons had gathered in defensive formations, their training overriding their fear as they prepared to engage what they could see was a significantly superior opponent. Creatures of various subspecies and clan affiliations stared up at the tall black and red monster standing before their most important defensive position. The sight of Russell in his full arrogance form was genuinely terrifying, a being that seemed to exist at the intersection of nightmare and cosmic horror, radiating malevolent power that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. "It's one of those outside creatures," a demon scout identified Russell's nature with rising panic in his voice that infected his nearby comrades. "Several of our leaders went to the main settlement for an emergency meeting," another added with growing dread as he began to understand the implications. Could something terrible have happened to them? But fear quickly transformed into desperate aggression as the defenders realized that retreat was impossible and surrender was not an option. Their families and everything they valued lay behind that gate, and failure here would mean the destruction of everything they had worked to preserve. "Kill the invader!" The battle cry erupted from dozens of throats simultaneously as the demon army charged toward Russell with weapons raised and spells preparing to launch. But Russell had chosen this location precisely because it offered him tactical advantages that his enemies couldn't match or counter. He had been waiting for the demons to gather in one convenient location where his specialized capabilities would be most effective, and he definitely had his reasons for such strategic patience. "Kiss shot," he called out with calm confidence, using the nickname he had developed for one of his most versatile cards. "I'm entrusting this engagement to you." From the shadows beside Russell, a graceful figure emerged with fluid movements that seemed to defy the normal rules of physics and motion. Bladeheart materialized with the kind of otherworldly beauty that was both alluring and deeply dangerous, her very presence seeming to bend light and shadow around her form. It had been quite some time since Russell had deployed this particular summons in actual combat, and some observers might question the wisdom of using what appeared to be a support-focused entity against such large numbers of enemies. But those observers would be missing the crucial detail of Bladeheart's most devastating special ability. Demonic charm. Beings below iron level cannot resist the supernatural allure of Bladeheart and will voluntarily sacrifice their lives for her attention and approval. With the appearance of the elegant, deadly figure, the demon troops that had been charging toward Russell with murderous intent suddenly began to falter. The organized charge dissolved into chaos as individual demons found their attention captured by something they couldn't quite understand or resist, a compulsion that bypassed their rational minds and spoke directly to deeper instincts. Many iron-level demons abruptly halted their advance and reversed the orientation of their weapons, turning blades that had been aimed at Russell toward themselves instead. Bloody suicide scenes began occurring across the battlefield as the charm effect overwhelmed their survival instincts entirely, replacing self-preservation with an overwhelming desire to please the beautiful entity that had appeared among them. The carnage was both swift and comprehensive. Dozens of demons fell to self-inflicted wounds within moments, their last expressions showing not pain or regret but a kind of blissful satisfaction at having provided entertainment for Bladeheart's amusement. Eventually, even some of the bronze-level demons with stronger willpower began to crack under the psychological pressure. Those who managed to resist the direct charm effect found themselves witnessing their comrades' mass self-destruction, an experience that shattered their morale and fighting spirit completely. "Monster! Unnatural creature!" they screamed in terror, their voices breaking with the strain of confronting something that violated their understanding of how reality was supposed to function. "I don't want to die here. I don't want to end like this." They dropped their weapons and fled toward the main settlement without looking back, abandoning their posts and their fallen comrades in desperate attempts to escape whatever supernatural influence had claimed so many of their allies. Russell, currently wearing his Mark III armor for both enhanced protection and intimidation value, used the suit's integrated weapons systems to eliminate the fleeing demons with precise gunfire. The armor's targeting systems made such cleanup operations almost trivially easy, requiring minimal effort on his part. It was only in Secret Realm environments like this that Russell could allow all his cards to operate at full capacity without worrying about collateral damage, civilian casualties, or political complications. Under normal circumstances back in New Metro, his spirit summons rarely had opportunities to demonstrate their true capabilities without creating problems that would attract unwanted official attention. While Russell was systematically cleaning up the battlefield and collecting valuable materials from the fallen demons, his enhanced senses detected a new magical signature approaching the area. This one registered as significantly more powerful than the scattered troops they had just eliminated, probably a silver-level entity drawn by the sounds of combat. "Someone's actually approaching this obvious death trap," Russell observed with dark amusement as he prepared to engage yet another opponent. A few minutes later, a demon wearing elaborate ceremonial armor appeared at the edge of Russell's field of vision. The newcomer took one comprehensive look at the scene spread out before the metal gate, and his face immediately went pale with shock and rapidly mounting horror. Countless demons lay scattered across the ground in unnatural poses, their bodies bearing the distinctive wounds of self-inflicted death. The uniformity of their suicides created a surreal and deeply disturbing tableau that would have shaken even experienced warriors accustomed to witnessing battlefield violence. "What do you think of the grave I've prepared for you?" Russell's voice carried across the silent battlefield like a whisper from the deepest pits of hell itself. The tone was casual, almost conversational, but it carried undertones that made the surviving demon's blood run cold. The armored silver-level warrior spun around to locate the source of that terrifying voice and found himself staring at the tall black and red monster watching him with obvious interest and anticipation. Russell's expression suggested a predator that had found particularly entertaining prey. "You deserve to die for this atrocity." The demon's eyes blazed with fury and righteous indignation as he launched himself toward Russell in a desperate charge, his ceremonial armor gleaming as he moved with enhanced speed. However, when he had covered approximately half the distance between them, another voice interrupted his attack with calm finality that spoke to absolute confidence in the outcome. "Had number 90, Kurohitsuji." The pitch-black coffin materialized instantly around the charging demon's form, trapping him within Anohana's most devastating offensive spell before he could adjust his trajectory or attempt evasion. The dark energy that comprised the technique was specifically designed to inflict maximum damage while preventing escape or resistance. When the shadowy construct finally dissipated several seconds later, the silver-level warrior was lying motionless on the scorched ground. His ornate armor had been cracked and twisted by forces beyond normal comprehension, and his body was covered in wounds that spoke to damage inflicted at the cellular level. Whether he remained alive was unclear, but he certainly wouldn't be participating in any further combat operations. "Admirably brave, though ultimately foolish," Russell commented with professional appreciation for the demon's willingness to face overwhelming odds. "Unfortunately, you've entered a situation where arrival is permitted but departure is strictly forbidden." These demons would probably never realize until their final moments that the underground space they had created to escape their enemies had now become a prison that would trap them until death claimed every remaining inhabitant. Russell extended his mental perception across the now silent battlefield, and moments later the valuable materials from the demon corpses began condensing into collectible forms. The process was both efficient and profitable, transforming the aftermath of battle into tangible resources that could be used for future projects. "This is exactly the kind of problem I enjoy having," Russell muttered as he surveyed the substantial pile of materials that had accumulated from the mass casualties. Although most of the collected specimens were iron-grade and wouldn't be directly useful for his current power level, they still represented significant value for trading with younger students or converting to monetary resources through appropriate channels. Unfortunately, his carrying capacity remained limited by the practical constraints of traveling without proper storage solutions. He had undertaken this mission with minimal equipment, not even bringing a basic storage pack for extended material collection operations. After securing all the bronze and silver-grade materials, Russell selected the highest quality specimens from the iron-grade collection, prioritizing those with unique properties or rare characteristics that would be most valuable in future transactions. "I must figure out how to create a storage card when I return to civilization," he decided with growing frustration at these logistical limitations. "But if you want to accumulate real wealth, you definitely need to visit secret realms that haven't been fully explored and controlled yet." The iron and bronze materials Russell had harvested during this single operation were sufficient to purchase comfortable living accommodations in New Metro if converted to standard currency. However, he remained somewhat disappointed with the overall quality of the silver-grade materials, as they were predominantly blue or green quality rather than the gold-grade specimens he had hoped to find. He estimated that only the most powerful demons in this particular realm would be capable of producing truly high-quality gold-grade materials. But Russell could understand the limitations. This was, after all, a secret realm designated for student practical training rather than serious exploration of unknown territories. The presence of so many silver-level demons in his assigned area was actually beyond normal parameters for educational exercises. With the substantial quantity of silver-grade materials he had now collected, Russell felt confident that his next silver-level card advancement was within reach, whether he chose to work with Mr. Warren or approach Hazel for assistance with the crafting process. "Now I simply need to establish a defensive position and wait for the remainder to come to me," Russell concluded after finalizing his tactical assessment. He instructed his summoned cards to monitor the surrounding area for approaching threats while he entered a meditative state to recover his energy and maintain peak readiness for future encounters. The remaining demons were essentially scattered survivors at this point, so he felt comfortable allowing Anohana and his other cards to handle routine engagements while he conserved his strength for more significant challenges. Over the following hours, Russell's patience was rewarded when 2 additional silver-level demons attempted to escape through the main gate. Unfortunately for them, they arrived during a period when Lily's Caliban had been restored to full functionality after its 24-hour recovery cycle. Both demons were eliminated without offering any meaningful resistance to the legendary sword's devastating power. Their desperate flight ended in swift and decisive death, adding 2 more high-quality material specimens to Russell's growing collection. During the subsequent 2 days, no demon dared to approach the metal gate, which had effectively become a recognized death zone under Russell's complete control. The psychological impact of the mass casualties and obvious tactical superiority had broken whatever remained of organized resistance or escape attempts. Russell finally opened his eyes from his extended meditation period and rose to his feet with fluid grace. His energy reserves were completely restored, his cards were at full capability, and his strategic position was unassailable. In that case, he said with satisfaction at how perfectly the situation had developed, I suppose it's time to seek out the remaining survivors myself. After dismissing his summoned cards and allowing them to return to their portable forms, Russell transformed into his full arrogance state and launched himself into the air above the underground complex. His destination was the main settlement area, where his enhanced senses had detected the surviving demons gathering together in what was probably their final desperate conference. As he flew through the vast cavern system, Russell extended his mental perception to its maximum range to ensure he wouldn't miss any silver-level entities who might be attempting to hide in remote locations or escape through alternate routes that he hadn't yet discovered. Finally, as he approached the devastated settlement area where his assault had begun, Russell's eyes brightened with predatory satisfaction. His enhanced senses confirmed what he had hoped to find. The survivors have actually gathered together in one convenient location, he observed with genuine pleasure at this development. This will save me the considerable trouble of hunting them down individually across this entire underground maze. The tactical advantage was overwhelming a concentrated target in familiar terrain, with no possibility of reinforcement or escape. It was the perfect setup for delivering the final blow to what remained of the underground demon society. Along with a terrifying roar that echoed through the cavern system like the cry of some primordial predator, Russell's black and red form descended toward the earth with a shrill wind, ready to complete his mission and eliminate the last remnants of organized resistance. End of Chapter 127. Chapter 130, Chapter 128, To Kill a Spirit. The impact of Russell's landing sent violent vibrations rippling through the underground cavern system like seismic waves traveling through the mountain's bones. The solid stone floor, which had been carved and reinforced over decades of careful engineering, instantly began to show spiderweb patterns of cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Dust and debris rained down from the damaged ceiling as the structural integrity of the settlement groaned under the sudden stress of Russell's arrival. "Come out," Russell commanded, his voice carrying through the devastated space with the authority of absolute power. The hoarse, low tone emerged from some primal darkness, reverberating off the broken walls and shattered support columns. "I know you're here somewhere, and hiding will only postpone the inevitable." As he spoke, his constellation of cards materialized around him, each summoned form taking shape. Lily appeared in her pristine white dress and gleaming armor, though Russell noted with satisfaction that she no longer carried a makeshift branch. The legendary sword Caliban had been restored to its full glory and now rested in her small hands, its blade beginning to emit the soft golden radiance that preceded devastating attacks. Anohana manifested beside her in the captain's haori, maintaining her characteristic serene composure despite the hostile environment. Others took their positions around Russell. "Do you really have to eliminate every last one of us?" An old, weary voice emerged from the deepest shadows of the ruined settlement, carrying decades of accumulated exhaustion and the weight of inevitable defeat. Russell turned his head toward the source of the sound and saw exactly what he had expected to find. The ancient ancestor, whom he had spared during their previous encounter, was leading the last surviving demons out from whatever shelter they had found among the rubble. The elderly figure moved with obvious pain, his wounds from Lily's earlier attack still hampering his mobility despite whatever healing he had managed to accomplish. The small group of survivors looked at Russell with expressions that mixed resignation with desperate hope, the kind of look that came from people who knew they were facing their final moments but couldn't quite abandon the possibility of mercy or reprieve. Upon hearing the ancestor's plea, Russell couldn't help but release a sound that might have been laughter if it hadn't been so cold and predatory. The question revealed such a fundamental misunderstanding of their respective positions that it bordered on the absurd. "You should understand the basic reality of our situation," he replied with casual cruelty that cut through any pretense of moral equivalence. "It was your people who invaded our world first, who initiated this conflict through unprovoked aggression. We're simply defending ourselves from an existential threat that you represent." The elderly demon's mouth worked silently for several moments, his ancient mind searching for arguments that would hold up under examination. But he knew, with the bitter clarity that comes from centuries of experience, that Russell was stating the fundamental truth about their circumstances. If the creatures from the outside world weren't so impossibly difficult to conquer, his people would have completed their invasion many years ago. The fact that they were reduced to hiding in underground refuges rather than ruling openly was testament to the overwhelming disparity in capabilities between the two civilizations. "How convenient that you've all gathered together in one location," Russell observed with dark satisfaction, his mind immediately recognizing the advantage of facing his remaining objectives in a single engagement. "This saves me the considerable trouble of hunting you down individually across this entire underground maze." Russell was no longer in the mood for extended philosophical discussions or moral debates with beings whose destruction was both necessary and inevitable. At his mental command, Anohana had already completed her incantation for the defensive barrier, her voice carrying clearly through the tense atmosphere as she prepared the ward that had proven so effective in their previous encounters. The indestructible transparent wall materialized in front of Russell's group with the same crystalline perfection as before, its surface gleaming like polished diamond shot through with veins of pure magical energy. Lily simultaneously raised her gorgeous sword, the legendary blade now shining with an even more dazzling golden radiance. Russell had learned from experience never to allow his enemies the initiative, regardless of how hopeless their situation might appear. Even before the ancestor had opened his mouth to speak, Russell had secretly prepared his cards for immediate combat, positioning his forces for maximum tactical advantage while maintaining options for both devastating assault and strategic withdrawal if necessary. Just as Lily was preparing to speak Caliban's true name and unleash the sword's ultimate power, her lips already forming the syllables that would trigger complete annihilation, the elderly demon suddenly spoke with desperate urgency. "Aren't you curious about the truth behind all of this? The real reasons why our worlds have come into conflict?" The unexpected question caused Lily to pause mid-invocation, the sword's energy fluctuating as she turned her gaze toward Russell for guidance on how to proceed. The timing was clearly calculated to disrupt their attack rhythm, but the content was intriguing enough to merit at least momentary consideration. Russell's response was a sneering dismissal that carried all his accumulated cynicism about demonic duplicity and manipulation. "Do you honestly believe I don't know that you'll be obliterated if you try to reveal anything significant about your true masters or objectives?" His first thought upon hearing the ancestor's words was the vivid memory of that demon at Sword Lake, the creature that had literally exploded into component atoms when it attempted to speak about forbidden topics. Russell had witnessed firsthand the supernatural enforcement mechanisms that prevented these creatures from revealing crucial information to outside investigators. The elderly demon had naturally anticipated this skeptical response, having observed similar reactions from other outside creatures who had encountered their people's supernatural constraints. But he wasn't planning to convey forbidden information through direct communication, which would indeed trigger the lethal sanctions imposed by their mysterious patron. Instead, he had prepared a more indirect approach that might circumvent the restrictions while still providing valuable intelligence to his opponent. "Before my clan took refuge in this particular location," the ancestor said with careful precision, his voice dropping to a whisper that carried just far enough for Russell to hear clearly, "there was an ancient book left behind by previous inhabitants. A record of events that preceded our arrival." Having delivered this tantalizing hint, the elderly demon fell silent. He had communicated everything he dared to reveal without risking immediate termination by whatever cosmic force controlled their existence. Any more specific information would likely result in the same explosive death that had claimed others who attempted to breach their enforced silence. Russell frowned as he processed both the explicit statement and its implied subtext. His instincts immediately began working through the potential significance of such a discovery and the tactical implications of the ancestors' unexpected offer. "What's your price for this information?" Russell asked. "You wouldn't make such an offer without expecting something substantial in return. Besides, even if I eliminate all of you right now, I can still conduct a search of this entire complex and locate this supposed ancient text through exploration." The logic was unassailable. Russell possessed both the time and resources necessary to tear apart every stone in the underground settlement until he found whatever the ancestor was offering. The elderly demon's bargaining position was essentially non-existent unless the book's location was protected by mechanisms that required living clan members to access. Seeing that Russell was willing to continue the negotiation rather than simply resuming his attack, a brief flash of something predatory flickered in the ancestor's ancient eyes. But when he spoke, his expression showed only reasonable desperation mixed with fading hope. "The safekeeping location requires the blood of my clan members to open the protective seals," he explained with apparent sincerity that carried just enough technical detail to sound plausible. "Otherwise, the entire cache will self-destruct rather than fall into unauthorized hands. As for my price, I don't believe it's unreasonable. I simply ask that you allow my remaining people to leave this place alive and seek refuge elsewhere." Russell considered the proposal for several long moments, his strategic mind weighing potential benefits against obvious risks. The offer was almost certainly some form of elaborate trap. Desperate creatures rarely made genuinely altruistic bargains with their executioners. But his curiosity about the connection between secret realms and his own temporal displacement was strong enough to justify calculated risks. The ancient book might contain crucial information about the broader pattern of dimensional invasion, the true nature of the forces behind the secret realm manifestations, or even clues about his own mysterious arrival in this world. Such intelligence could prove invaluable for understanding and potentially countering the existential threat facing his civilization. Finally, Russell agreed with apparent calm that masked his genuine interest in seeing what desperate scheme the ancient demon was preparing to unleash. "Very well. I accept your terms, though I reserve the right to modify our agreement if circumstances change." What he didn't vocalize was his professional curiosity about whatever final gambit the ancestor had planned. Sometimes the best way to neutralize a trap was to spring it under controlled conditions while maintaining overwhelming tactical superiority and multiple escape routes. Seeing that Russell had accepted the bargain, the elderly demon's expression showed a flicker of what might have been relief or anticipation, emotions that could indicate either genuine hope or successful manipulation depending on his true intentions. The ancestor turned and began walking toward the deeper recesses of the underground complex, his remaining silver-level demons falling into formation behind him. Russell maintained a careful distance as they traveled through increasingly narrow passages, his senses alert for any sign of treachery or environmental hazards. The route led them to areas of the settlement that felt fundamentally different from the spaces Russell had explored previously. The architecture here was older and more crude, suggesting these passages predated the current demonic occupation by significant periods. Primitive symbols had been carved into the walls, not the elegant script Russell had observed elsewhere, but rougher markings that spoke to different hands and different purposes. "This is the location," the ancestor announced as they reached what appeared to be a dead-end chamber deep within the mountain's heart. He turned to look at Russell with an expression that seemed almost peaceful despite their hostile circumstances. Russell immediately took several steps backward while conducting a scan of the surrounding area for potential threats, escape routes, and defensive positions. His survival instincts were screaming warnings about the entire situation: the isolated location, the cooperative behavior of the demons, the convenient narrative about hidden treasures. "Then proceed and retrieve it," Russell commanded, making no move to approach the suspicious location himself or lower his guard in any way. At this instruction, the several demons who had been following the ancestor came to a complete halt. None of them made any move toward the supposed cache location, instead standing motionless. Their behavior was too coordinated and purposeful to be coincidental, suggesting they were participants in whatever scheme the ancestor had prepared rather than innocent bystanders caught up in events beyond their control. "You cowardly scum!" the elderly demon suddenly exploded, his previously calm facade cracking to reveal the madness and desperation that had been building within him for days. "Your excessive caution and paranoid suspicion are truly hateful. You've ruined everything with your refusal to trust." As these words left his mouth, the several silver-level demons accompanying him simultaneously drew weapons across their own throats in perfect synchronization. Their lifeblood began gushing forth in crimson torrents that defied natural physics, the vital fluid combining and intensifying into something far more dangerous than mere biological matter. A blood-red surge of concentrated magical energy rushed outward from behind the ancestor's position, carrying power that seemed to darken the air itself and send tremors through the solid stone walls of the chamber. The attack represented the combined life force of multiple silver-level entities, channeled into a destructive technique that could potentially overwhelm even superior defensive preparations. Unfortunately for the elderly demon's desperate gambit, Russell's preparations had been both thorough and appropriate to the threat level he had anticipated. "Caliban!" Lily's delicate voice rang out with crystalline clarity as she unleashed her ultimate attack without hesitation or doubt. The massive golden beam of light erupted from the legendary sword and met the blood-red torrent in a collision that generated a terrifying wave of conflicting magical energies. The point where the two forces intersected became a nexus of destruction that sent shockwaves rippling through the entire underground complex. Stone cracked, support structures shattered, and the very air seemed to burn with residual magical discharge as two fundamentally opposed powers sought to annihilate each other through pure force of will. But Russell himself was no longer present to witness the immediate aftermath of this supernatural conflict. The moment he had observed the demon's synchronized suicide, he had spread his flesh wings and launched himself away from the confrontation at maximum speed, his enhanced mobility allowing him to clear the danger zone before the competing energies could reach critical interaction levels. "Nice attempt at deception," he muttered as he flew through the tunnel system, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the magical explosion. "But I've always remembered the fundamental lessons from my academy about trusting desperate enemies." His tactical training had served him well. Never accept the final gambits of dying opponents at face value, especially when they involved obvious trap scenarios designed to lure victims into confined spaces or compromising positions. After flying what he judged to be a safe distance from the magical conflagration, Russell turned to observe the earth-shaking waves of energy that continued to ripple through the underground space. The conflict between Lily's golden radiance and the demon's blood sacrifice created a light show that was visible even from his remote vantage point, speaking to the tremendous forces involved in their supernatural duel. After considerable time had passed, both the golden light beams and the blood-red torrents gradually dissipated, leaving behind only the echoing silence of a drained battlefield and air that still shimmered with residual magical energy. Lily emerged unharmed, Russell confirmed as he sensed reassuring information through their psychic connection. The legendary sword's power had proven superior to the demon's desperate sacrifice, as he had expected based on previous demonstrations of Caliban's capabilities. It appears the ancestor's final trump card wasn't quite as devastating as he'd hoped to achieve. Receiving confirmation that his primary combat asset had successfully weathered the magical storm, Russell began the return journey to the site of their confrontation. When he arrived at the battle site, Russell found the ancestor still alive but clearly in a state of apoplectic fury that had pushed his damaged physiology to its absolute limits. The ancient demon's eyes were red with anger and mounting desperation as he stared at Russell's uninjured form. "If my tribe had consisted of more than just these few pathetic remnants," the ancestor snarled with bitter rage that spoke of accumulated frustration, "there's absolutely no way you could have survived that assault. We would have torn you apart with our combined might." Russell released a heavy sigh that carried both understanding and exasperation. The elderly demon's assessment was probably accurate. If his people had retained their original numbers and power levels, this confrontation might have ended very differently. But strategic thinking required dealing with current realities rather than lamenting past glories or imagining alternative scenarios. If it weren't for his growing suspicion that the arrival of secret realms was somehow connected to his own temporal displacement and the mysterious circumstances of his arrival in this world, Russell would never have risked following the ancestor to such an obviously dangerous location. But his intuition continued to insist that the ancient book was genuinely real and potentially crucial to understanding the broader forces that had shaped both their worlds. The risk had been calculated and ultimately justified by the intelligence value of what he hoped to discover. "Thank you for your assistance, Lily," Russell said with formal appreciation. Lily nodded with quiet acknowledgement and accepted the makeshift weapon that Russell offered to her as a replacement for Caliban while the legendary sword recovered from its recent exertion. Blue magical energy immediately flowed through the branch, reinforcing and enhancing its structural integrity until it became a serviceable combat implement despite its humble origins. The next moment, she appeared directly in front of the elderly demon with movement that seemed to bypass the normal constraints of space and time, her enhanced branch raised to deliver what would undoubtedly be a decisive blow. To Russell's mild surprise, the ancestor didn't even attempt to mount any meaningful resistance to this final assault. He was beaten half to death by Lily's enhanced weapon with almost contemptuous ease, his battered form crumpling under impacts that his weakened defenses couldn't begin to absorb. As Russell thought, black and red liquid began flowing from his transformed body like a tide of living darkness, rushing toward the helpless ancestor and enveloping his battered form completely. The symbiotic takeover process was swift and thorough, overriding the demon's nervous system and motor functions within moments while preserving just enough neurological activity to maintain basic mobility. After a brief period of biological integration, the elderly demon's body rose unsteadily to its feet. His previously sharp eyes had become cloudy and unfocused, moving with the mechanical stiffness of someone operating under external control. His movements carried the shambling quality of the recently deceased, though arrogance maintained sufficient coordination to accomplish simple tasks. For creatures that were hovering so close to death, arrogance could still manage to forcibly control their physical forms, though the process was neither subtle nor comfortable for the host consciousness that remained partially aware of its violation. A short time later, the ancestor's puppet body returned from the deeper recesses of the chamber, moving with the unsteady gait that characterized arrogance's control over severely damaged biological systems. In his hands, he carried an ancient tome that radiated the kind of age and mystical significance that Russell had been hoping to discover. As Russell nodded his approval, arrogance completed the extraction of the elderly demon's genetic capabilities before flowing back to merge with Russell's form. The mysterious book changed hands in the process, finally coming to rest in Russell's eager grasp. Gene module extracted, Ancient Wisdom. Ancient Wisdom grants enhanced ability to understand and interpret historical texts, magical inscriptions, cryptographic systems, and coded information regardless of their origin or complexity. Shaking the mysterious tome experimentally in his hand, Russell couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he looked down at the ancestor's motionless form sprawled on the chamber floor. "You see, Ancient One? I was perfectly capable of obtaining this book without your assistance or cooperation," he observed with casual cruelty designed to twist the knife of defeat deeper into his opponent's psyche. "Aren't you absolutely furious about how completely your elaborate scheme failed to achieve anything meaningful?" The elderly demon didn't have much life remaining at this point in his existence, but when he heard Russell's mocking words, he managed to widen his eyes with tremendous effort. A series of harsh, guttural sounds escaped his throat as he struggled to express his fury and frustration through a failing respiratory system and vocal cords damaged by arrogance's invasion. Finally, his eyes rolled back in their sockets with a look of pure, impotent rage, and he fell completely silent as his consciousness faded into permanent darkness. The last expression frozen on his features was one of absolute hatred mixed with the bitter recognition of complete failure. "Oh my," Russell commented with mock surprise, scratching his head as if genuinely puzzled by this unexpected development. "Were you really so angry that the shock actually killed you? I hadn't expected such poor psychological resilience from someone of your supposed wisdom and experience." At his casual signal, Lily picked up her makeshift branch and poked the motionless form experimentally, checking for any signs of remaining life or consciousness. After a moment of careful examination, she turned back to Russell with a simple, matter-of-fact report. "He's dead," she confirmed with the professional tone of someone delivering routine battlefield intelligence. Dismissing the corpse from his thoughts entirely, Russell began his examination of the tome he had risked so much to obtain. The cover was made from some kind of treated hide that had survived what might have been centuries or even millennia without significant deterioration despite the harsh underground environment. Symbols and intricate markings covered the book's surface, some familiar from his advanced magical studies, others completely foreign to his accumulated knowledge and experience. The overall design suggested a systematic writing system rather than random mystical notation, which meant the contents could theoretically be deciphered through proper analysis and the application of appropriate linguistic principles. With the newly acquired ancient wisdom genetic module already beginning to enhance his interpretive capabilities, Russell felt confident that he would be able to extract meaningful information from the text regardless of its linguistic complexity or cryptographic protection. This ancient tome might hold the key to understanding the true nature of the secret realm invasions, the cosmic forces behind the dimensional breaches, and possibly even clues about his own mysterious arrival in this world. The knowledge contained within could fundamentally change his understanding of the threats facing his civilization and the options available for mounting an effective defense. End of Chapter 128. Chapter 131, Chapter 129, Loose Ends and New Beginnings. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Well, I don't understand a single word of this. Russell closed the ancient tome with a mixture of frustration and resigned acceptance after spending nearly an hour attempting to decipher its mysterious contents. The weathered pages were filled with symbols that seemed to shift and flow when he wasn't looking directly at them, accompanied by diagrams that appeared to represent magical formulae or dimensional theories far beyond his current comprehension. Just like the diary he had recovered from Sword Lake during his previous expedition, the ancient book was written in a completely alien script that defied his current linguistic capabilities. Some sections contained what looked like star charts or astronomical calculations, while others featured geometric patterns that made his eyes water when he tried to focus on them for extended periods. The irony wasn't lost on him. He had risked significant danger to obtain what was potentially invaluable knowledge, only to discover that he lacked the fundamental tools necessary to extract meaning from the text. But Russell had learned to think strategically about such setbacks, viewing them as temporary obstacles rather than permanent defeats. Summoning his Mark III armor, Russell activated its recording systems and began the methodical process of documenting every page of the mysterious tome. Image here. The physical book will have to be surrendered to the Association when I exit the secret realm, Russell reminded himself as he worked, understanding the bureaucratic requirements that governed artifact recovery from training environments. But the recorded content can serve as valuable currency in future negotiations. Academy regulations were quite clear about students removing materials from educational secret realms, but they said nothing about information that had been properly documented and stored in personal equipment. This distinction created opportunities for those clever enough to exploit the regulatory gaps. Russell's mind was already working through the potential applications for his recordings. I can use this content to demonstrate loyalty to the spirit-begging society while negotiating for benefits and resources, he calculated. The relationship between the Federation Court and the Society was complex and often adversarial, filled with political tensions and competing interests that created information asymmetries he could exploit. The court would be unlikely to share such significant archaeological discoveries with their political rivals, which meant Russell's recordings could represent genuinely valuable intelligence that the Society would be willing to pay substantially to obtain. But I really need to find someone qualified to teach me this ancient language system, Russell mused as he continued his documentation work. The symbols appeared to follow systematic grammatical rules rather than being random magical notation, which meant they could theoretically be learned through proper instruction and dedicated study. With my current position in the Academy hierarchy, Gaining access to such specialized knowledge shouldn't present insurmountable obstacles, he reasoned. His status as a promising student with powerful connections would open doors that remained closed to ordinary practitioners. I can approach either Hazel or Director Blake Whitmore within our research group. This is exactly why having high-level connections makes everything easier. The advantages of his mentor-disciple relationship were becoming increasingly apparent as his involvement in these mysteries deepened. Academic politics might be frustrating, but they also provided access to resources and expertise that would be impossible to obtain through purely individual efforts. Russell found himself humming contentedly as he finished recording the book's contents and turned his attention to the more immediately practical matter of material collection. The successful completion of his infiltration mission had yielded substantial rewards that would significantly advance his development trajectory. The 4 Paper Tiger silver-level demons who had accompanied the ancestor to his final confrontation had produced materials of exactly the quality Russell had predicted based on their combat performance. While individually unimpressive, the specimens represented solid value for future trading and development projects. With these latest acquisitions, his collection of blue and green quality silver-grade materials had expanded dramatically to 20 individual pieces, a hoard that represented months of normal accumulation compressed into a single successful operation. The sheer quantity was more impressive than the individual quality of each specimen. The transaction fees alone from trading these materials should provide sufficient funding to support my advancement to gold level, Russell calculated with satisfaction. The mathematics of magical development were straightforward once you understood the underlying economics. Power could be purchased if you possessed sufficient resources and access to appropriate trading networks. But the true prize from his recent activities was the material extracted from the ancient ancestor himself. Russell examined the crystalline essence with appreciation. Immortal demon fox, gold. Gold quality, exactly as I expected, he confirmed with genuine satisfaction. The elderly demon's centuries of accumulated power had translated into correspondingly valuable biological materials, creating a specimen that would be highly sought after in card-making circles. Fox demon essences were particularly prized due to their versatility and the unique properties they could impart to finished cards. Whether Russell chose to use the material himself or trade it to other practitioners, the immortal demon fox essence represented significant value that could open doors to advanced techniques and capabilities. Speaking of recent acquisitions, Russell thought as he secured the materials, what effects will the genetic modules that Arrogance extracted actually provide? The symbiote had been busy during their underground adventures, collecting biological templates and capabilities from various defeated opponents. Russell accessed Arrogance's information display to review their newest addition. Death Substitute. When this module is equipped, the user can sacrifice a card of equivalent level to absorb fatal damage that would otherwise cause death. The sacrificed card enters a cooldown period of 10 natural days following activation. So that explains the ancestor's remarkable survivability during our previous encounter, Russell realized with new appreciation for the elderly demon's tactical preparations. The ability clarified how the ancient creature had managed to survive Lily's devastating Caliban attack when beings significantly more powerful than him had been reduced to ash by similar strikes. The Death Substitute module represented a form of ultimate insurance policy allowing practitioners to essentially trade card availability for continued existence in situations that would otherwise be instantly fatal. The 10-day cooldown period was a significant limitation, but having even one extra life could mean the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure. While the ability was undeniably powerful, Russell wasn't certain it would provide substantial benefits given his current capabilities and resources. Arrogance's natural recovery abilities were already extensive enough to handle most threats he was likely to encounter, and his approach emphasized avoiding situations where such desperate measures would be necessary. Still, one additional life is always valuable regardless of other considerations, he acknowledged. There might come situations where even his enhanced resilience and careful planning proved insufficient to prevent otherwise lethal damage. After dismissing his summoned cards and allowing them to return to their portable forms, Russell prepared to conduct final cleanup operations throughout the underground complex. This extended mission had been the longest he had ever spent in a single secret realm environment, providing experience in sustained operations and resource management. However, he had already decided against attempting to eliminate every remaining bronze and iron level creature scattered throughout the underground spaces. The workload would be enormous given the size and complexity of the tunnel system, and the materials produced by such low-level entities wouldn't justify the time investment required for elimination. Bronze and iron-grade essences had limited utility beyond conversion to monetary resources, and Russell's current financial situation didn't require such extensive grinding operations. His time would be better spent on higher-value activities that advanced his strategic objectives rather than diminishing returns from marginal material collection. Instead, Russell would focus on systematic reconnaissance to identify any silver-level entities that might be hiding in remote sections of the underground complex or attempting to escape through passages he hadn't yet discovered. Missing even one such opponent could represent a significant loss of valuable materials. Russell extended his flesh wings with practiced ease and launched himself into the air above the devastated settlement. His senses began sweeping through the tunnel system, searching for the distinctive magical signatures that would indicate high-value targets worthy of pursuit. Meanwhile, in a different section of the pocket dimension entirely, 3 figures were fleeing through muddy terrain with the desperate urgency of people whose lives depended on speed and endurance. Grant and his 2 companions rode atop large canine summons-enhanced creatures whose superior stamina and speed allowed them to maintain pace through the difficult forest environment despite days of continuous travel. The mounts were clearly magical entities rather than natural animals, their size and capabilities far exceeding any normal dogs. Their enhanced endurance was the only thing allowing the 3 academy students to stay ahead of their pursuers, but even magical stamina had limits when pushed to extremes. "Grant, do you honestly think we can escape this time?" one of his companions asked, his voice tight with exhaustion and barely controlled panic. His lips had gone pale with fear and physical strain, speaking to the intensity of their prolonged flight from overwhelming forces. The companion's name was Marcus, a talented but inexperienced student whose first practical training exercise had turned into a nightmare of survival against impossible odds. His usual confidence had been eroded by days of running battles and close calls that had pushed their small group to the breaking point. Grant managed to release a slightly relieved breath before responding, though his expression remained tense with the stress of leadership under extreme circumstances. "We should be manageable as long as we can buy sufficient time for my primary cards to recover from cooldown. Once Yaksha and Asura are available again, we'll have genuine fighting options instead of just running." The second companion's expression showed visible guilt as he absorbed this information, understanding that his own mistakes had contributed significantly to their current predicament. "I'm sorry, Grant. If it weren't for my carelessness during that ambush, your cards wouldn't have entered cooldown in the first place. This is my fault." This was Davis, the 3rd member of their group and the one whose reconnaissance abilities had initially allowed them to discover the demon's underground refuge. His specialized cards were valuable for intelligence gathering but offered limited combat utility, making him dependent on his teammates for protection during actual engagements. Grant shook his head dismissively, refusing to allow blame and recrimination to poison their group dynamics during such a critical situation. "If we hadn't mounted that rescue operation when you were surrounded, both Yaksha and Asura would have been eliminated anyway. You made the right call under impossible circumstances, and I'd make the same decision again." The crisis had begun several days earlier when their group had arrived at what appeared to be a peaceful village marked on their assignment maps. Instead of the expected demon population requiring elimination, they had found the settlement completely abandoned, not just empty of demons, but devoid of any life whatsoever. After systematically searching every building and surrounding area, they had expanded their investigation to include other villages within their designated territory. But each location told the same story: complete abandonment without signs of struggle or hasty evacuation. "The unnatural emptiness should have been our first warning," Grant reflected grimly. Normal population movements left traces: abandoned belongings, disrupted routines, evidence of decision-making processes. But these villages had been emptied so completely that it suggested coordinated relocation rather than natural migration patterns. Fortunately, Davis possessed cards with reconnaissance capabilities that had eventually uncovered the truth behind the mysterious disappearances. His specialized summons had detected the subtle signs that pointed to large-scale underground habitation, air currents, acoustic anomalies, and magical signatures that indicated hidden spaces beneath the apparently empty settlements. The discovery of the underground entrance had initially seemed like a breakthrough that would allow them to complete their training objectives efficiently. They had expected to find a modest defensive position that could be overwhelmed through coordinated assault and superior academy training. Unfortunately, their entry into the underground complex had immediately triggered a carefully prepared ambush. The demons below had been expecting academy investigators and had positioned their forces to maximize the tactical advantages provided by familiar terrain and prepared defensive positions. While individual silver-level creatures weren't particularly powerful by academy standards, their sheer numbers had created an overwhelming disadvantage that negated most of the students' superiority. The demons also possessed intimate knowledge of the tunnel system's layout, allowing them to coordinate attacks and cut off escape routes with devastating effectiveness. Grant's companions had gradually exhausted their available cards while fighting through wave after wave of determined defenders who seemed willing to accept massive casualties in exchange for eliminating the academy intruders. Recognizing that the situation was becoming untenable, Grant had made the difficult decision to commit his own most powerful cards to covering their withdrawal rather than attempting to continue the assault against impossible odds. The demons had pursued them relentlessly since their escape, unwilling to allow potential threats to regroup and return with reinforcements or report intelligence about the underground refuge's location. What had followed were days of running battles and desperate evasion as the three academy students attempted to reach safe extraction points. Damn it all, Grant thought with bitter frustration as they continued their flight. If I could get just a little more time for Yaksha and Azura to complete their recovery cycles, I could turn this entire situation around and eliminate every demon still pursuing us. Despite their current desperate circumstances, Grant understood that the demons trailing them had paid an enormous price for their victory. The underground battle had reduced their numbers dramatically. Probably only 1 in 10 of the original silver-level defenders had survived the prolonged engagement that had driven the academy students to retreat. But the remaining demons were also aware that the 3 academy students were at the end of their resources and options. This recognition had prompted them to commit to a decisive hunting operation rather than allowing their quarry to escape and potentially return with fresh forces. The monster population density in this pocket dimension is completely wrong compared to normal parameters, Grant observed grimly as they navigated another section of difficult terrain. He had participated in practical training exercises before, and the numbers they were facing exceeded standard guidelines by a significant margin. True, even though most individual creatures are relatively weak compared to what we'd expect from higher-tier realms, Marcus agreed, his training allowing him to analyze their situation despite the stress. Davis suddenly brought up a topic that seemed unrelated to their immediate survival concerns but had been weighing on his mind since their escape from the underground complex. By the way, I've been wondering how that freshman who took your original assignment slot is handling things, Grant. This is probably his first practical training experience, and if we're struggling this much. His voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. His expression showed genuine concern mixed with pity as he considered the overwhelming challenges that a solo student would face in such an abnormally dangerous environment. Grant fell into thoughtful silence as he processed this reminder about Russell's situation. He had initially been confident in the younger students' capabilities based on their limited interactions and Russell's impressive performance during academy. But now that Grant had personally experienced the true difficulty level of this particular dimensions, he was far less optimistic about anyone's survival prospects. The situation was made infinitely worse by Russell's status as a solo operator. Grant's group had barely survived despite their numbers, coordination advantages, and collective resources. An isolated student facing similar circumstances would be at an even more severe tactical disadvantage. Let's focus on our own survival first, Grant said heavily, putting aside speculation about matters beyond his immediate control. If we manage to deal with the demons pursuing us, we can investigate his situation afterward and provide assistance if needed. The gesture would represent more than mere courtesy. Academy students were expected to look out for each other during training exercises. Neither of Grant's companions objected to this plan, understanding that their immediate priority had to be escaping their current predicament before they could help anyone else. But the conversation had reminded them all of the broader scope of the crisis they were facing. Suddenly, Grant's expression shifted to alarm as his enhanced magical senses detected an unwelcome development in their situation. "We've got serious problems. They're closing the distance." Within his extended perception range, a silver-level demon was rapidly approaching their position. There's no way to keep running indefinitely, Grant realized with growing despair. Just as the 3 academy students were preparing to make their final stand against overwhelming odds, accepting that their luck had finally run out after days of miraculous escapes, something extraordinary happened. A black and red figure descended from the sky like an avenging angel, landing with tremendous impact directly between the fleeing students and their approaching pursuers. The newcomers' arrival sent shock waves rippling through the muddy ground and created a small crater where they touched down. "Hey there," said a familiar voice with overlapping harmonics that spoke to supernatural enhancement. "Long time no see, Grant." End of chapter 129. Marvel x Final Fantasy XIV. For Leo Grant, being ripped from his own reality and dropped into the Marvel universe was just the beginning of his problems. For 3 years, he kept his head down, focusing on his physics homework and trying to forget the impossible had already happened. But on one rainy New York night, a single, sleep-deprived joke on a college forum, a throwaway comment about Snake Shield, changes everything. The post plunges him into a shadow war he never wanted, with the deadly assassins of Hydra hunting him through the city streets. But it does something else, too. It rips a hole in the fabric of worlds. Suddenly, Leo is connected to the first world, a dying realm being bleached from existence by a relentless flood of light, where twisted monsters called Sin Eaters prey on the last vestiges of life. There, he meets Hashem, a mysterious cat-like warrior of light summoned from that world, fighting a losing battle. The two share an impossible connection, a resonance in their very souls that feels like looking in a mirror across dimensions. Forced into a desperate alliance, they begin to journey between realities, struggling to unravel a cosmic mystery where the fundamental laws of physics are at war with each other. A desperate alliance is forged between Earth's mightiest heroes and the first world's powerful mages. Super soldiers and tech geniuses fight alongside black mages and paladins to face a crisis that threatens to unravel both time and space. As light and shadow bleed between universes, can a physics student from another life and a lone warrior of light find a way to save both of their worlds from total annihilation? Chapter 132, Chapter 130, Points. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Grant and his 2 teammates were initially startled by the sudden appearance of the black and red figure that came before them like some force of nature's evil given physical form. The creature's imposing presence and alien features triggered immediate fight-or-flight responses, but Grant's recognition was swift and brought visible relief to his exhausted features. "Russell," he said, his voice carrying both surprise and gratitude at this unexpected situation. "What brings you to this part of the dimension?" The question emerged automatically before Grant's tactical mind could fully process the implications of Russell's timely arrival. But before Russell could provide any explanation for his presence, Grant's priorities reasserted themselves with the clarity that comes from prolonged crisis that's been chasing them. "There's a substantial group of demons pursuing us through these woods. Could you help us eliminate the threat? We've been running for days and our cards are still in cooldown." In their current desperate circumstances, he wasn't going to waste precious time on elaborate politeness or expressions of gratitude. Those could wait until after their immediate survival was assured. "I will be right back," came Russell's response. Russell had naturally grasped the urgency of their situation without requiring detailed explanations. After eliminating every silver-level demon in the underground complex he'd been investigating, he had begun his journey back toward the Academy rendezvous point. It was pure chance that his route had taken him through this particular area at the exact moment when his mental perception detected Grant's group being pursued by hostile forces. Both moral and practical considerations made him come for help. Russell couldn't simply ignore the potential deaths of 3 Academy students, particularly one he knew personally from previous interactions. The ramifications alone would be significant if it became known that he had been in position to help but had chosen not to act. "We can finally take a proper break," Marcus said as he leaned heavily against a nearby oak tree, his words carrying the profound relief of someone who had been certain death was imminent just moments before. The rough bark pressed against his back felt like luxury after days of continuous movement through hostile territory. Davis, whose crew cut was now disheveled from their extended flight, couldn't fully relax despite their apparent salvation. "Do you think he can handle all of them by himself?" he asked with genuine concern coloring his voice. The question was reasonable given what they knew about the forces pursuing them. Russell was operating alone against what they understood to be a significant group of demons who had been tracking them relentlessly for days. Their own group of 3 had barely managed to survive the initial underground battle, and only through costly sacrifices that had left their primary cards in extended cooldown periods. Marcus absorbed this concern and said, "Maybe he found his assigned mission too challenging and decided to retreat from his original area," he suggested thoughtfully. The phrasing was tactful. He wasn't calling Russell a coward or deserter, merely acknowledging that tactical withdrawal was sometimes the most rational response to overwhelming odds. After all, everyone only had one life to spend. Recognizing when a situation had become untenable and choosing survival over mission completion was perfectly reasonable under extreme circumstances, especially for a freshman on his first practical training exercise. "Russell should be able to handle the demons pursuing us without major difficulty," Grant concluded after thinking. "The creatures trailing us represent the survivors of our underground battle entities we already defeated once, though at considerable cost. Not all of the original demon force is participating in this pursuit, which means Russell will be facing a significantly weakened enemy rather than the full strength we encountered below ground. Moreover, Russell's willingness to intervene suggested confidence in his ability to fight. Grant doubted the younger student would have committed to helping them if he wasn't certain of victory. When Russell returns, we can offer to help him complete whatever remains of his original assignment, Grant continued, thinking how he can repay the help. It's the least we can do after he saved our lives, and it shouldn't require much additional time to investigate his assigned area. Neither Marcus nor Davis objected to this plan, understanding that their debt to Russell extended beyond simple gratitude. The proposal also presented valuable opportunities for building stronger relationships within the Academy's social hierarchy. Both men were thinking strategically about the long-term benefits of closer association with Russell, who had clearly demonstrated capabilities that marked him as a rising star within their academic community. Building connections with promising individuals during their student years could provide enormous advantages in future career development. As the 3 Academy students focused on recovering their strength and allowing their depleted magical reserves to regenerate, the sounds of brief but intense combat echoed through the forest around them. The engagement was over almost before it began. Several severed heads suddenly landed in their clearing with wet impacts against the forest floor, rolling to a stop near their rest area. The expressions frozen on the demonic faces still showed traces of the terror and surprise they had experienced in their final moments. "These are the ones that were pursuing you," Russell's hoarse voice emerged from the surrounding woods as his tall black and red figure came from the shadows between the trees. Grant glanced at the severed heads just long enough to confirm their identity before nodding. "That's definitely them. Thank you, Russell." He paused briefly to consider their situation and obligations. "Once we finish clearing our assigned area and complete our objectives, the 3 of us will help you tackle whatever remains of your mission." Upon hearing this offer, Russell went completely still, and a look of genuine confusion appeared on his transformed features. The expression was somewhat unsettling when displayed on such an alien face, but the bewilderment was unmistakable. "My mission has already been completed," he stated with matter-of-fact directness. The silence that followed was so complete that the distant sounds of wind through leaves became clearly audible. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds, Grant managed to speak in a voice that had gone somewhat dry with shock. "You've completed your mission already?" Russell nodded with simple confirmation, still apparently puzzled by their collective amazement. He was beginning to suspect that his three companions had developed some significant misunderstandings about his situation. Marcus and Davis looked at each other with expressions that suggested their worldview was undergoing rapid and uncomfortable revision. Everything they had assumed about Russell's presence in this area was suddenly revealed as incorrect speculation. "Why else would I be traveling through this section of the dimension right now? If I hadn't happened to encounter you three during my return journey to the extraction point, I wouldn't have stopped at all. You didn't actually think I was attempting to desert my assigned post, did you?" The accuracy of his guess was confirmed by the frozen expressions on all three faces. "We'll remember your life-saving intervention during our darkest hour," he said with genuine gratitude and formal acknowledgement of the obligation being created. "When we exit the secret realm and return to the academy, the three of us will transfer some of our earned points to you as compensation for your assistance. But I realize that points alone aren't sufficient to repay this kind of help. If you need support with anything in the future, contact me directly and I'll do everything possible to provide it." When Russell heard the mention of points, his memory immediately returned to a previous encounter at a remote association base in the Grey Ridge Mountains. After rescuing two civilian students from dangerous circumstances, the middle-aged woman who had witnessed his intervention had mentioned that the association would provide points as official recognition for such heroic actions. However, Russell hadn't had the opportunity to ask for details about this reward system before being interrupted by the local association president and the subsequent complications of that mission. Now that Grant had brought up the subject again, Russell saw an excellent opportunity to gather the information he had been lacking. "Points? Could you explain that system in more detail?" Russell asked with obvious interest. Grant was momentarily surprised by the question, but then remembered that his conversation partner was a freshman who had enrolled partway through the academic year under unusual circumstances. After Russell's impressive performance during their academy sparring match, Grant had naturally investigated the younger student's background and discovered his unconventional educational trajectory. "The points system is a joint initiative established by the Association and the Federation Court," Grant began. "For silver-level card makers like ourselves, you should understand that traditional monetary compensation becomes relatively meaningless once you reach certain power thresholds. Once we've chosen our career advancement paths and secured positions within the governmental or association hierarchies, we no longer receive standard salaries. Instead, our compensation comes in the form of these specialized points that can be exchanged for resources that ordinary money can't purchase." The economic logic was sound, Russell realized as he absorbed the information. At higher power levels, card makers needed access to rare materials, advanced techniques, and specialized knowledge that simply weren't available through normal commercial channels. A parallel economy had evolved to serve these unique requirements. "Points can be exchanged for numerous valuable resources," Grant continued. "The court and association maintain extensive inventories of rare magical materials, advanced equipment, documented experiences from master-level card makers, and access to restricted techniques that could advance your development by years or decades. The points also serve as universal currency for private transactions between card makers," Grant added, addressing what Russell suspected might be equally important applications. "Some materials and techniques simply aren't available through official channels, which means we have to trade with other practitioners directly. Points are accepted and trusted by everyone in these informal markets." This aspect was particularly intriguing to Russell, as it suggested opportunities for arbitrage and trading that could multiply his resources through careful planning and market analysis. Russell's mind immediately grasped the broader implications of this information. Besides compensation for official positions, what other methods exist for earning these points? "There are quite a few different approaches," Grant responded immediately. Points are awarded for exploring newly discovered pocket dimensions, engaging illegal card makers in combat, performing acts of civic heroism that benefit society, and similar activities that advance the Federation's strategic interests. The list represented a comprehensive incentive structure designed to encourage behavior that supported both individual development and broader societal goals. Russell could see how the system would motivate card makers to take on dangerous assignments that might otherwise be difficult to staff. Practical training courses like the one we're currently completing also provide points, Grant added, though the amounts are typically modest compared to real operational deployments. This made perfect sense to Russell. A controlled training environment would naturally offer smaller rewards than genuine exploration of unknown territories or confrontation with actual criminal organizations. The risk-to-reward ratio was calibrated to encourage participation while recognizing the limited scope of educational exercises. "Thank you for the explanation," Russell said with genuine appreciation for Grant's willingness to share such detailed information. He had no intention of refusing the compensation the three students were offering. Such resources would be valuable for his ongoing development, and accepting payment would help establish useful precedents for future interactions. With this topic concluded, the four young men found themselves in somewhat awkward silence. The immediate crisis had been resolved, the relevant explanations had been provided, and now they were faced with the practical question of what to do next. Russell addressed this uncertainty by taking direct action to make their temporary camp more comfortable. He located a fallen log that would serve as adequate seating and gestured toward it with practical authority. "Sit down and make yourselves comfortable," he instructed, understanding that they would need time to recover before continuing their mission. "No point in standing around when you can rest properly." Russell had already decided to remain in the area until Grant's group had recovered sufficiently for safe travel and mission completion. The process would require a maximum of 24 hours for their cards to complete their cooldown cycles and return to full functionality. Given that Russell's own objectives were complete and he was in no particular hurry to return to the academy, providing security during their recovery seemed like a reasonable investment in future relationships. The gesture would also reinforce the positive impression created by his timely intervention, potentially leading to valuable connections within the Academy's social and political structure. Sometimes the most profitable investments were those made in human relationships rather than magical resources or equipment. End of Chapter 130. Chapter 133, Chapter 131, The 3-in-1 Card. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Time passed in a flash, and the cards of Grant and his two teammates gradually recovered from their cooldown. The faint shimmer of restored magical energy flickered around their card holders like dying embers finally catching flame again. "Now that you are all well, I will be leaving first," Russell said, his voice cutting through the silence that had settled over their small group. Grant and the others didn't say anything to try and keep him, but just watched him go with complicated expressions. Their faces showed a mix of wariness and something that might have been grudging respect. "Let's go," Grant finally said to his team after Russell had turned away. "It's time for us to finish our own work." Russell's dark form moved through the corridors of the pocket dimension, the crimson patterns of his arrogance transformation pulsing with each step. The dimensional barrier ahead shimmered like water, marking the boundary between this magical space and the real world. After crossing through the barrier, Russell finally allowed himself to drop his arrogance form. The transformation peeled away like a second skin, black and red energy dissolving into wisps that left the metallic taste of spent magic in his mouth. He'd maintained that monstrous appearance for most of the journey, there hadn't been a choice. The pocket dimension's dangers demanded respect, and he had no intention of dying forgotten in some magical realm. Guards maintained their watch outside the pocket dimension at all hours. When they spotted a figure emerging from the shimmering portal, the card makers on duty tensed immediately. Hands moved toward weapon cards before they recognized the familiar magical signature of another card maker. "Student, is the mission completed? Come register with me." The duty officer spoke with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd processed hundreds of returning trainees. Her uniform remained crisp despite the late hour, though Russell noticed the slight tremor in her hands, too much coffee and not enough sleep. Russell approached the registration desk, his boots echoing against the polished stone. The administrative area felt sterile compared to the wild magic he'd just left behind. Following the officer's instructions, he placed his palm on a crystal interface and transmitted his mission data. Information flowed through the device like streams of liquid light. "Okay, registration is complete." Her stylus scratched against parchment that duplicated itself automatically. "Once we verify that you have indeed cleared the problem, the points will be credited to your account." The officer turned back to her paperwork without another word. Russell stood there for a moment, feeling the ancient book pressed against his ribs beneath his jacket. The tome still radiated faint warmth. Whatever secrets it contained had been worth hiding behind multiple layers of protective spells. He'd made his decision during the walk back. No one had searched him beyond the standard magical resonance scan, and he wasn't about to volunteer information. If the book contained anything important, he'd discuss it with his teacher first. As for the Spirit Begging Society, that could wait until he understood what he'd actually found. Russell thanked the staff and headed for the exit. "Storage cards need to move up my priority list," he thought, already planning his next purchases. An enchanted storage ring would solve so many problems. Days of constant tension had left Russell feeling wrung out like an old dish rag. Even his enhanced card maker physique had its limits, and he'd pushed well past them. All he wanted was his own bed and maybe some quality time with his card collection afterward. Those sweet, responsive girl cards were perfect for unwinding. The walk home took him through Northgate's quieter streets. Warm lamplight spilled from tavern windows, mixing with the sound of distant laughter and the steady clip-clop of late carriages on cobblestone. The familiar sights and sounds helped ease some of the tension from his shoulders. Noon sunlight blazed through his apartment curtains, painting bright rectangles across the wooden floor. The light had an almost aggressive quality that made Russell wince as consciousness returned. "These curtains are absolutely useless," he grumbled, sitting up in bed and running fingers through his disheveled hair. His back felt sticky with dried sweat from the previous night's activities, and when he twisted to look, red scratches decorated his shoulders. "Well, at least the marks are already fading," he observed with satisfaction. Bronze-level physique has its perks. The enhanced healing that came with his card-maker abilities meant injuries that would plague a normal person for days were already beginning to close. After a quick shower, the hot water felt like heaven on his abused muscles. Russell spread his acquired materials across the kitchen table. Each piece gleamed with its own particular magical resonance, a small fortune in raw crafting components. He planned to sell most of the bronze and black iron materials through Mr. Warren. The broker's underground connections made him perfect for moving bulk quantities without attracting attention. The proceeds would fund a proper house purchase, something with more space and better privacy wards than his current cramped apartment. A grand manor like Hazel's was out of the question, of course. Her family's estate with its manicured gardens and small army of servants was completely beyond his means. Besides, he wasn't planning to settle in Northgate permanently. A decent villa would serve his needs. The real prizes were his silver-level materials. Between his own finds and what he'd acquired working with Grant's team, he now possessed 23 blue and green quality components. The crown jewel was a single golden immortal demon fox core, its faceted surface containing what looked like trapped fire. 5 blue materials would go to Mr. Warren as handling fees. The broker's services weren't charity, after all. The rest might be worth converting to association points, despite the terrible exchange rates. Russell opened his laptop and navigated to the points redemption site. The interface looked like it had been designed by a committee of accountants, functional but uninspired. His current balance showed 2,020 points, 20 from his Grey Ridge Mountains heroics, and 2,000 for completing the pocket dimension training. He browsed the available materials, noting that his points could purchase 1 or 2 purple quality silver components. Then curiosity led him to check the recycling rates. Are they completely insane? Russell stared at the screen in disbelief. The recycling program offered exactly half market value, and only accepted silver-grade materials or higher. No wonder Mr. Warren stays in business. Grant had mentioned the points system like it was some great benefit, but now Russell understood why private brokers thrived. Unless you enjoyed being systematically cheated, the association's official channels were worthless. This has to be intentional, he thought. Probably some deal between the association and the royal court, cooperation in exchange for trading profits. It explained why successful brokers all seemed to have court connections. Setting aside his irritation, Russell focused on planning his next card project. His time in the pocket dimension had clarified several needs: better transportation, item storage, and help with mundane tasks. Watching Hazel's yellow turban warriors handle household chores with supernatural efficiency had been particularly inspiring. Then inspiration struck. The Shadokan. For those who don't know, it's from Jackie Chan Adventures. These supernatural servants could transport their master through shadow space, solving mobility issues that conventional vehicles couldn't touch. They also possessed dimensional storage capabilities, creating unlimited carrying capacity disguised as a simple card effect. And unlike purely combat-focused cards, they excelled at household management. Russell couldn't help but grin at the perfect solution. While Shadokan might not be the strongest combat cards available, their versatility was unmatched. Plus, given the lore about 9 ONI masks bringing ultimate darkness, their power ceiling might be higher than it initially appeared. He immediately began searching the points catalog. Silver level Shadow Ninja, purple, points required, 800. Silver level Mind Controlling Mask, purple, points required, 1100. Perfect. The Shadow Ninja would provide stealth and mobility functions, while the Mind Controlling Mask would handle servitude and dimensional storage aspects. Together they consumed 1,900 of his 2,020 points, nearly everything he'd earned. But Shadokan cards required 3 materials, not 2. Russell leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers on the desk while considering options. After a moment's thought, he opened his messaging app and composed a note to his senior sister. Perfect timing, really. Besides needing materials, he had questions about the ancient book and learning pocket dimension languages. His finger hovered over the send button briefly before he pressed it. Sometimes the best solutions required asking for help. End of this chapter. Chapter 134, Chapter 132, The 9 Masks. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. After a moment's thought, Russell snapped a photo of the ancient book and posted it in the A Loving Family group chat. He'd originally planned to ask just Hazel for help, but knowing his senior sister's personality, involving his teacher and other senior siblings seemed more reliable. Russell, image attached. Russell at all members. Teachers, senior brothers and sisters, this is something I found in the pocket dimension this time. Russell, by the way, I would like to learn the written language of the pocket dimension demons. Do any of you have any learning materials? Russell set his phone down and waited. Based on the activity patterns he'd observed before entering the pocket dimension, his third senior brother Felix should be online. Whether his eldest senior brother and second senior sister had returned from their missions remained unknown. Soon after, his phone buzzed with incoming messages. Felix, junior brother, you came out so soon? Felix, how was your first practical training class? I hope you didn't get hurt. Felix, let me take a look at the picture you sent. Wait a moment. As expected, Felix responded first, firing off messages like a machine gun. Russell didn't mind the rapid-fire questioning, it showed genuine concern. Russell, thank you for your concern, third senior brother. The pocket dimension wasn't dangerous, and I'm not injured. Hazel, file attachment. Hazel, these are the study materials. Felix fell silent, but Hazel uploaded a file to the group. Russell immediately downloaded it, discovering a comprehensive language learning package for Pocket Dimension Demon Script. With his silver level mental capacity, acquiring a new language would be straightforward, mostly a matter of systematic memorization. Russell, thank you, senior sister. Felix, I took a quick look at this. How should I put it? It's indeed important, but it's of no use to the current Federation. However, you'd better not tell ordinary people about it, junior brother. As for the specific content, you can read it yourself after you learn the language. Russell, okay, thank you, brother. Russell had only photographed the first few pages, keeping the book's full contents private for now. A new message appeared in the chat. Blake Whitmore, the recent events along the coast are basically coming to an end. Blake Whitmore, I don't know why, but the Spirit Begging Society seems to have suddenly changed its nature recently and has not made any moves for a long time. His teacher's messages carried an undertone of wariness. Russell had his own theories about the Society's recent inactivity. He suspected they were waiting for him to climb higher before making their next move, though he lacked concrete evidence. Russell, teacher, will you be returning to Northgate then? Blake Whitmore, no, I still have to stay in New Metro. But by then, I should have time to teach you. Since accepting Russell as his disciple, Blake had largely left him to develop independently. The card-making knowledge, materials, and trading connections provided through Hazel had carried Russell through the crucial early silver level period. Without that foundation, obtaining 3 silver level cards in such a short time would have been impossible. Taking him as a disciple was more about providing protection during his vulnerable growth phase. Felix, haven't the eldest brother and the second sister come out yet? Blake Whitmore, they should still need some time. That pocket dimension is a bit tricky. The main reason is that there are demon armies lurking in the north. This revelation surprised Russell. He hadn't realized his senior brother and second sister were operating on the dangerous northern border. After lurking in the group chat for a while without seeing new messages, Russell opened a private conversation with Hazel. Russell, senior sister, I want to exchange some blue and green silver level materials with you for purple or gold quality ones. Hazel, okay. Her immediate agreement, without negotiation or questions, impressed him with its directness. Russell grabbed his materials and headed for her manor. Senior sister, I'm here. After knocking on the study door, Russell entered to find Hazel wearing reading glasses, loose strands of hair framing her face. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the window behind her, creating a golden halo around her figure. Sit down, she said softly. Their growing familiarity had eased the nervous energy she'd displayed during their first meeting. Russell placed 10 blue and green silver level materials on her desk. Senior sister, I want to exchange these for a piece of gold material. Purple is fine, too. Without even examining his offerings, Hazel took out a thick stack of cards. I'm sorry, she whispered, but these are all the silver level materials I have. You can take them all. Russell stared at the collection in her hands, counting at least 100 individual pieces. Senior sister, he said carefully, we should settle accounts clearly. Your willingness to exchange is already the greatest help to me. He wasn't shameless enough to accept such generosity. Besides, it's useless for me to have so many materials. You really think my mental power is endless, don't you? He took the stack from her pale hands and began sorting through it. Most were purple quality, with numerous gold pieces and even a few rare red ones. Her generosity continued to astound him. After several minutes of searching, he found exactly what he needed: silver level Shadow Fiend, gold. Russell extracted this single material and placed his 10 pieces in the stack before offering it back to her. Hazel didn't reach for it, instead pretending to focus on the book in her lap. He had no choice but to set the materials on her desktop. An anxious expression crossed her scholarly features as she picked up the pile, attempting to return it to him. Russell stepped backward toward the door. "That's it. I'm leaving first. See you at school, senior sister." He sensed her unhappiness as he quickly departed the manor, but the materials stayed behind. Back home, Russell began preparations for crafting his Shadowcon card. Should he create a creature card directly, or design it as an item card? According to the source material, the Shadowcon originated from 9 generals serving the demon sorcerer Terakudo. When the generals were sealed into 9 Oni masks, the masks gained the power to summon their respective Shadowcon armies. After considering the options, he decided on a prop card approach. "Please start compiling your story." Russell settled into his chair and began weaving the card's narrative foundation. In ancient times, the Shadow Demon King Terakudo secretly ruled a certain country in the world. He was also the king of the Shadow Kingdom in the Shadow Plane. He commanded 9 Oni generals who helped maintain his dark rule: Ninja, Arsu, Bato, Sam, Kei, Risu, Terakudo, Kani, and Tora. With their assistance and the Shadowcon armies, Terakudo gradually spread his darkness across the entire planet. But where there is evil, there is justice. 7 righteous warriors could not tolerate his evil deeds and rebelled against his reign. Although the ninja-con serving under General Ninja were not the strongest in direct combat, they possessed incredible agility and excelled at various specialized tasks. They could also enter and exit the Shadow Kingdom at will. Unfortunately, despite each of the 9 armies having unique abilities, they were defeated one by one. General Ninja was no exception. He was sealed within a mask like his 8 fellow commanders. When the owner uses the mask, it will transform into a tattoo on their left little finger. Russell modified this detail, preferring not to wear an actual mask constantly. The holder can then summon the ninja-con to serve them. When all 9 generals were sealed into cards, Terakudo successfully resisted the attacks of the 7 righteous warriors and retreated to the Shadow Kingdom. Since then, the Shadow Demon King and his 9 generals have become legends. After completing the card creation process, Russell smiled with satisfaction. Making item cards is definitely easier than creature cards. He refined the finished card and examined its properties. Oni Mask Ninja level, Silver quality, Gold category, Prop. Skills: Shadowcon, you can summon the Ninja-con to serve you. The Ninja-con will never betray you. Ultimate Darkness, not activated. Note: requires possession of Terakudo and all 9 Oni general cards. Characteristics: Shadow Kingdom, when this card is used, it automatically links to the Shadow Kingdom. The holder can move and store items through the Shadowcon. Note: non-Shadow Kingdom creatures cannot enter. Chain, can form a chain card with Shadow Lord Terakudo. Bond, when holding cards such as Claw-con Mask Arsu simultaneously, the effect 9 Oni generals is activated. Perfect, Russell breathed with relief. I've finally solved my storage and transportation problems. He activated the card, and a crimson Oni mask materialized in his palm. With a mental command, the mask vanished, reappearing as an identical tattoo on his left little finger. The next moment, several figures materialized beside him, humanoid shapes dressed in black with grey-blue skin and glowing red eyes, all kneeling on one knee. Your strength is only at bronze level? Russell asked, sensing their power output. He calculated that with full concentration, he could summon dozens of them simultaneously. Setting aside that observation, he handed his possessions to one of the Shadowcon. The creature slowly carried his belongings into a patch of darkness before disappearing entirely. Excellent. Russell then tested their transportation abilities. Several Shadowcon surrounded him, pulling him into the Shadow Realm. In moments, he emerged from a shadow 5 kilometers away. The return journey took equally little time. 5-kilometer range, he noted with satisfaction. The maximum distance was acceptable, and he'd barely felt any energy drain, meaning they could transport him continuously. He briefly considered purchasing an ornate chair to be carried around in proper style. After testing their abilities, the Shadowkan spontaneously began cleaning his apartment. When he discovered they could also cook, Russell couldn't suppress his grin. His next priority was mastering the demon language. With the Shadowkan handling household tasks, he'd have plenty of time to study. IMG here. End of this chapter. Chapter 135, Chapter 133, A Glimpse of the Truth. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. With the help of his powerful silver-level magical energy, Russell made rapid progress learning the demon language. After just a few days of intensive study, he could parse the general meaning of their script. The characters had started as incomprehensible scratches, but now they flowed together into coherent thoughts. Time to see what these demons actually wrote, he murmured, settling into his desk chair. He possessed 2 demon-written records, the diary obtained from Sword Lake, and the ancient book from his recent training mission. Russell decided to start with the diary. After disconnecting his computer from the internet, a precaution that had become second nature, he imported the scanned images from his Mark III device. The opening sentence immediately puzzled him. The elders in the family said that since that day, our original calendar is no longer needed. Our current calendar is called the Servitude Calendar, which is said to have been chosen by His Majesty. Why is it called Servitude? I always feel that the name is strange. December 3rd, 378th year of the Servitude Calendar. This is the first day I have started writing my diary. I am 29 years old today. There is nothing interesting to record in the days before this. I don't know if I am lucky, but until this year, I have not encountered the great event that the old ancestor mentioned. The first page ended abruptly there. Russell frowned, running his fingers along the translated text. For many subsequent pages, the diary chronicled mundane daily life, meals, weather, clan politics. Nothing revelatory emerged from the routine entries. He continued reading patiently, occasionally pausing to double-check his translation of particularly archaic phrases. 4th day of the 6th month, 387th year of the Servitude Calendar. Emil is already 12 years old. I am very happy because he has grown up so much and has not yet encountered the great event. Emil is very sensible and talented. According to the old ancestor, if it were in the past, he would have been a direct disciple in a small sect. Strange. Being a direct disciple in a small sect is not as prestigious as being the head of our Soro clan. It's just that the old ancestor is very strong, and I don't dare to refute what he said. Russell felt certainty crystallize in his mind. The diary's author was definitely Silas, the former head of the Soro clan. But this old ancestor presented a mystery. Russell carefully recalled the events at Sword Lake, and no such figure had appeared among the clan members. Dead of old age, perhaps? With growing curiosity, he continued reading. July 8, 392nd year of the Servitude Calendar. Today, the old ancestor told us that the so-called great event will come in 3 years. This is the date set by His Majesty and it was also at this time that I first learned of S existence. I originally thought that His Majesty was the strongest being. But the old ancestor said that compared to, His Majesty is like a newborn baby. How is this possible? His Majesty's sword can destroy mountains and break peaks in the blink of an eye. Several characters throughout the diary appeared as solid black marks. Russell stared at the redacted sections, his pulse quickening. This had to be the mastermind behind the Pocket Dimension's arrival on Earth. January 16, 393rd year of the Servitude Calendar. There are still 2 years to go, but the old ancestor told me some bad news. There is a being called the Four Great Evils who has declared war on His Majesty. Won't he stop them? They are all under his control. Killing each other won't do him any good, right? March 1st, 393rd year of the servitude calendar. I was called up. The old ancestor took me and the sword sovereign to the front line. It was only then that I realized that the one confronting the sword sovereign was not one of the four great evils themselves, but a plague king under their command. According to the old ancestor, the four great evils have four great kings under them. Do we really have a chance of winning? Russell's thoughts immediately jumped to the flesh and blood king from the Demon's Nest pocket dimension near New Metro. The similarities couldn't be coincidental. He turned the page, noting how the previously neat handwriting had devolved into hurried, shaky script. December 24th, 394th year of the servitude calendar. His Excellency was defeated. The old ancestor also died in front of me. There is no need to continue this battle. Fortunately, the Plague King doesn't seem to care about us little minions. Just like that? Russell wasn't surprised the Sword Sovereign had fallen. The broken blade at Sword Lake's bottom must have been his final remnant. Only a few pages remained in the diary. December 31st, 394th year of the servitude calendar. It has been several days since I returned to the Sorrow clan. Since the fall of His Majesty, our lives seem to have not changed much. But the following words were written in completely different handwriting. The sky cracked. I saw it. It's the four great evils. It's definitely them. I seem to have seen His Majesty's sword. What happened after they left? I don't know. The messy scrawl revealed the writer's panic and terror. Only one page remained. After that day, I realized that our world seemed to be reduced to just this lake, near the Sorrow clan. The place where we live now is like a residue. The diary ended there, leaving Russell staring at the final entry. He leaned back in his chair, processing the implications. The diary provided information, but most of it seemed like historical background rather than actionable intelligence. However, recalling Marcus's reaction upon seeing the diary, a troubling possibility occurred to him. The spirit-begging society's target, it's not these four great evils, is it? He whispered to his empty apartment. Suppressing the growing unease in his chest, Russell opened the ancient book. Unlike the diary's lengthy entries, this contained only a single story, but its contents made his blood run cold. In the unknown distant past, there was a being called the Demon God on an unknown continent, who possessed great power that could reach heaven and earth. One day, pocket dimensions of all sizes began to appear on this continent, and within them were strange creatures full of aggressive desires. Fortunately, thanks to the existence of the Demon God, the creatures in the pocket dimensions did not completely invade the continent. However, as time went on, the major forces under the Demon God gradually began to feel dissatisfied. Because some creatures in the pocket dimensions secretly told them that if there were no Demon God, they would not have to fight this bloody war. Under the secret instigation of these creatures, in a great battle, the Demon God held back an opponent of the same level, but the people he protected behind him betrayed him. The Demon God died, torn to pieces by the creatures from the mysterious realm. That day, blood rained from the sky, as if the whole world was crying for him. Later, the creatures on the land no longer had to fight bloody battles with the creatures in the pocket dimensions. Because they had become one of them. Russell closed the book with trembling hands. The room felt suddenly cold despite the afternoon sunlight streaming through his windows. He finally understood the true nature of pocket dimensions. They weren't just magical dungeons or training grounds. They were planets. Worlds like Earth. Or rather, they were worlds that had already fallen. The weight of this revelation settled over him like a heavy blanket. Every pocket dimension he'd entered, every cleared realm, represented an entire civilization that had been consumed. The creatures within weren't just monsters, they were the corrupted remnants of people who had once lived, loved, and hoped just like humans did. Russell sat in silence, staring at the ancient book as the implications cascaded through his mind. If this pattern held true, then Earth itself might be walking the same path toward destruction. End of this chapter. Please throw power stones. Chapter 136, Chapter 134, You may win, but I will never lose. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jathav0869. After reading the ancient book, Russell finally understood why his senior brother Felix had called its contents both important and unimportant. It revealed the origin story of pocket dimensions, a truth that the Federation's top leaders and association higher ups likely already knew. The weight of this knowledge settled in his chest like a cold stone. Could this be the real reason for the disagreement between the court and the association? He wondered, though he lacked sufficient evidence to support that theory. His thoughts drifted to the demons in the underground spaces he'd encountered, and Russell couldn't suppress a bitter chuckle. Turns out internal fighting is their ancestral skill. Backstabbing runs in their blood. In that case, he decided, this book could serve as currency with the spirit-begging society. Since the information was already known at the highest levels, he felt no moral qualms about trading it for personal advantage. Russell casually handed the ancient book to a Shadowkan standing silently beside his desk and pulled out his phone. Russell, Director Misty, I will be coming over later. Misty? Why did you suddenly think of notifying me? Usually you just show up. Russell, the way I'm coming this time is rather strange. Be prepared. Misty? After pocketing his phone, Russell watched as an ornate chair emerged from the shadows in his room. He'd purchased it 2 days ago specifically for this purpose. If the Shadowkan could transport anything through shadow space, he might as well travel in style. Settling into the plush cushions, he signaled to his servants. Several Shadowkan surrounded him, and together they dissolved into darkness. On the other side of the city, Misty stared at her phone screen with growing curiosity. What strange way? She thought, setting the device aside with a shrug. Whatever. I'll deal with Russell's dramatics when he gets here. She picked up her lipstick and began applying it to her lips, using the compact mirror on her desk to ensure perfect precision. In the next moment, several dark figures materialized from the shadows of her office. Misty's eyes flashed with alarm as her hand instinctively moved toward her card holder. But before she could summon her defenses, a familiar figure appeared seated regally in an ornate chair, surrounded by his supernatural servants. Recognition replaced panic, and Misty's expression soured. Couldn't you explain it more clearly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Russell accepted a delicate teacup from one of his Shadowkan and took a leisurely sip. My, I didn't expect you to be so easily startled. Despite her irritation, Misty couldn't help studying the silent, black-clad figures with professional interest. What brings you here this time? Just showing off your new card. The envy in her voice was barely concealed. The versatility of his Shadowkan was genuinely impressive. Russell chuckled, setting down his teacup with practiced elegance. Who do you think I am? At his subtle gesture, one of the Shadowkan approached Misty with a USB drive in its outstretched palm. As she took the device, Russell added, before you examine it, make sure your computer isn't being monitored. She rolled her eyes with exaggerated patience. Don't question my professionalism. The USB drive clicked into her computer port, and Misty began scrolling through the files. Her expression gradually shifted from casual interest to intense focus. After several minutes of reading, she finally looked up. Where did you acquire this? Russell took another calm sip of tea, maintaining his composed facade. I discovered it during my pocket dimension training. Misty's brow furrowed with concern. Is the source location still accessible? It wouldn't be appropriate to share such things with the society, Russell lied smoothly, so I gave the original to my teacher. Seemed like a good opportunity to earn some favor with him. Her expression relaxed immediately. Excellent thinking. You were right not to hand it over to the court faction. The society needs you to demonstrate more value in front of Director Blake. Russell's pulse quickened, though he kept his face neutral. He'd been testing her loyalties, and her response confirmed his suspicions. The society definitely wants me climbing higher in the association's hierarchy. Outwardly, he adopted a helpless tone. Unfortunately, my teacher has been stationed on the coastal defense line. I haven't seen him in weeks. That's precisely why the society has maintained a low profile along the coast recently, Misty revealed without thinking. We want to reassure him enough to return to Northgate sooner. The casual admission sent Russell's thoughts spinning, though his expression remained perfectly composed. After a moment, he allowed a trace of greed to color his features. The society will provide appropriate compensation for this intelligence, correct? Misty caught his expression, and amusement flickered in her eyes. Naturally. I'll contact you when the arrangements are finalized. Russell drained his teacup in one smooth motion. Then I'll take my leave. He and his Shadowcon dissolved back into the shadows as seamlessly as they'd arrived. Left alone, Misty's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Finally, she murmured to her empty office. Back in his apartment, Russell reviewed his performance with careful analysis. I should have convinced her, he thought, settling into his regular chair. Today he'd played the role of a talented student gradually succumbing to corruption, someone who'd evolved from resisting the society to accepting his place within their plans. The practical training course at Northgate University had officially concluded, and the classroom buzzed with animated conversations. How was your harvest? I managed fine. What about you? Don't get me started. The monsters in our pocket dimension acted like they'd been fed gunpowder. If I hadn't kept my wits about me, I'd have been monster food. Similar exchanges filled Class 1's classroom as students compared their experiences. Heath glanced at his watch, then whispered to Keith, "Class starts in a few minutes." "Where's Russell?" Keith looked at the empty seat beside them. "No idea. Maybe he's still stuck in his pocket dimension." "Seriously? That would be rough." As the two friends speculated, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. "What are you two gossiping about?" "Russell." Heath's surprised exclamation was loud enough to draw attention from across the classroom. Realizing his mistake, he smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Then he leaned closer and whispered, "How did you get in here? I swear you weren't here a second ago." Russell accepted a textbook from a Shadowcon that materialized briefly beside his desk. "What do you mean, how did I get in?" he asked casually. Heath stared slack-jawed at the retreating Shadowcon, while Keith's expression mirrored his amazement. "New card," Russell explained with deliberate understatement. "Would you guys like some snacks?" As he spoke, another Shadowcon appeared before them, kneeling gracefully while offering a selection of treats. The class bell chose that moment to ring, and the servant immediately melted back into the shadows. Heath found his voice first. "Damn, dude! That card is incredible." "It's all right," Russell replied with huge grin. His phone buzzed with an incoming message, drawing his attention from his friend's continued staring. "Coach Carter, let's go to the Battle Club after the last class today." "Russell, got it." Russell pocketed his phone and settled in for what promised to be another ordinary day of extraordinary circumstances. End of this chapter. Support via Power Stones.